Sorry.
No, no problem at all. All right, sergeants, begin your recordings. Cloud recording first. PC recording first.
1 second. I'm not able to record to the PC. The cloud was already started.
Please unstart the cloud.
PC recording good now.
All right.
Cloud's recording up.
Backup recording good.
All right, Sergeant Bradley, you may begin. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchisees. At this time, will all panelists please turn on their videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices on vibrate or silent mode. If you wish to testify, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that is testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. We may begin, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Councilmember Francisco Moya, Chair of the Subcommittee on Zoning and Franchises. I'd like to acknowledge that we have been remotely joined by Council Members Levin, Richards, Reynoso, and Grodenchik. As a preliminary point of information, I note first that the Council is in receipt of a letter from the Department of City Planning dated November 2nd, 2020, stating that the proposed Union Square South zoning text amendment, also known as the proposed hotel special permit text amendment application, filed on the ULURP number C 200102 ZMM and N00107 ZRM has been withdrawn pursuant to Title 62, Chapter 2 of the Rules of the City of New York, and that such application is now void. Pursuant to Rule 11.6B of the Council Rules, no further processing of such application needs to be taken. Moving on to today's agenda, we will vote on a rezoning proposal in Corona, Queens, and I will hold a public hearing for another Queens rezoning proposal in Flushing. Before we begin, I want to recognize the subcommittee council to review the remote meeting procedures. And also, I'm sorry, before you begin, council, I'd like to state that we have been joined by Council Member Peter Koo.
Thank you, Chair Moya. I am Arthur Ha, counsel to this subcommittee. Members of the public wishing to testify were asked to register for today's hearing. As part of the registration process for today's hearing, council staff have made and continue to make efforts to facilitate language translation services for those who request such services. We ask that all speakers bear with us as we work to ensure that everyone has their opportunity to testify. If you wish to testify and have not already done so, we ask that you please visit the council's website at www.council.nyc.gov to register. For members of the public viewing this meeting online, the council is providing multilingual live stream viewing options at council.nyc.gov with audio translations in Cantonese, Mandarin, Spanish, and Korean, as well as ASL interpretation and CART translation services. Once again, these options can be found at the council's main website at www.council.nyc.gov. We also ask that anyone registered to testify who requires translation services, please tune in to one of the live stream channel options on the council website in order to keep track of where we are in terms of the overall meeting schedule and to anticipate the approximate timing of your own testimony. When called and admitted into the virtual hearing space, individuals about to testify before the subcommittee will remain muted until recognized by the chair to speak. Witnesses, that is, members of the public who have signed up to testify, will be called in groups or panels. The applicant panel will be called first, followed by witness panels from the public, who will be called in groups of 4 names at a time. Once the chair says that you may begin speaking, your microphone will be unmuted. Please take a moment to check your device to make sure that it is unmuted before you begin speaking. There will be a slight delay in that process. Public testimony will be limited to 2 minutes per witness. If you have additional testimony you would like the subcommittee to consider, or if you have written testimony you would like to submit instead of appearing before the subcommittee, you may email it to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. Please indicate the LU number or special Flushing waterfront proposal in the subject line of your email. During the hearing, council members with questions should use the Zoom raise hand function. The raise hand button should appear at the bottom of your participant panel. Council members with questions will be announced in order as they raise their hands, and Chair Moya will then recognize members to speak. Witnesses are reminded to remain in the meeting until they are excused by the chair, as council members may have questions. Finally, there will be pauses over the course of this meeting for various technical reasons, and we ask all participants to please be patient as we work through any issues. Chair Moya will now continue with today's agenda items.
Thank you, Arthur. Today, we will vote to approve with modifications LU numbers 689 and 690 for the 110-40 Sotel Avenue rezoning related to property in my district in Corona, Queens. The application seeks a rezoning map amendment to rezone an R6B zoning district to an R6 district, as well as a zoning text amendment to establish a mandatory inclusionary housing area utilizing options 1 and 2. The proposal is intended to facilitate the development of a new 6-story plus cellar, mixed-use community facility and residential building, including 25 dwelling units, approximately 2,300 square feet of community facility space at the ground, and 6,900 square feet of community facility use at the cellar level. The ground floor would also include 13 accessory residential parking spaces accessed through an entrance on Corona Avenue. Our modification would strike the MIH option 2 while retaining option 1, and I'm in support of the project as modified. I now call for a vote to approve with modification as I described, LUs 689 and 690. Council, please call the roll.
Chair Moya.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Levin.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Richards.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Reynoso.
I vote aye.
Councilmember Gordenchik.
Aye.
Councilmember Rivera.
Aye.
By a vote of 6 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and no abstentions, the item is recommended for approval to the full Land Use Committee.
Great. I also want to recognize that we've been joined by Councilmember Rivera. And now I would like to open the public hearing on 2 pre-considered LU items for the Special Flushing Waterfront District relating to the property in Councilmember Ku's district in Queens. The ULURP application numbers for these pre-considered items are 20033 ZMQ and 20034 ZRQ. The application includes a zoning map amendment to establish the Special Flushing Waterfront District, including the rezoning of existing C42 and M31 districts to an M12/R71 district, as well as a zoning text amendment to create special district rules regarding use, bulk, and parking and related modifications to the underlying district regulations, including the establishment of a mandatory inclusionary housing area utilizing options 1 and 2. If approved, the proposal would facilitate the development of approximately 1.6 million square feet of residential space, including 1,725 dwelling units, 1.4 million square feet of commercial space, and 22 square feet of community facility space. The new district would include a new private road network to facilitate access to and throughout the various development sites, as well as to the Flushing Creek waterfront, and new waterfront regulations in order to create 2.8 acres of publicly accessible open space and a new public plaza and a 40-foot wide shore public way along the waterfront in the district between 36th Avenue and Roosevelt Avenue and 40th Road. Due to the number of speakers who have signed up today, we will be limiting the public testimony to 2 minutes per person. We will hear first from the applicants, then from the panels of 4 public speakers, alternating panels in favor and in opposition. But first, we will go to my colleague, Council Member Peter Koo, for a statement and remarks. Council Member.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you, Chair Moyer. Today, the subcommittee is hosting a hearing on an application whose beginnings date back to the 1990s. To provide some quick background, the area we're talking about was historically a manufacturing district with warehouses, construction parking lots, and a Con Edison plant all along the Flushing Creek. For years, those industries polluted the land and water. Combined with CSO outfalls, this pollution contributed to making the Flushing Creek one of the most polluted waterways in New York City. In the early 2010s, the state awarded a grant to study what kind of environmental remediation would be needed to fully clean and activate our waterfront so that we could finally put this space to public use. In 2015, the mayor proposed Flushing West, a 30-block, 47-acre rezoning with 118 tax lots. But this project failed for many reasons. Height and flood zone limitations nullify any of the MIH benefits. But there was also a lack of investment commitments by the city relative to the size of the rezoning. This was despite over a year and a half of community meetings and stakeholder input. Today's application is much different. The Flushing West sought to rezone a huge area of 47 acres. This application seeks to rezone only 3.9 acres, where Flushing West included 118 tax lots. The special waterfront district contains only 5. Every news story I have read has called this a 29-acre rezoning, but that's just not true. We are only considering 3.9 acres to be rezoned. The remaining 25 acres will be included in the tax amendment that will facilitate the private street network and expanded waterfront. But I want to be clear, the vast majority of this project is not actually being rezoned. While smaller than Flushing West, this private application still builds upon years of studies, community meetings, and proposals. Like the other proposals, it shares the potential to transform what has for developer for an isolated and polluted brownfield into an activated waterfront community with open space, playgrounds, and a 40-foot promenade open to the public. I believe the proposal has many merits. There is an MIH component workforce development, double the open space, and opportunities to engage our community in environmental education. At long last, our community could have an accessible waterfront. I also believe this proposal certainly has a share of criticisms. Our community needs affordable housing, schools, and community facilities. We need jobs and economic recovery. There are concerns about displacement and the impact of this project on the surrounding community and environment. At the end of the day, whatever is ultimately built will need to enhance the downtown Flushing community and open up the currently inaccessible waterfront as much as is realistically possible. Our community has been cut off from this waterfront far too long. I look forward to hearing from the applicants and how they plan on addressing the community concerns from 2015 and today. Thank you, Chair Moya, committee members, the entire land use team, those who came to speak today, and all the translators we have on hand today to help make this hearing happening today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Moya.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Council, if you can please call the first panel for this item.
The applicant panel will include Ross Moskowitz, Land Use Council, James Gilday, Landscape Architect, David West, Master Plan Architect, and Chris Vitolano, Lead Environmental Review Consultant. Those will be the four main presenters. Also available for questions are Adnan Pash and Rachel Belsky, the Environmental Consultant, Julia Xiao, Project Architect, Ashley Dukas, Land Use Council, and Richard Hsu, William Shu, John Liang, Steve Bryman, and Helen Lee, the last five of whom are appearing on behalf of ownership. Panelists, if you have not already done so, please accept the unmute request in order to begin to speak.
Council, if you can please administer the affirmation.
Panelists, please raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this subcommittee and an answer to all council member questions? And if you could answer in some sort of semblance of order.
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are in receipt of your slideshow presentation for this proposal. When you're ready to present the slideshow, please say so, and it will be displayed on the screen for you by our staff. Slides will be advanced for you when you say next. Please note that there may be a slight delay in both the initial loading and the advancing of slides. As a technical note for the benefit of the viewing public, if you need an accessible version of this presentation, please send an email request to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. That's landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov. And now, panelists, please state your name and affiliation for the record. And with that, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairperson Moya. My name is Ross Moskowitz. I would ask council staff to please put the presentation on.
And I'm just going to take one quick moment. I just want to acknowledge that we've also been joined by Chair Salamanca in this hearing. Thank you, Chair. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair Moya. My name is Ross Moskowitz with the law firm of Strzok and Levand, and with my colleague Ashley Dukas, we are counsel to the owners and applicant for the Special Flushing Waterfront District. Myself, David West, Jim Gilday, and Chris Vitellano will present this morning, and we have our full team available to answer any questions from the committee that may come up during today's hearing. We are extremely excited to be before the subcommittee today. As Councilmember Koo said eloquently, this has been a long time coming, and so many in the community have worked hard to have this vision presented today. As the committee knows, over 330 letters of support have been delivered to the committee and its members, from Flushing residents, small businesses, construction workers. The support is community-wide, and we're really, really pleased to be before the committee today. Next slide, please. Flushing project area today, just so everyone gets context, as you can see to the north is Northern Boulevard, to the east is College Point Boulevard, to the west is the creek, and to the south is Roosevelt Avenue. And this is how we exist today. As we discussed, this is current zone C42 with an M31 to the north. Next slide, please. The site has significant shortfalls and site constraints. The current zoning does not provide the coordinated site planning nor connection to the waterfront. As you can see, there is no integrated street network off of College Point Boulevard. Because of its proximity to LaGuardia Airport, there are significant development height restrictions. And because of its proximity to the Flushing Creek, there's a high water table. And in fact, the grade change from College Point Boulevard down to Flushing Creek is significant. And as you'll see later, we have dealt with that. The existing waterfront access plan under the current zoning has a minimal public walkway of 20 feet wide. There are very narrow sidewalks, and there are no publicly accessible streets or street networks into the waterfront. And indeed, the visual corridor from downtown Flushing to the waterfront does not exist. Next slide, please. Councilmember Koo touched on this. The genesis of this has been a community-driven plan. There's been comprehensive planning efforts for over 20 years to try to figure out how to make this happen. And it is only possible by extensive collaboration between the public and the private stakeholders, the local community, and the residents that we are here today. And in fact, the report that came out in 2017, known as the BOA report, set forth significant recommendations. And in fact, those recommendations are what are before you today. They form the basis for this application. That is coming out of the BOA recommendations: access to the waterfront from downtown Flushing, additional open space, alleviation of traffic, and creating a public waterfront. It should also be noted, one of the reasons why this is happening today and it hasn't happened till now is because these three owners who are stewards of these properties, who have been pillars in the community, who have been decades living and working in Flushing, came together. These are competitors, market competitors, who have come together for the first time with separate properties and decided, for the better of the community, for holistic planning, for better integration of the planning and the waterfront, that they would come together. That's why this is happening today, and that's why it hasn't happened up until today. And thankfully, the BOA recommendations are being implemented as we speak. Next slide, please. The current zoning, as discussed, is a C42, with the majority of it in the C42, and the northern portion, as you can see on the left, is an M31. On the right, as proposed, is an extension of the is a rezoning of the area to the north. More than 75% of the zoning, as Councilmember Koo has stated, will remain as a C42. That is, again, the significance here is majority of the site, over 75% of it, will remain as it currently exists today. Next slide, please. To highlight this even further, we have divided these sites into four. Site 1, as you see, under the current density, stays the same as proposed. Site 2, similarly. Site 3, similarly. The only change in density, the only increase in density where the mandatory inclusionary housing will be is to the north, and it is a slight increase. So overall, this increase in terms of the square footage is just over 200,000 square feet. Very important to keep remembering this. Next slide, please. Some of the highlights, points that we should go through. The current as of right, as we all know, does not require any affordable housing. affordable housing will be on the north side. The public open space under the current as of right is just around 3 acres. It will more than double under the special district. There is no street network required, as we just saw. There will be a privately funded, publicly accessible street network that will be open throughout this project. Community facility spaces, there are none currently scheduled in an as of right. Working with Councilmember Ku's office, there will be spaces dedicated to local groups. In terms of waterfront programming, education and programming will be provided where none is required here. In terms of environmental oversight, very limited under the current as of right. Because of what is being done on the site, and because the city is doing this, the special district, there will be full city oversight on the site remediation. Workforce training is not required now. We have entered into an agreement with the Queens Chamber of Commerce to do local workforce training and development. No trafficking monitoring plan. Trafficking monitoring plan will be provided. The infrastructure, and there will be extensive conversation later about the infrastructure, all privately funded. Next slide, please. Option 1 and option 2 for the mandatory inclusionary housing. The council gets to decide this. This is only applicable to site 4. As you can see, under option 1, it will yield 75 units. This is out of approximately 300 units. On option 2, there'll be 90 units. Again, 50% dedicated to CB7 residents. Next slide, please. This is really key facts, and why are we emphasizing this? Because there has been some miscommunications out there for whatever reason we don't know. This is all private land. Again, this is an upzoning only to the northern part. This is to enhance the existing zoning. The northern area will have the affordable housing. This new street network will alleviate the traffic and connect to downtown Flushing. This is a public waterfront. This is not a private waterfront. Again, there are comments out there that seem to indicate that it is private. It will be open to the public 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. These streets will not be private either. And as important we know to the subcommittee, there is no public subsidy. Again, miscommunication out there. That's why we want to make sure everyone has the facts in front of them. With that, I will now turn to my colleague, David West, who will walk you through the specific master plan.
Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm David West from Hill West Architects. We're the master plan architects for the project. This project stems from the BOA study, which sought to spur the revitalization and redevelopment of this environmentally challenged area near the Flushing waterfront. The land use recommendations are consistent with community goals and objectives, which were identified through a robust public engagement process with stakeholders within the community. Along with the chief desire of the community to create a publicly accessible recreation destination along Flushing Creek shoreline, what needed to be addressed are shortcomings of large internally focused full block developments, which the as of right plan, which comes out of underlying waterfront zoning text shown on the left, would produce. Visually evident is a lack of any overarching planning strategy, without which the result would produce not only limited east-west connections, but also building shapes consisting of large podiums on which numerous towers above are jammed closely together. So with all of these predecessors in mind, we embarked on our master plan proposal, shown on the right, by considering a site planning strategy that is conducive to supplement the quality of life we envision for this special district. We look to improve the actual quality of pedestrian circulation through widening of sidewalks, setbacks of towers, building articulation, and a coordinated ground floor realm between the buildings that we believe will achieve an inviting, vibrant, and diverse new neighborhood for the residents of downtown Flushing. With the introduction of a road network which seamlessly connects to and extends the downtown Flushing street grid into the site, the result is more human-scaled walkable blocks with reduced podium sizes, more active street frontages, and a reduced number of individual towers. The geometry and relationships between the buildings becomes much clearer than it would be otherwise. I should emphasize that it was a close collaborative approach between the three principal developer groups which took place to allow this master plan framework and magnitude of a project to come to fruition. It is as a result of this rare opportunity and collective development vision that we're able to present this coordinated neighborhood design proposal before you today. Next slide, please. Let's take a look at how we arrived at the final master plan. The left image is the transportation infrastructure on the site today. As you can see, there is none. On the right is how the special district is planned, with the creation of a privately funded network of publicly accessible streets. A major benefit of this street network is the porosity and connectivity to the waterfront from downtown Flushing that would otherwise be unlikely or impossible to achieve under current zoning. Lastly, these streets will be built to DOT standards to signal to the public that this is a public domain. Next slide, please. Shown here is a 3D comparison of the as of right shown on the left with the proposed flush building massing. Current zoning text would translate into a chaotic build out that would be permissible only under current waterfront zoning text, while the more rational, well-coordinated plan achieved under the special district text considers breaking up the massive podiums and ensuring articulation of buildings for a better pedestrian experience. Next slide, please. Shown, this is a detailed master plan of subdistrict B, which is the core subdistrict. Shown here with the new proposed street network. The benefit of two new north-south streets, the Transverse Road and the extension of Janet Place, is that they break up each super block into two separate blocks, which will be pedestrian scaled with active frontages on all sides. The east-west streets at 37th, 38th, and 39th Avenues are extensions of the existing public street network in downtown Flushing. They enhance both visual and physical connectivity from downtown Flushing to the waterfront. Collectively, the result is an inviting, walkable, pedestrian-scaled waterfront neighborhood, 20 years in the planning, to complement the growth of downtown Flushing. The geometry of the site permits the streets and buildings to fan out gradually, terminating in the dramatic curving form of the building shown on Site 3. This generates a variety of urban forms in varying heights while still feeling organized and coordinated. Each block contains mid-rise buildings atop commercial podiums, limited to 245 feet above mean sea level, which translates into 18 or 19 stories within the core subdistrict. Building massing has been tailored to the specific constraints and regulated by minimum base height, setback, and street wall requirements. Street walls are required along primary street frontages of 25 to 75 feet high. Towers are limited in width facing the shoreline to 100 feet and along the street to 250 feet maximum. Facade articulation is required, as is tower top articulation. Next slide, please. Shown here is a composite of the 4 mixed-use proposed development sites. There is a high level of architectural design and variety between them, yet they were each designed with respect to their neighbors. These designs are varied, but share commonalities of scale, articulation, and architectural expression that would only be possible with a coordinated master plan embodied by the enactment of the special district. Site 1 on the upper left is being developed by United Group. Designed by Peter Poon Architects, the project includes offices, a hotel, and residential atop a 2-story retail podium. The transverse road bisects the site into 2 blocks. The designated visual corridors on Roosevelt Avenue and on 39th Avenue encourage visual connectivity from downtown Flushing. Janet Place and Roosevelt Avenue are widened to ease pedestrian circulation down to the waterfront, which opens up to provide a generous landscape and playground area. Site 2 on the upper right is being developed by Y&G Group. Designed by Pay Architects, it is an elegantly detailed two-building composition linked by a robust articulated two-story stone facade. It includes a generous plaza at the intersection of 39th Avenue and Transverse Road. Site 3 on the lower left is being developed by F&T Group. Designed by Archelier Architects, this project counters the more orthogonal buildings to the south and adds architectural variety to the subdistrict by introducing an elegantly curved waterfront building. Site 3 includes a hotel, office space, and 2 residential buildings, each with a distinctive facade, an overlook, and a ground floor activated pedestrian-friendly retail frontage and hotel uses are included. F&T Group is also developing the northernmost parcel, Site 4, shown on the lower right. This is designed by Hill West Architects. The project is located within the new MIH area and will add 25 to 30% mandatory affordable housing supply to the neighborhood. This project adds an additional 400 linear feet of shore public walkway to what's currently required under the current WAP. And over 40% of the lot area is designed to be publicly accessible waterfront open space via an upland connection. The multi-terrace building form addresses both the waterfront and College Point Boulevard frontages. Next slide, please. This is the ground floor plan. All 4 development sites have highly active ground floor programming with multiple lobbies and generous amounts of retail. The retail is shown in pink. The retail is highly flexible due to multiple frontages and levels. There's a preference given to local service retail. Most of the buildings have both a ground floor and a lower level, which have frontage because of the sloping site. Site 1 has lobbies on all frontages and includes 2 instances of sidewalk widening on Roosevelt Avenue and on Janet Place to enhance pedestrian circulation and a setback at grade along Roosevelt Avenue to create a visual corridor. Site 2 transforms the transverse road into a shared pedestrian and vehicular area with a generous public access area at the juncture of 39th Avenue and Transverse Road. Site 3 has a vehicular lay-by area to serve the hotel entry off of Janet Place. Both sites 2 and 3 have hotel accessory spaces on the ground floor, as well as retail. Parking for all the sites is primarily below grade, or in the case of Site 1, at the 2nd floor. Loading berths have been coordinated and planned to be mostly on the north-south streets off of the upland connection streets for a better pedestrian access down to the waterfront. Next slide, please. These vignettes show a vision of everyday moments that will occur across the streetscape. One of the public benefits mandated by the special district text is the controls on ground floor transparency and building articulation amidst a great variety of programming, open space, and retail fronting on the street network. This takes us to the next portion of the presentation, which is a description of the public access and waterfront designs by Moss Gilday Landscape Architects. Jim Gilday, your turn. Turning it over.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Jim Gilday, principal of Moss Gilday Group Landscape Architects. Again, this is a rare opportunity to plan and design 4 individual development sites owned by 3 individual developers as a single, fully coordinated project, which required thoughtful cooperation between the public and private organizations and governmental agencies. The renderings illustrate some of the components of the design that create the new neighborhood along the Flushing Creek waterfront all within walking distance of downtown Flushing. The renderings of Site 1 and 4 provide a snapshot of the proposed enhanced shore public walkway, which includes a significant increase in the publicly accessible amenities and landscape open space, which are directly accessible from the upland connections as well as from the adjacent buildings. The renderings of Site 2 and 3 show the integration of the coordinated streetscape and publicly accessible plazas, which are integral to the overall design and reinforces the direct relationship of the buildings, streetscape, and waterfront connections. The waterfront is a significant component that drove many of the design considerations you just heard. The waterfront master plan for the special district establishes the new framework that will be the mechanism to guide and promote a unified design for the Flushing Creek waterfront that will incorporate many of the goals and improvements of previous stakeholders and studies. Next slide, please. Understanding that each property has unique site and environmental constraints, the ownership, along with guidance from city planning, agreed to evaluate the existing waterfront zoning and identify what aspects of the current zoning did not work with these unique site features. The guidelines establish a network of smaller streets that creates a new neighborhood that activates the public realm while emphasizing the importance of the pedestrian experience and circulation while providing greater access to the Flushing Creek waterfront open space. The primary goals, which were established and incorporated into the schematic waterfront design, are also consistent with city planning policy and include the creation of a fully connected pedestrian circulation path for the entire length of the shore public walkway with strategically located upland connections and visual corridors. It incorporates shoreline protection and resiliency strategies using elevated changes, varied shoreline protection solutions, including natural vegetated edges, riprap, bulkheads, and low-level relieving platforms. It enhances, restores, and expands environmentally sensitive adjacent open space areas for increased environmental habitats. It increases open space and landscape opportunities resulting from the creative placement of walkways and amenities that embrace the site topography and shoreline geometry while responding to the unique building envelopes and street network. And finally, it coordinates the aesthetic for site amenities, signage, and provides for waterfront educational markers with local community groups, while allowing flexibility for each site to provide unique design elements and amenities that respond to the individual site architecture. It also provides for coordinated, energy-efficient site lighting, including the use of LED lights and photovoltaic fixtures where possible. Next slide, please. For comparison of pedestrian access, the image on the left shows the requirements for the waterfront access following the current zoning. The image on the right shows the greatly enhanced requirements for the waterfront that, along with the new street network, provides for a significant increase in pedestrian access to the waterfront by increasing the number of required pedestrian access locations from 3 to 5, extends the length of the shore public walkway to 1,933 linear feet. It doubles the width of the shore public walkway from 20 to 40 feet wide, and significantly increases the landscape open space and direct access to the waterfront. Next slide, please. Here's a side-by-side comparison of the components of the existing and proposed shore public walkway. As you can see from the chart, the new district significantly increases the shore public walkway in size, length, and access points. The overall area is more than doubled, and the length is increased by more than 22%. For perspective, the shore public walkway under the new district will be an equivalent to a 4-lane street for the length of 6.5 football fields, a significant amount of open space along the waterfront and a great benefit to the community. Next slide, please. Another benefit of the new district is the overall open space. Under current as-of-right development, 3 acres of projected open space would be provided. Following the guidelines of the special district and as a result of the new street network, expanded waterfront, and the inclusion of Site 4 to the north, the projected open space is more than double for a total of 6.64 acres. Next slide, please. The majority of publicly accessible site amenities are located within the waterfront area and shore public walkway, indicated by the red circles. The pedestrian experience from the College Point Boulevard and within the street network have been carefully considered to include public spaces along the upland connections and visual corridors, indicated by the orange circles. The rendering of the view from Site 1 to the north illustrates the meandering circulation path within the enlarged shore public walkway, which also includes secondary pathways, a multitude of seating opportunities, a playground, exercise equipment, coordinated site lighting, rain gardens, and significant landscaping that enhances and directs views to the Flushing Creek waterfront. In addition to similar waterfront amenities, Site 2 provides a unique publicly accessible plaza located at the intersection of 39th Avenue and Transverse Road, which, as shown in the rendering, provides an important landscape open space between College Point Boulevard and the waterfront. The plaza will contain a sculptural focal point at the core of the district with fixed and open air seating, landscape plantings, and site lighting that engages the streetscape. Next slide, please. The 37th Avenue Upland connection, located on the north side of Site 3, provides a pedestrian walkway along the adjacent retail uses. The extra wide walkway with seating and landscaping terminates with an overlook at the Shore Public Walkway. Pedestrians are guided from the 37th Avenue overlook to the Shore Public Walkway by way of a grand meandering staircase that creates a mid-level vistas towards the Flushing Creek and opens to the waterfront retail level. Site 4, located at the north end of the district, takes advantage of the configuration of the existing low-level relieving platform by placing the circulation path immediately adjacent to the waterfront side of the building and provides publicly accessible seating areas and water's edge overlooks. The site provides for a significant amount of landscape open space on the southern portion of the site. A 20-foot wide upland connection leading from College Point Boulevard to the waterfront is also provided along the south side of Site 4, which provides public access to the Shore Public Walkway. Next slide, please. Incorporating flood resiliency measures was a major aspect incorporated into the design of the waterfront. The design of the waterfront coordinates a variety of site-specific shoreline stabilization measures mentioned earlier and places the proposed Shore Public Walkway amenities above respective anticipated flood elevations. To protect the lower levels of the buildings, the foundations have been designed to be as a dry-proof foundation, essentially a bathtub. The combination of the adjusted variation in the elevation of the Shore Public Walkway and dry-proof foundations, along with the use of natural and restored vegetation and responsible stormwater management, will protect the proposed waterfront improvements against current and anticipated weather events. This will be the next slide, and for Chris, please.
Could we go to the next slide, please? And Chris Fidelano, please.
There we go. Thank you for the allowing me to unmute. Appreciate it. So we'll speak a little bit about the environmental. My name is Chris Vitolano. I'm civil engineer principal at Langen Engineering, who are the civil and environmental engineers for the project. We'll talk a little bit about environmental cleanup on the site, and then a bit about infrastructure and its sewer effects with the Flushing Creek. So currently the site, as mentioned earlier, as we know, it's an industrial history on the site. There's been petroleum storage facilities, industrial facilities. So the site has been contaminated. I think we all realize that. It was acknowledged and noted during the BOA process, 10 plus years ago. So there'll be an extensive cleanup on the site, all 4 sites under this program. A little bit about the sort of mechanics of how the cleanup works. For the city, in New York City, the way that New York City regulates and oversees cleanups, it's through what's called the E-designation program. The site gets literally identified with a little E that gets attached to the tax lot, attached to the zoning. So it's acknowledged and has to go through a city program for oversight on the cleanup. It's a little different from the state program. There are 2 different programs. There is also a state program for cleanups. It's called the State Brownfield Cleanup Program. That state program is a voluntary program separate and apart from the city's program. One of the sites has already gone through that program and gotten its approval, and the others are looking to do so. But I want to talk a little bit more about the city program, because it's very important that it's a good opportunity here essentially to get all these sites under the complete and comprehensive overview and review of the city. Currently, there's only limited E-designations. 1 site has none at all. So this would give us an opportunity, again, to get all 4 sites under a complete oversight of the cleanup program. What we're looking at when we do clean up, there's really 3 components. There's soil, groundwater, and soil vapor. Again, there's metals, VOCs, and contaminants from historical uses. All 3 of those would get designed and addressed during the cleanup. And really, it's a step-by-step process where each step of the way, the city has the, not just opportunity, but the developer has the obligation to get the city's buy-in and sign off on every step of the way. What that means is that before you go into an investigation, the city has to review and approve it. Then we go into before we can do a cleanup, the city has to review and approve the cleanup plan, the approach. Once that plan's approved, then the city requires full-time oversight by a licensed professional engineer. So in other words, we'd have someone on the site looking and observing full time what's happening to make sure the cleanup gets done in accordance with all the plan and all local and federal regulations. Developers will not get a permit until that work plan is approved by the city. And again, the city, it's the Office of Environmental Remediation is the technical arm of the city that oversees this. Developers will not get a building permit until that plan is done to the city's satisfaction. And then similarly, at the end of the construction, end of the remediation, there has to be, again, a sign off by both the professional engineer and by the city that the cleanup was done satisfactorily prior to then the developer getting a certificate of occupancy. So very important, and again, good opportunity for us to be able to do one comprehensive oversight of all these cleanups for all the sites where we don't quite have that full level today. Go to the next slide, please. Oh, and also I would mention on the environmental part, there is no public subsidies with the city program. That's just a regulatory program. That's a requirement. Again, no city subsidies. I think that might have been asked at one point in time. Stormwater management. So, the reason we're talking about stormwater management, again, gives us, when doing a waterfront site, good opportunity to develop smartly and holistically. This stormwater management helps us mitigate and eliminate the issue of combined sewer overflows. That was mentioned earlier, and it's a really important topic as designers and as developers. For those who aren't familiar with what that means, combined sewer overflows, the challenge we face in majority of New York City is that we have combined sewers. What that means is the stormwater goes into the same pipe network as the sanitary sewage. And that means when it rains, unfortunately, we get these events called combined sewer overflows, where a mixture of rainwater and sewage goes into the water bodies around New York City. That does occur in Flushing Creek. It occurs in East River, all of our water bodies around New York City. So when we have a site like this, it's an opportunity to mitigate and eliminate that condition. And there's two ways you mitigate that condition. One is by not putting any stormwater into the combined sewer network. And then the other is to not put any sanitary sewage into the combined sewer network. So this project achieves both of those initiatives. So with stormwater management, every drop of water will go to the east or to the Flushing Creek. So not one drop of water will go into a combined sewer that can eventually either find its way into an overflow or contribute to an overflow of sewage elsewhere in the Flushing Creek. So really, really important opportunity for us here to take every drop of stormwater offline, so to speak, off the city grid and go directly into the Flushing Creek. But before you discharge into the Flushing Creek, of course, we're going to be treating water. That's a requirement of New York State, which has oversight over the water bodies around the city. And so we treat that by essentially capturing all the stormwater and removing particulates, solids, floatables, garbage, trash, that sort of thing, and also promoting infiltration and promoting the concept where if we can infiltrate a drop of water into the groundwater and aquifer, that's one less drop that has to get treated or discharged. So today there is no treatment, of course. It's just paved lots that have runoff that goes, uncontrolled and finds its way to the creek, no doubt. But under the full development, we'll have various treatment methods. So things like green roofs, which will absorb water and prevent, again, peak flows from going to the creek, permeable pavements, infiltration, green spaces, underground treatment devices. And these are not chemical treatment devices, they're manholes and vaults essentially that capture and store stormwater, allowing for settlement of solids or any particulates and trash, that sort of thing. Those get cleaned out, and maintained. Therefore, you're having a clean water stream to the creek. These are all sustainable measures that are good practice at this point. Honestly, they're standard practice in any good design. And again, it gives us an opportunity to do this now when we're starting with a blank slate, which is really beneficial. And all these components you've seen in sort of the images that Jim Gilday has shown with the landscape and waterfront. So it's a big motivation for the project. And that volume, it's a large volume. It comes up to almost 400,000 gallons in a storm event that gets captured and treated. So if we go to the next slide, or talk a bit about the other half of that combined sewer story, because again, water quality in the creek and sewage is an important topic here. So the other half of that component, we succeeded in not putting any stormwater into the CSO system. Now we've got the opportunity to eliminate any sanitary sewer discharges going to the combined sewer. So that's really, really important here. And hopefully this slide can take us through that. All of the sanitary sewage generated from this project will be discharged through a privately funded public infrastructure, which we'll show on the next slide, but it's going directly to the interceptor. This interceptor is the city's trunk line, essentially, that then takes sewage directly to the treatment plant. So in other words, it's not any sewage from this development It's not going into a combined sewer network that has the potential to then find its way into the creek somewhere. Absolutely not happening, because we're going directly into the trunk line, which goes directly to the treatment plant. So we're avoiding the CSO network altogether. The green dots on the plan, just to give some context, show where there are other CSOs in the Flushing area, none of which are in our site. So again, we're essentially not contributing one drop of sewer or stormwater to the CSO network, and there also are no networks within our site. So we're completely sort of, again, taking the opportunity here and benefit to be completely mitigating that type of scenario. The capacity of the treatment plant for sewage itself, it's something that's studied during the environmental assessment statement process. And you can see on the slide, there's ample capacity. This has been reviewed, and data that's coming from the DEP, which maintains the wastewater treatment system. Again, about 20 million gallons of capacity currently in the treatment plant at Tolman Island. This development, whether it's as of right or proposed, because as mentioned earlier, there's a very, very small amount of increased square footage. Both scenarios are about 1 million gallons. So again, much lower than the 20 million gallon capacity. So if we go to the next slide, this is the last connection here. I mentioned a sewer that is being privately funded. So what you see here in Janet Place is a new sewer that will be installed. Again, if this were to go through, new sewer that would be installed, which would then connect into the existing system that goes right into the interceptor in College Point Boulevard. So this sewer, 100% privately funded, but it will be public. In other words, the DEP has to review and approve it. Then it gets same process as before with environmental. The city then has oversight by PE, make sure it's built in according to city standards. At that point, then once it's accepted and built and signed off by the city takes it over as part of its network. But again, privately funded across the board, 100%. So I think that's the last slide I have here, and then I'll turn it to my colleague Ross that can finish up with a couple of other points, in summary. Ross. The next slide, please.
Thank you, Chris. Chair Moyer, just in wrapping up here, it's important to understand the economic development benefits. This is obviously a land use item, but there's significant economic development benefits in terms of number of jobs, as you see, permanent jobs for Flushing being just over 3,700, construction jobs with 58% estimated for Flushing residents north of 6,100, an increase in property tax benefits to 116 million annually. It currently sits, just so you understand, just over 1 million, and of course 62.8 million in state and local taxes. In addition to all the benefits, as I wrap up, to the community we have outlined, working with Councilmember Koo and his office, we have also identified additional benefits that the owners are committing to, and it bears a few minutes here. First, they've entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Flushing Business Improvement District. Just so you understand, only one of the sites, Site 3, and its only easterly site, is actually in the bid now, to contribute $2 million over the next 10 years to support small business grants and assistance programs, marketing, and community beautification. Additionally, as we mentioned before, they've entered into an MOU with the Queens Chamber of Commerce to oversee a comprehensive workforce development and local hiring initiative, facilitating job training and placement for Flushing residents who will be prioritized, including residents such as the Bland House residents and the Latimer Garden residents. Third, waterfront programming and education in partnership with experts. We are in discussions with one of our supporters, the Waterfront Alliance, to bring its Estuary Explorers program to Flushing Creek. We've also committed in comments from the community to try to provide access to the creek via kayaks. It's now a real possibility. We have identified 2 sites, sites 1 and 3, and subject to approval from the regulatory agencies, can accommodate that. We've also mentioned the doubling of the size of the open space, and the owners have also made commitments to address the local children and senior citizens' health and well-being through the children's playground, adult workout areas with equipment along the shore public walkway, all with input from the Child Center to New York to help design these areas. The owners are also committed now to a majority of the community facility space being available for local use by the community at an affordable cost. Councilmember Koo's office is identifying the organizations for the owners to partner with, including such groups as the Child Center. already does programming in the area. And we expect that these spaces will be designed as multi-purpose flex spaces in order to serve the widest range of community needs. We've also provided, per the community, accessible public restrooms will now be provided in the street level commercial space, accessible to the public without any requirement to purchase food, beverage, or other items in order to access the restrooms. In sum, Chairman Moyer, these are community-based owners who have been in Flushing for decades, who have time and time again looked to help and improve this neighborhood. Most recently, when they learned of the cut in federal funding to La Jornada, a local food pantry, they helped raise tens of thousands of dollars to support La Jornada's mission to feed the community. These owners are ready to move Flushing forward now and bring economic development without public subsidies to this community. After 20 years of waiting, we believe the community shouldn't have to wait anymore, and we urge for your support. And thank you, and we're available to answer, of course, any questions.
Great, thank you very much for your testimony. Today, I have some questions that I want to go through before I turn it over to Councilmember Koo. If we can go to the affordable housing pieces, but before we go, I believe, Chris, when you were giving the presentation about the OER, the e-designation program, you said that you're only opting for the city program. So just for clarification, and just so that I understand it correctly, for the remediation, are you not getting or applying for any state tax credits, brownfield tax credits?
Could you unmute Chris Vitellano, please?
Thank you for unmuting. Chair Moyer, so yeah, happy to answer that question. So the answer is both. So there are separate programs that run in parallel. There is an intention to go through the state program as well. So the state program is a voluntary program. Site number 2 has already submitted and gotten its proposal approved. So it would be shovel ready from a state perspective after the conclusion of this process here. And the other sites are anticipating pursuing that program as well. That's the state program that's voluntary. And the city program is not voluntary, right? City program, if you're e-designated, they have to go through the process, and they will go through the process.
I just wanted to make sure, because I thought when you said in the presentation that you were only seeking the city, going into the city program, not seeking any of the state. So you're doing both.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So now I just want to start off just to go back to the affordable housing piece. Ross, if you can repeat for the public why there is just so few affordable housing units within this project?
Sure. And as part of obviously all the other community benefits, there is an affordable housing piece here. The only site that is subject to the mandatory inclusionary housing is the northern site. In this case, it's site 4. There's a site in between called the U-Haul site, and they are here to testify later too. I can answer any questions, however, in the interim. So site 4 is the only site that is actually before you today that is proposing to increase its floor area. And as we know, the law says that any increase in floor area or any change in use, in this case, this is a manufacturing zone being changed to a mixed manufacturing and residential, that is the area that is the only area that is subject to the MIH. The rest of the sites 1, 2, and 3 are not increasing their floor area. I think you saw very clearly in our chart, there's no increase in density. So they are not subject to the MIH requirements, Chairman.
And that would be roughly around 75 to 95 units of affordable housing, depending
Correct.
on MIH option is taken.
Correct. And as you know, ultimately it's the council who makes that call, but that's right. Option 1 yields 75 units, and the units are based on square footage, as you know, and option 2 yields 90 units.
And so how do you respond to the concerns from the Queensborough president and members of the public who have been calling for additional affordable housing within this project area?
It's a fair commentary, of course. We're not suggesting otherwise. And we know that affordable housing is a component of concern. We think taken in total, all of the other investments being made, you have to look at this project holistically. And to the extent that the MIH requirements are very clearly stated and precedent by the council has been to follow what the MIH rules are, we think we are adding many more things than just state affordable housing. And if we go back to the BOA recommendations in the BOA report, which clearly put at the top of the list was access to this waterfront and open space. We believe that we are addressing actually all of the checkpoints, and it varies in degree. But again, if we go back to the recommendations that are only a few years ago by this community and what people have been looking for, they have specifically said, we need access to the waterfront. So not only are we providing access to the waterfront, we're doubling the size of the waterfront. We're creating a whole access to a community that doesn't exist now. And again, you have to look at it holistically. We're not suggesting that the point about affordable housing isn't a fair point, but I don't think you can look at it in isolation.
So for clarification, the actual number of units that will be created with this project that are not affordable, it's what, 1,700 plus units?
No, it's the affordable is actually taking from the
affordable, without the affordable housing.
No. I'm sorry. I was my thought process is a little different than yours. I apologize. You didn't see it in my head. I apologize. The Azurite projects now are roughly 1,500 units. So we're going to, as you said, 1,725. So the spread is 1,500 plus around 225 or so. Actually closer to 300. So yeah.
Okay. In your conversations with DCP in developing this application, did DCP ever encourage you to speak to HPD about including additional affordable housing within the project area?
They encouraged us to speak to HPD in general, obviously, because HPD will help with this project. And we've obviously started conversations with some operators who would help us with the third party, with the affordable housing, but they did not specifically say you needed to do more, but we did have conversations with HPD because, as you know, Chairman Moore, HPD is a key component of this, so they're part of this conversation.
And how has those conversations gone with HPD?
They've been preliminary, to be honest with you. As you know, this project's been a long time coming, and it's taken us a few years to get to this point. So we didn't want to get too far ahead of our skis, and we didn't want to assume and be presumptuous.
When you say preliminary, are you saying, like, have you had an actual meeting to sit down and discuss that option? Or are you just saying, can you be specific on, like?
We've had preliminary conversations. Personally, I have not been part of them, but we have an advisor who has been having those conversations.
Okay. Did DCP maybe explore other opportunities with the applicant team to provide additional affordable housing beyond the MIH portion of the project site?
No.
No?
No. I mean, I think, they were open to a bunch of objectives. I think Councilmember Koo outlined the history here and why Flushing West did not really get out of the gate, and why the special Flushing district has been so universally supported. And I know that they felt, and I don't want to speak for city planning, but I know that they felt that the overall community benefits, again, coming out of those recommendations, were paramount. So the affordable housing component is there, even if some think it's not enough. Again, you have to look at this project holistically.
Okay. So in all these conversations that you've been having with DCP, did they identify any opportunities for the city council to modify this application to include additional affordable housing? And also, did you see any opportunity to modify the application to include affordable housing in general?
There were no conversations about that. Obviously, the council, I know the council rules and regs. So obviously, if there's a conversation, we would have to, we would listen.
Okay. What is the proposed mix of rentals versus condos expected to be developed on each site?
Sure. So I'll make it easy for you, Chair Moya. All of the units that are going to be constructed on sites 1, 2, and 3 are all going to be condominium units. And the rental units, all the rental units will be located on site 4.
And do any of the development site expect to utilize 421A tax benefits to provide additional affordable housing?
No. The only site that may be eligible for it would be site 4, because that's where the affordable housing. Obviously, as you know, the current program for Affordable New York would only provide any kind of real estate tax savings on site 4 at this point.
So just with what you said, that the only affordable housing site is going to be site 4. At the condos, at F&T and United Construction and the development affiliate developments, they've sold for well over $1 million. Do you anticipate similar pricing for the condos at the Flushing Waterfront development?
It's a great question. A lot of this has to do, obviously what the market will dictate there. And I think you raise a really good point, because, you hear this comment about luxury condos, and I don't know why anyone would give that characterization. I'm not saying $1 million isn't a luxury or isn't a luxury. I don't think anyone should really characterize what these, the values of these are going to be without actually seeing when they come online, which is hopefully sooner than later, and what the market bears at that point.
Okay. So how much does the companies expect to profit from the Flushing Waterfront development?
I personally don't have that number, and we can maybe circle back with you and the committee on that, but I actually don't know if that's really a fair characterization. Look, the owners are benefiting from this project. We're not suggesting otherwise, right? They get better site planning, they get better mix of units, they get better design, their views will be better. They have the ability to view this holistically and as part of their master plan. And we're not suggesting that there's not a narrative that says that they are benefiting from this. But to be very candid with you, Chair Moya, each one has their own economics. That's one of the things that seems to be getting lost, not by you, but some of the narrative out there is that these are 3 separate owners. They're building 3 separate projects, and what their economics for each project will vary depending on what the owners are, as you know.
Well, look, I think it's a very fair question. I don't think that's an unfair question to ask, given what you're proposing here. We also are living right now where in a city that has an incredibly high housing crisis that's going on right now. So as these big developments are coming in and we are seeing the low number of affordable units here, it's only fair for me to ask, what is the company's expected profit here? I don't think it's anywhere out of the realm of a bad question. Let me be very clear.
Let me be very clear. It's not a bad question, and I didn't mean to suggest it was. And if I said it wasn't a fair question, let me be fair back to you. I wasn't suggesting that either. I guess my point here is each site really, you can't, unlike, my 30 years of doing this, any project of this size and this magnitude, as you know, has only been brought either by a joint venture or by an individual owners. So, that question can be more easily answered when you have that. Here, each one has their own basis for the land. Each one has their own economics. Each one has their own finances. So I don't know if there's a way to answer that for the total project. Let me think about it, Chairperson Moore. In fairness to you, let me think about how to answer that, and I want to be more thoughtful about it, if that's okay.
Great, thank you, Russ. Also, as you know, we've talked about this as well. Queens residents need good paying jobs if the community is going to thrive. Do you plan to hire locally? What commitments have you made, and what organizations are you working with? And I know you kind of touched upon that towards the end.
Yep. Sure. Sure. So we believe, and we've said this at every public hearing, community board, at the Queensborough President's Office, we believe in good paying jobs, and we believe in local hiring. And one of the reasons to to work with, for instance, the Queens Chamber of Commerce, is to create this workforce development. And we hope to get more than 50% of these jobs to be for the local residents. We are a strong believer. These owners, again, these owners have been here for a long time. They know the area, they know the residents, they know the work community, and they have historically hired locally. And so I said before, I think you were citing, we hope that almost 60% of the workers will be for the local community.
So, because in the numbers you gave, and pardon me if I get it wrong, but I was writing it down quickly. You said 3,716 were going to be permanent jobs, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Where do you get that data from?
We get that data from our economic analysis that we do historically, using programs and inputs that have been looked at and are tested by economic analysis and the like. Our consultants, Langen Engineering, have used that economic analysis, and in fact, you'll have later today, hopefully, probably this afternoon at this point, testimony from one of our experts, who's an economist, who will talk about the jobs, and you can actually ask deeper questions, and we'll show that based upon the square footage, based upon the type of work, based upon the type of uses, that those are the jobs that will come out of that. And it's not to the T, obviously, it's an estimate, but it has very good backup and support.
So I'd love to see where you got those numbers from, and also just to that. So what do you anticipate those jobs to be?
Those jobs will be across all the uses. There's office space, there's retail space, there's hotel space. It'll be across the board.
Okay, so when you say retail, office, you're estimating that people are going to go in there, and then they're going to be hired by the people that come in.
Correct. Right. And again, we think it was essential.
We can't really guarantee that those jobs will be there. It's based on who will rent your commercial space, and up to them on who they'll hire, correct?
Correct. However, two things. One of the key components of this program was to align and set up a workforce development with the Queens Chamber of Commerce, so that they will be doing work fairs, they will be going after MWBEs, they will be doing job training. So they will be very active in this community. This is all about this community. So the Queens Chamber of Commerce is going to be all over that. We will be supporting that and funding it and working with them. Secondly, the inputs that drive this conversation are tested. They are not that we're making out of the air. They actually are inputs that, when you put multipliers in, when you put in the type of uses and the amount of square footage, that's what this triggers off. So the combination of the two. Yes, you're right. The buildings have to be built and the jobs have to be there, but we're confident that we'll be able to do that.
Right. And I just want to be clear, because when we say 307,016 permanent jobs coming in, it really is dependent on who is coming in to utilize that space. So I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page with that.
Absolutely, but you have to make some assumptions, and when you have a commercial facility or a retail facility, you can make that assumption.
Right. We know retail's on the decline. We know that right now, during the crisis that we have, commercial rent space has been a real problem throughout the city. So as you're saying this, and you're anticipating to get these numbers of permanent jobs, in that study, was that ever calculated into the total?
What was taken into total is the market, but what the market will be when these come online. And we are all very optimistic, and we believe, and of course, the commitment by these owners right here. I mean, this is a huge investment by these owners, and you're maybe posing a question, why do this now, right? But this is actually the perfect opportunity to do this. This is the opportunity to to start this project after 20 years and to have it up and running. So when the market comes back, and it will come back, they will be ready for it, and the Flushing residents can benefit.
We always hear that the market and retail is coming back. I don't want to belabor the point too much. I just wanted to get how this was calculated, and if the decline of the retail market and the commercial rent crisis that is happening right now was factored into getting these numbers.
Yep.
You also said 6,175 construction jobs were going to come into this project. And I believe you said it was 58% of them were going to be Flushing residents.
That's what the estimate is. You know,
Yes.
again, that's an estimate, but that's what the goal is too.
So there, you're planning on doing an open shop. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. So that as you and I have had that conversation, I don't have to educate you. You know it better than I do.
Yep. So the 58% of the local hires, where did you get that?
That's just based on the estimate that we would, again, running the inputs in and based on very clear assumptions of what the need will be and what traditionally has been done also by these owners. And again, we are supplementing that. So not only is the goal and the objective, but they have made a commitment, a financial commitment as well, to pursue local residents. And that's, again, the whole workforce development and training program.
And have you made credible commitments to paying prevailing wages and provide meaningful benefits for the building service workers and the hotel workers who would staff these projects once built?
We have not made meaningful commitments yet. And I don't want to sit here and tell you that we will, but we are actively in conversations with both 32BJ and HTC. As recently as this weekend, and we will continue those conversations.
Got it. Okay. The Department of City Planning said that the new development must conform to the Brownfield Opportunity Area Plan. If you are to receive the Brownfield credits, do you wish to receive the Brownfield credits? And would you receive the Brownfield credits if you built the development as of right?
So if I could, Chairman Moya, let's distinguish between what you first called the BOA, because the BOA, it's called the Brownfields Opportunity Area, but it's separate and apart from the tax credits. So the program and the mission and the objective of this project is to meet the recommendations from the BOA, having nothing to do with the Brownfield tax credits. Separately, your question is, and I think Chris started to answer that, your question is, will each site take advantage of the Brownfield tax credits? And the only site like right now who, you have to remember, these owners were actually going ahead and getting ready to build these as of right projects. Site 1 actually had its building permit and its plan. Site 2 had its building permit and its plan and actually got approved into the Brownfield tax credit program. So these sites were ready to go. Bringing it back, being encouraged by city planning, by Councilmember Koo, and by other local and stakeholders to try to come together for a master plan is why we're here today, right? So I can't tell you if Site 1 and Site 3 and Site 4 will do it, but they certainly have those options.
So, but you would be able to receive the Brownfield tax credit if you built a development as of right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to touch upon a couple more things before I turn it over to Councilmember Koo. In dealing with the school, in your conversation with DCP before this application was certified into ULURP, did they ever encourage you to reach out to School Construction Authority to discuss including a school within the project area?
So let me be clear, they didn't, but let me also be clear why they didn't. As you know, this was a lengthy environmental review that took place. The environmental review for this project is over 700 pages. And in the environmental review, one of the key questions is the increase in the floor area. And does that trigger off the need, in this case, for a school? And it did not. And why didn't it? Because as we've talked about, the amount of square footage here, the incremental increase between an as-of-right project today and under this proposed district was incremental and did not trigger off the need for the school. So to your direct question, city planning did not ask us to consider it because none of the environmental analysis led us to that.
So when you spoke with DCP, just so I'm clear, they didn't encourage you to conduct the environmental review that would facilitate the inclusion of a school within that project area?
If I could say it differently, that wasn't required under the SECRA law. It's not that they didn't encourage us, we didn't have to do it. It wasn't their call whether we should or shouldn't. It's what the SECRA law requires.
Okay. So none of that was done for the inclusion of the school.
Again, because the secret law didn't require it. That's right.
With the phasing, what is the phasing plan for construction, and which site is expected to develop first?
They're going to go sequentially. Site 2 is probably most advanced, and probably it's going to vary between Site 2 and Site 1 starting first, and then the other site will go next, and then Site 3, and then Site 4. Site 4 can actually start a little sooner, perhaps, because of it's not right next to any other site, that's being developed. And it's a really good question if you realize it too, because one of the things that these owners did was they actually redesigned some of their projects so that they could all kind of coexist. What do I mean by that? They actually moved loading berths. They moved parking entrances so that it didn't conflict with their neighbor. That's something you never would have seen. I've never seen that before, because that's acknowledging another project that you don't have any control of. They spent a lot of time with their master plan architect, a lot of time with the individual architects, just literally going through each project. If you think about this, Chairman, this is really one big master plan, but it's also 4 separate projects. Each project has to have its own identity. Each project has to work. So the cooperation between these owners is absolutely amazing, and that's why this project is so good and works so well from an urban planning perspective.
And when do you believe the construction will begin for the project, and when do you expect it to be fully completed?
We would hope that everything starts as soon as we can. Again, some are more advanced than others, and we hope that everything is online by 2025.
Okay. On the U-Haul site,
yeah.
Beyond what the U-Haul property owners have committed to you or DCP, what led you to determine in the environmental review to believe that U-Haul site will not utilize the R71 residential FAR to develop their site with preliminary residential uses?
Sure. Let's compare it. So there's 2 things here. The analysis, and again, you will have a U-Haul representative who you can confirm this with, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but this is from them. The U-Haul site off of College Point Boulevard is not like your Manhattan site, which, as you know, they tended to sell because they were soft sites. This is an active site that is part of the portfolio and will continue to be part of the portfolio. So U-Haul has not indicated any basis for ever converting this to a residential use, selling it or otherwise. So that's how we did it, and they've put that in writing as well. So that's why we made that determination.
Okay, and beyond what the U-Haul property owners, DCP, have communicated with you, what led you to determine in your environmental review that there will be an additional 177,000 square feet of commercial building on that site?
That was purely, Chairperson Moyer, that was just because there's an increase in the floor area for the manufacturing site as part of this. The upzoning, as you saw, it goes from the M3 to the M1. So there's an additional floor area that's allowed on that site.
Okay. What was the rationale for removing the need for BSA special permit to build above a certain height within the flight path of LaGuardia Airport?
I think basically, and I know the agency spoke, so I can't say that I have firsthand information, but in coordination between the BSA and city planning, it's still the same process. The exact same conditions have to be met. It now sits within city planning, however. So there's no difference in terms of the conditions, in terms of FAA approval, in terms of Port Authority approval. There's no difference in the process other than who has jurisdiction.
Got it. Last 2 questions. You mentioned parking before. What are the changes to the required parking in the underlying zoning district that are outlined in the special district text?
Sure. We went from C42 district. We're staying in the C42 district, but what the community had asked for, the community board, in fact, had asked for a modification to reduce some of the parking requirements. And so that's specifically what it is. It's a nominal reduction. It mirrors more of the C44 parking requirements rather than the C42. And again, that's a very minimal reduction in requirements.
Okay. And lastly, what are the required mitigation measures that are included in the restrictive declaration?
Sure. I'm going to give you if it's okay, just kind of talk through them at the high level because there's many, but they basically deal with construction phasing, traffic, and they will be additional restrictive decks that will deal with the environmental and the waterfront. And again, these are all tied, as you know, Chairman Moya, to construction and to building permits, and each has to be complied with before building permits will be issued. And there's certification processes to go along the way to make sure that the waterfront is built in accordance with what's been proposed.
Yep. Okay, Russ, thank you. I'm now going to turn it over to Councilmember Koo for some questions.
Oh,
Whenever you're ready, Councilmember.
oh, okay. Thank you, Chair Moya. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Moskowitz and your team. You gave a very good presentation. So I have some questions on first on open space. Can you confirm that the public access to the waterfront will be required? And how will public access be enforced?
We will confirm it's public access to the waterfront. We've actually created additional connections to ensure that that the public can see where the waterfront is. There'll be signage, there'll be wayfinding, and the public access will be required pursuant to Park Department rules. We will be entering in, again, to the point before, into restrictive declarations that will talk about when it's open and when it closes. And it will be open from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. And that will be posted, and there will be signage, and people will know. There's no gates here. There's no, you won't have to climb over anything. There's nothing that's going to be locked. You're going to just walk on.
So are you working with any organizations on developing a waterfront access programming?
Yes, and the waterfront access, Councilmember Koo, did you say?
Yeah, are you working with any organizations?
Yes, and we would.
Programs? Like
yes.
Which organization have you?
Right now, we're working with the Waterfront Alliance, and who has introduced us and will continue to other organizations. And we would welcome the opportunity, council member, to work with any other organizations. We know that this was something that the community asked for. We know that your office in particular asked us to reconsider because initially we had said we wouldn't. And now we've actually identified 2 sites where a launch could be. And we're open to continued conversations. We think it would be great to ultimately for the creek to be available for kayaking.
So will these organizations have access to space within the development?
We're open to that conversation. As of now, they don't, because we haven't identified a specific organization that would require any kind of permanent space. But in terms of figuring out the programming, in terms of figuring out the access, literally walking down into the waterfront, we're open to all those conversations. If one of the organizations, Councilmember Koo, is interested in also perhaps having some space, we would obviously be open, but we haven't identified anyone as of now who's actually looking for space.
Because I'm talking about like space for storage, or
understood. We would be
we'd be programming or classroom.
Yep.
So have you spoken to any local schools about providing educational opportunities for kids along the waterfront of Flushing Creek?
We are working with a series of organizations, not schools per se, but so for instance, the Child Center, the Boys Club. So we're working with a bunch of educational organizations that are geared towards the waterfront, and we're happy to speak to as many as possible, but we feel like we have a very good handle on what can be done now, and we'd be open to additional organizations that you may suggest.
So what are the differences between this proposed project and the SOI scenario in terms of open space?
Well, in sheer numbers, council member, let's hit the numbers first. In sheer numbers, we're going from 3 acres today to over 6.6 acres, so more than doubling that. In terms of open space, again, the waterfront will double in size from 20 feet width to 40 feet in width. And then again, in terms of open space, we're creating more linear feet to the north, which wouldn't be required today. Then within the project area, the sidewalks are being widened. So obviously that creates more open space. There's plazas created. There's area in front of, for instance, on site 2, that creates a plaza-like environment, like the public realm we showed before. They're not getting any increase of floor area. Mostly when an owner builds, as you all know, when an owner builds a building with a plaza in it, they get a bump up, they get additional floor area. This is purely a design without any increase in floor area that's being done by Site 2. So again, going from 3 to 6.6, the additional waterfront adds to that, the street network adds to that, the public sidewalk enhancing adds to that, as well as the as well as the north site, which adds to it.
What are the proposed active and passive uses of the open spaces?
So on the, and then this is still a work in progress, and your office has been kind enough to continue to give us suggestions, which we'll continue to take. There's going to be a children's playground. There's going to be seating areas in terms of senior citizens. There's going to be areas with playground equipment for senior citizens. We're interested in trying to locate a Tai Chi area that will be protected, for bad weather. So those are just some of the highlights. There's increased, obviously, planting. There's increased, which is obviously better for health and wellness of all of our community. So, and we'll continue to look at that. We are committed to making the best waterfront for this community. And as you can tell from Mr. Gilday's presentation, we have a landscape architect who's working on all 4 projects, and we'll continue to take input. One of the inputs on the kayak, as you know, came from your office, as well as from some of the groups who I think are here to testify against us. So we're still listening. So even if you're not supporting, we're still going to listen.
Thank you. One thing we learned from the pandemic is that we have to be physically very healthy, in order to avoid hospitalization and other bad consequences. So that's why I'm really happy that you improve physical exercising playground and a roof area for seniors to exercise in open space. About the school, I know you're not going to build a school. But please explain to the public, while a school was not included in this project, are you willing to continue discussion with SCA moving forward on a potential school at this site?
So, Councilman, let us be very clear, and I appreciate you acknowledging that the school wasn't required. We've had extensive conversations with the SCA. As you know, through your office brought us all together. And we've actually presented a series of information. We made certain assumptions. We made a certain assessment, all at great design and great cost to the owners. And we actually isolated one site in particular where this could perhaps accommodate a school. Through a series of conversations with the SCA over a period of about 4 months, we were told by the SCA at this point they do not want to put a school on this in this project area. They believe that a better area would be on the other side of College Point Boulevard. We will always listen until this process. We will always listen. But as of now, we were told that a school would not be a suitable location. This was not a suitable location for a school.
About affordable housing. Why are you not doing fully affordable housing buildings? So we have one Flushing downtown area is 100% affordable, and they have seniors affordable housing in there too. So what is the main reason you cannot do 100% affordable housing?
Well, it's not the main reason, but as we were talking about before, Councilmember Koo, the rationale behind the affordable housing component, which is the legal requirements and which is consistent with other behavior both by city planning and by the city council, is that the area that is actually increasing its density, and in this case, changing its use from manufacturing to residential, is the only area that is subject to the MIH. And in that case, that would be Site 4, where we're looking to do the affordable housing. And as mentioned, that is just one component of many community benefits that we've outlined and commitments we've made, including to your office. So looking at the project as a whole, affordable housing is a component, but it's not just the only component.
In terms of the affordable housing units, what is your breakdown for types of units? Like is it studios or one bedroom or two bedroom? And then will you reserve any of them for seniors?
Let me first answer the first question. We haven't made a decision on reserving for the seniors, but we'd be open for that conversation. But let me answer your first question. The mix would be 25% studio, 50% one bedroom, and 25% two bedroom.
I know you talked about this before, so you're not talking about 421 ownership, right? Provide additional affordable housing within the project area.
Correct. The only site that could be eligible for the 421A would be Site 4, because that's where the affordable housing would be.
So, the pandemic has set record numbers of unemployment. Just last week, a new study said that Asian Americans were hit hardest by unemployment brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. In general, unemployment rates skyrocketed in New York State. How will you help address these?
Well, we hope that the north of $2 billion investment will help do that. We think the economic development benefits, which we know that this is a land use project, are immense and should not be overlooked. And we think, as what we call flushing forward, this should not be a missed opportunity. This would be a missed opportunity to address those specific questions, Councilmember Koo, that we think is an absolute necessity for this project. And we're very much looking forward to having the ability to deliver that.
Our local businesses were also greatly impacted going back to January and February due to racism and xenophobia, which hurt many of our small mom and pop businesses. So how will you support our small businesses?
Well, we'll do it in a couple of different ways, Councilmember Koo, and I'm sure there are many more. I'm just not smart enough to remember them all. But first, our commitment to the Flushing bid, the $2 million that we will be supporting, that we know are going to the small businesses and their grants and assistance, as well as helping to market it. The second point, also not to be understated, is that these are owners who have been here. They know this community. They have historically worked with local community and local businesses and local residents. So their plans are, in fact, to try to encourage as much local community and most local businesses here. So on one hand, they will also be supporting, literally, they've written a check. They will write a check to encourage for the small businesses, but they will also encourage small businesses into the project. So it's going to be on both sides of the equation.
Thank you. On environmental remediation, back in the day, the proposed development site was home to a Con Edison plant and thus require a great deal of environmental remediation. Can you provide more details on what environmental remediation will be completed prior to the development starting?
Sure. I'm going to turn it back to Chris Villano. Chris, maybe just for the council member, the highlights, please, again. I don't think you need the slide.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think I need a slide for that. So Councilmember Koo, good question. So there's a mix of different contaminants out there. There are metals in the soil, so lead, things of that nature, heavy metals. There are petroleum impacted soil from remnants of old storage facilities. And then with that petroleum, you get the potential for soil vapor that could volatilize. So the remediation approaches, broadly speaking, have to do with excavating contaminated soil, removal, disposal, in accordance with local practices, installation of a vapor barrier. So that way any vapors that are present are eliminated or prohibited from getting inside buildings. And then anything involving any groundwater discharge. So if there's any sort of groundwater encountered, which typically would happen during construction of basements, that groundwater has to get captured, maintained, treated before either being removed off-site or disposed of to the creek. So you treat soil, treat groundwater, and we treat soil vapors that all stem from the past industrial uses on the site. if you have any more questions, happy to answer it in more detail.
So what is the estimated cost of environmental remediation that's needed in the area?
Yeah, I don't have that cost handy, so we'd have to go back and we can provide that to you separately. I don't have that handy, Councilmember.
Right, and Councilmember, we'll give you that for the whole project. Again, there's 4 separate sites, so we'll give you that breakdown, and we'll be able to provide that. Chairman Moya has asked for some stuff too, so obviously we'll provide that as well.
How much of the cost will be offset by brownfield tax credits?
Same answer, Councilman Moyer. Order of magnitude, where it's still, small percentages relative to a total. You're in the ranges of, 10 to 30%, depending of the remediation costs, depending on different criteria and thresholds. So it's a fraction of the remediation costs, and then there are other, factors involved. So we can get you, as part of the information we'll provide to you for the overall cleanup costs, we can get you an idea of what the regulations stay for the ranges, keeping in mind only one of the 3 sites has gone through that full process of the review and approval, and only until you actually construct and you validate the volumes and the types of contaminations and the actual costs, only at that point do you know really the true tax credits. But we can provide you an executive summary of what the state program allows for in terms of percentages.
So I'm interested to know, are these tax credits property tax credits, or are you going to fully maximize your tax benefit? Of course.
So, go ahead, Chris. No, go ahead. No, please.
Yeah. So, I mean, they are, I'll have to get back to you on the specificity of the nature of tax credits. I believe there are income tax credits that are refundable, transferable, but we'll get back to you on the nature of the tax credits. But to your question about maximizing it, that's generally what, naturally a developer will look to do that. But a lot of times when you have a job of this scale, you wind up just hitting a cap anyway, because you're investing so much on the overall site development and the overall cleanup that there are caps involved. You can't just take a percentage of an uncapped number or an infinite number. You do hit caps that limit it. So generally speaking, a site of this magnitude would hit that anyhow. But again, we can provide you with the percentages and the rules when we give you that backup information.
Councilmember Koo, we'll give you that information with certain assumptions made. Obviously, applications have to be filed, costs have to be verified, and the like. But to be clear, I think you were asking, it's not property tax. It's not attached to that at
all. I forgot to ask you one thing about jobs development. So we have 2 larger developments in Flushing, and how do you plan to engage larger residents in our district with workforce development? Do you give them a priority or not?
Correct. And I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear earlier. Correct. We will give priorities. We are working with the Queens Chamber of Commerce to do that, to prioritize the local residents and highlighting again NYCHA, Ibland, and Latimer. Yes.
Thank you. So can you explain to the public why a full EIS was not conducted for this project?
Sure. I'm going to start, then I'm going to turn, this is for back of house, if you can unmute Rachel Belsky, please. So let me start by saying the following. The SEQA rules require an environmental assessment statement be done, which, as I mentioned before, was over 700 pages. And in fact, much of the work, and Rachel Belsky was the primary author, that's why we have her here to answer. Much of the work that was done, in particular, let's say on traffic, was done to a standard that would normally be done with an environmental impact statement. But again, we have to abide by the law. And the law said, because of what was being done on an as of right versus the proposal here, and I think you articulated very well that this is just an area to the north that is subject to the rezoning, that the increase in floor area is just, is under 300,000 square feet. So based on that analysis, an environmental assessment statement was only required, not an environmental impact statement. Having said that, again, this is over 700 pages, and I would turn to Rachel to maybe give some more education on that, Rachel.
Hey, hi, good afternoon, Rachel Belsky. I am with Langen Engineering and part of the applicant team that prepared the environmental assessment statement for this project. You've heard before and seen in the slides, and it's been discussed that the project site was rezoned several decades ago to the C42. So the only density that was added to the site was in the northern piece. And that density resulted in plus or minus about 200 or so 1,000 square feet and a modest residential development. So that essentially was what was analyzed in the EAS. The EAS analyzed the seeker construct is to analyze a project increment. And since there was no density added for the larger development site, 75% of the development site, the increment for this project was, small. So based on that, the EAS concluded that that the proposed actions would not result in significant adverse environmental impacts, and city planning, who was the lead agency for this project, issued a negative declaration. Again, as Ross said, the EAS that was completed was very thorough, was over 700 pages, and we had EIS level analyses in this document for transportation, for urban design, for shadows, and is city planning's practice. Many agencies were consulted in review of the chapters of the document. We had several divisions at DOT review and comment on the chapters, parks department, landmarks, DEP. So the analysis that was prepared was at a very high level and was vetted by numerous agencies, and their comments were incorporated into the document, of course, under the direction of city planning.
And Councilmember
How is this mitigation enforced, and how does the public know that this mitigation will occur?
The mitigation is enforced through these restrictive decks that we've been talking about, and building permits cannot be obtained until those mitigation measures are solved. And in fact, some of the mitigation measures are ongoing. So even after the project is up and running, for instance, there's a traffic monitoring plan that will have a look back to see if everything that has been assumed, to see if how the project is working, how the traffic is flowing, to make sure indeed that the analysis that was done that Rachel just alluded to indeed is holding up, and if necessary, adjust. So it's not only at the onset, it's also continuous throughout the project.
Well, the next thing I want to ask you is about the combined sewage. So I have heard stories of residents fishing in the Flushing Creek and eating what they catch, something I would not recommend today. My constituents are concerned about the health of the Flushing Creek. How is your project going to improve the health of Flushing Creek?
Sure. And again, big picture, obviously the owners do not control the creek. They don't have jurisdiction over the creek, but they are doing everything they can along the shoreline and their own sustainability efforts to make sure as the creek gets cleaned up that what they are doing on their site will not only not impact it, will actually benefit. And Chris, I don't know if you want to just quickly overview the CSO again. If you can unmute.
Can you tell us how the stormwater can be treated at the site?
Sure. Could you unmute Chris Vitellano, please?
Yep, I'm unmuted now. Thank you much, Councilmember Koo. Thanks for the question. On that, I won't go back to the slide, but there was one slide where I listed 3 green dots that were other CSOs of locations beyond this project. As Ross had stated, its owners, of course, cannot control, sites that are well beyond their site, obviously. I mean, there's just to explain a little bit about how the network, how far it extends. Neighborhoods as far as St. Albans, Queens, drained to locations that are the Flushing Creek, right? So there's neighborhoods that are far, far from this project that, when it rains, it contributes to combined sewage that eventually will find its way to the creek. So it's a citywide challenge that we face because we have combined sewers citywide. But as Ross said, we're capturing every drop of stormwater and sewage on our site and taking it offline or off the grid, so to speak, from that CSO issue. So some of you asked about stormwater treatment measures on this site. So it's a whole range of them. There's pervious pavers that will be planned for the waterfront upland connections and waterfront access walkways. There's infiltration that's planned with increased green space. You know, the extra 3 acres of green space will allow for water to infiltrate, which is less runoff to have to then manually treat. Green roofs, again, lowering the amount of water that will reach the sewer network within the site even. And then lastly, the treatment devices where you sort of have at the end of your piping before you have an outfall or a pipe that discharges stormwater to the creek, there's a treatment device there that captures oil, grease, anything that could possibly get there, trash, that sort of thing that could find its way into catch basins and into the sewer network. That gets captured at the very end. So you sort of have a belt and suspenders. You increase the green space, increase infiltration, and then at the very end of your piping network, which again, this is the all private, internal to their site, not a city network, internal to their site. At the end of that pipe network, you have treatment devices that treat the discharge. This is all kind of spelled out in the state regulations. The New York State DEC, Department of Environmental Conservation, has state regulations that manage this process and the permitting of this process.
So how much CSO overflow will these contribute to the creek?
The contribution would be zero.
Zero.
No overflow at all?
Zero. There's no contribution from this project, any of the 4 sites, no contribution to CSO network, or therefore by extension, no contribution to any sewage reaching the creek.
So who has jurisdictions over this creek?
So the state,
the state, or the federal?
States and federal jurisdiction. So the state jurisdiction is the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation in Albany, and the federal level is the Army Corps of Engineers that has jurisdiction because that creek is considered navigable. There's been discussions, we know, between state and city officials to try to get this portion of the creek declassified as being navigable. It's a little bit of a technical process, but that would help unlock some potential then for the city to do some more cleanups or propose more cleanups and so on and so forth. So there are some processes being discussed to help mitigate or plan for that mitigation.
And Councilmember Koo, in anticipation of the cleanup, in fact, Site 2 in particular redesigned its project on the shoreline to in consultation with DEC for this future use of the creek, even before DEC actually has taken on full jurisdiction. So that was all done in anticipation of the creek cleanup.
Yeah, that means a deeper bulkhead, which will allow for dredging, is what that means. So the deeper bulkhead, which would support the site, more costs, but the ownership did that on Site 2 to allow for future dredging and cleanups by the feds or by the state.
Thank you. So, Ross, this proposed project will provide approximately 20,000 square feet of community facility space across all 3 buildings. Why was so little community facility space included in the proposal? You have millions of square feet of commercial space.
I think you asked why the number?
Yeah, why was so little
community
facility space included in the proposal?
So the design looked at everything. So if we're talking about just in total, I think it's better maybe to look per each project, right? Because each project is different. Some spaces, some sites can accommodate more than others. And it was really taken into account because of the variety of uses that are proposed. And ultimately, there is a cap on the floor area, as you know, and there was thought that they should try to encourage as much different uses as possible. Each site, again, stands on its own, and each project has its own different uses. So the thought was having community facility space, but also needing the retail, the commercial, and the residential. So it has multiple uses throughout the site. And so that's how they landed on that project, on that project size. But again, they did not look to increase their floor area. So yes, they could have maybe asked for a bigger increase in the floor area, but since the C42 stayed the same, they had to operate within the maximum floor area permitted for those sites.
So are you willing to work with a local organization to provide a discounted community space that includes opportunities for physical exercise and mental health services.
Absolutely, council member. And in fact, we are committing to majority of the space being that kind of space. And again, working with your office and other stakeholders, we're excited about that opportunity. We think there's many opportunities available here, and we think of the waterfront, because of the size and its accessibility, can also be incorporated into that, even if it's outside.
Have you thought about providing daycare in the building, in one of the buildings?
It's definitely one of the uses we would consider, council member. Again, we would look for prioritization from your office to help us guide that. But yes, we think that is a use that could be something that the community would benefit from.
So what are the local organizations are you partnering with now?
Well, let me just go back through our list. Where we're working again with the Child Center, who's already in the area. We're working obviously with the BID. We're working with Bland Houses in Latimer. We're working with the Queens Chamber of Commerce. We've been discussing with the City Parks Foundation programs with the Boys Club, who want to expand their programs into Flushing. So we are open to many. We have about 6 or 7 that we're talking to right now, and we would welcome the opportunity to talk to more. We think this is, again, the combination of the size of the waterfront and that open space, and the ability then to educate the local community is something that should not go unheeded. And we would look forward to working with you and your staff to finding the right organizations.
So which sites are you looking for to have direct water access?
Sites 1, which is the southernmost site, and site 3, which is the site sort of in the middle.
Those two?
Yeah, site 1 and site 3. Right. Because again, this is subject to regulatory approvals that we don't have, that we haven't really determined. And of course, we want to understand what impacts it would have on any changes in design. But because, as I said before, Site 2 has already actually gotten DEC sign off and spent a lot of time and effort and a lot of, over 12 months in getting those approvals, we didn't think that was a likely place to put it. So we've looked at Site 1, which is the United site, which again is by Roosevelt Avenue, as well as the F&T site, Site 3, as likely places for it.
Thank you. Now, let's turn to subject to transit, right? You all know downtown Flushing is incredibly congested in terms of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Recently, DOT have proposed changes and make downtown Flushing a busway. And it will make College Point Boulevard in particular more congested, because College Point Boulevard is already a heavily truck route for trucks. So what are your plans to mitigate the impact of traffic and congestion on the surrounding area?
Sure. Let me answer that first, and then if you can unmute Adnan Pasha, who was our point on that. So, Councilmember Koo, the whole point of the street network, again, which was requested by the stakeholders, community stakeholders. In fact, again, some who are probably testifying today in opposition, the whole idea was to create this street network to help alleviate congestion off of College Point Boulevard. And this is a key component of this project, but for this project would not happen. So Adnan, could you give Councilmember Koo a little more deeper dive into that, please?
Yeah, sure, Ross. Thank you. Councilmember Koo, as part of the comprehensive transportation analyses, we have looked at major intersections on College Point Boulevard in coordination with the Department of Transportation. You are correct. There are heavy traffic levels on these roadways. Those have been accounted for in our analysis. And we have come up with a comprehensive list of traffic improvement measures, which will go into effect as part of this project along College Point Boulevard, not only for traffic, but also for maintaining pedestrian access, increasing safety, changes to some of the existing bike lanes, and they will go in effect on College Point Boulevard from Roosevelt Avenue, 39th Avenue, 38th Avenue, as well as on 37th Avenue. And just to give you a list of some of the major changes which will be happening, these will include modifications to the signals which are already in place in the area, as well as change, including new signal phases to make it safe for the vehicles to get to the waterfront area. And we have also provided a list of comprehensive geometric improvements which will change some of the configuration of the traffic lanes on College Point Boulevard, which will make it more efficient and more safe in order to accommodate the traffic in the future with our project.
Thank you. Yeah. So, Ross, overall, I think this is a very good project. It's not 100% perfect. There's some issues we have to tackle on. I have lived in Flushing for 36 years. And every day I walk the street, unless I'm on vacation for 10 days. So I believe this project will enhance our Flushing image. And it will help drum up the economy. So I hope you will be answering some of our concerns, right? Because, like I said before, there's no 100% perfect development. It's a balanced development. And at the end, we want win-win-win for all parties. The local community has to win, developer has to win, and the city has to win. So toward the goal, I wish you success. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Chairman Moya, I have a 1.2 before you go to the next council. I want to correct something that I actually misunderstood because you asked a pointed question. Our conversations with HPD have not occurred. They have occurred with our advisor who works with HPD. So I want to be very, you asked a very specific question and I misunderstood where we were on that. And so I just want to make sure the record is clear. We did not speak with HPD directly. We've been speaking with our advisors who, have worked with HPD over the years.
Okay, so no conversations.
Correct. I apologize for that. I misunderstood.
No worries. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Koo. I now want to invite my colleagues to ask questions. If you have questions for the applicant panel, please use the raise hand button on the participant panel. And our council, are there any members with questions?
Chair Moya, Councilmember Reynoso has a hand up for questions, followed by Councilmember Levin.
Great. Councilmember Reynoso, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Moya, and thank you to all the applicants that are here today. So, I have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns over this project. I want to respect the local council member and the decision he makes, but I want to ask some poignant questions. When it comes to the transportation portion, and that's my son in the background, so I apologize for that. The transportation portion of it, it seems like it's 5 streets that lead to a dead end or a U-turn or a location where you're gonna have to turn back around. Is that correct, Adnan?
I'm going to say it's not correct. And could you Councilmember Reynoso, and always good to hear the children. And can you unmute Adnan, please?
Got it. Councilmember Reynoso, there will be new roadway connections, which will be provided as part of the project. And maybe to get my point across, if we can please put on slide 31 of the presentation, if it's still handy.
Right. So I just want to reiterate before you speak. The issues with College Point, these streets don't solve for that issue, right? Like I just want to be clear. I'm looking at the it's just pushing traffic through these buildings, but not necessarily dealing with any sort of reduction in traffic. And considering that you're going to build over 1,700, I think, or 2,000 units, and with the 46% ownership of cars or vehicles in the city of New York by residents, we're talking about an increase of over almost 1,000 vehicles added to this map, let's say. All we're really doing is allowing them to move here and there, but this traffic mitigation conversation, maybe to the previous plan, which I think is a very bad plan, is better, but it still doesn't achieve the goals.
Councilmember Reynoso, so in the existing condition into the previous plans, there are 2 points of access to that area. So 2 intersections carrying majority of the traffic. What this plan does, it provides multiple access points for the vehicles to get in and out. And you are correct, there are going to be vehicles, a lot of vehicles will be coming in during the peak times. And as we have identified in the environmental assessment statement, and as was alluding to before, with the traffic improvement measures, a lot of these intersections.
One sec. I'm sorry. You can go ahead. Daddy. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No worries. So, as you see on the slide right now, Councilmember Reynoso, so there are specific traffic improvement measures which will be in place at these new intersections, both on College Point Boulevard as well as the intersections that are internal to the site. They include new stop signs, new pedestrian crosswalks, new traffic lights, as well as traffic light modifications on some of the existing intersections. So in summary, what these will do, the reason these improvement measures are in place is to make sure that the additional traffic which comes to this area will be able to be accommodated with these measures in place, and it will provide a better circulation for vehicles as they come in and exit the area on College Point Boulevard and Roosevelt Avenue. And we will have identified changes to some of the existing intersections, and they will be in place to make to get a better and efficient circulation in and out through College Point Boulevard.
Okay, thank you. Look, I just want to make sure that I reiterate that this is just infrastructure for the over 1,000 new vehicles that might be existing. Should this exist, this is not necessarily going to be relieving any traffic. I actually think it's going to increase traffic. That's what more vehicles tend to do. And it's just basic transportation, like induced demand, and just understanding that. Can also the parks area, whoever.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure that the Sergeant at Arms, we're limiting it to question and answer for council members to 5 minutes, just because we have a large number of panelists that have been waiting to speak. So Sergeant, if you can just put the clock on.
I won't take all 5 minutes.
Okay. No, thank you. I interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that I made the announcement. I didn't make it in the beginning. I apologize.
No, I took like 3-4 minutes without a clock. I saw it. The park space, the Williamsburg waterfront, which I'm extremely familiar with, is a perfect example of what not to do when it comes to waterfront esplanade or waterfront space, right? And I'm not talking about Domino. And I also want to look at LIC or Long Island City. There's 2 different types of park spaces in each of those areas. 2 spaces that are very seldom used and feel like they are a backyard of a site as opposed to it feeling like an actual public space, and 2 spaces that are extremely successful. And there's 2 spaces that are extremely successful in Domino Park, which is a utilized space, highly utilized space. And these other sites pale in comparison to the work or to the amount of people that use these sites. There's an actual street that separates the park from the development. And that is what made the difference between it making it feel like it's a public park as opposed to someone else's backyard. In some of these sites, we're actually looking into gyms, looking into some people's homes. That's how close it is. And given the height and the sheer mass that we're talking about here, that seems to be that I don't think is enough open space to really to speak about like a transformational project, considering the amount of development that's happening here. So can somebody just speak to why there's so little park space. And I want us to stop comparing the old project to the new project. The old project is nonsense. It's a non-starter, and it's as of right. Because it didn't have to come through us, we would have never accepted something to that degree. So the comparison of worst case scenario, which is as of right, which I don't think you could actually develop. I don't think you would actually develop at all. I think you're doing this rezoning because you can't develop it or because it doesn't make sense. So I want to move away from this other project and move to this project, which is something that if done will actually be profitable and be worth your while. So the park space, why so little park space considering the amount of development that's happening in this project? And because I'm not going to have a lot of time after you guys answer that question, the affordable housing, while the square footage is remaining the same, the amount of units are increasing in this project. If the amount of units are increasing, why should we not expect some level of affordable housing? And I'm not saying that you do this, and I'm just giving an example of increasing the FAR, the floor area, to a point where it does hit MIH, and that we can start talking about having every single one of these projects have affordable housing in it. We are in a crisis in the city of New York. Over 70,000 people are living in homeless shelters at this moment. And you're talking about nonsensical FAR technical language that makes it so because it's staying the same, even though you're modifying the use of that FAR or that floor area, and saying that you don't need to do affordable housing. By law, you're absolutely right. But I'm also, as a council member, supposed to look out for the best interests of the city of New York. And at this point, this project doesn't seem to serve a purpose in assisting us with getting us out of the hole that is affordable housing in the city of New York. You have a very soft open space plan, which I think can be better. And the work that you're doing with the CSO is just not putting in more. You're not solving the CSO crisis. You're not adding or taking away. It's neutral. That's all you're doing. You're not assisting us in any way. You're just making sure that there's no more impacts. So it's just a lot of questions that I have for this project that need to be answered. I want to give the benefit of the doubt to Councilmember Koo. Should he want this project, I want to be there with him. But there are a lot of questions in this project that make it so that a lot of council members are going to have questions and concerns over them.
Thank you, Councilman Reynoso. It's Ross for your thoughtful comments. And I appreciate the time limitation. So let me try to, I was writing them down. So if we can address them, and I'm going to turn to Jim Gilday in a second, who is the landscape architect. And I appreciate you also citing the Domino project. That was my project. So I am well aware of everything that you were referring to. And I do think that has turned out to be a huge success for the community. The difference is, of course, as you're well aware, is that the site is much bigger. And it has much more, it has the ability to put in that street that you're referring to. I'm well aware of the street. So you actually have the ability to set back further. And we think that the Domino project is great. And in fact, that has been somewhat of our inspiration to try to create a waterfront here that we think is really welcoming to the community. And in fact, we think it's been designed in a way. Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Anyway, can we unmute Jim Gilday, please, who's our landscape architect, and then I'll come back to the other question from Councilmember Reynoso, please.
Thank you, Councilman Reynoso. One of the things that's very different about this project is the entire waterfront is not a backyard of any of the projects. It's still a front yard, and it's actually designated that as such. It is retail along the whole waterfront edge, so it's active. And that was one of the main goals of the project, was to make sure we're activating the public realm on all sides of the buildings, including the streetscape and the waterfront. So the other thing that comes into play is just the variation in the waterfront and the shoreline. It's got quite a bit of different geometric changes, lots of ins and outs. There's wetlands, there's bulkheads, so there's quite a bit of variety. So you're not going to get this narrow, kind of shallow space where you feel like you're right against the building. There's quite a bit of variation from site to site, and it pretty much kind of indicates why what you might be saying is you're looking in a gym or in someone's backyard or in someone's living room. You're not going to have this in this case. Again, all first floor, 2-floor levels on these buildings are retail.
And to Councilmember, and then I'll shift to your second question. An example of what we're not doing, which is, and I appreciate your comment about the as of right. that is something that is on the table. I understand your point, though, so I won't belabor it. Skyview Park to the south on the other side of Roosevelt Avenue is a perfect example of what we're not doing. There is a very limited, it is a backyard, and it is not inviting to the public, and barely anyone goes down there. This is the complete opposite. So for comparison purposes, it's really good to look at what Skyview is and what this won't be, because this is night and day from that. And to your affordable housing question, never going to suggest otherwise what you said. Just to be clear, though, Site 4 does have the affordable housing. And that is the site, and I appreciate your comment about the law, but that is the site where there will be affordable housing. I recognize your point is perhaps that it's not enough, but there will be. I just want to make sure it was clear the affordable housing will appear on Site 4.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Reynoso. Next, we have Councilmember Levin to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Chair.
Time starts now.
I just want to ask about, and I apologize if you answered this before, the environmental profile of the sites in terms of what specifically are the contaminants and what the plans are to address those contaminants.
Sure. I'm going to turn to Chris Villano, who'll be unmuted, and Councilmember Levin. I think it's appropriate that you're next, given that we just talked about Domino, which was, I know, a very important project for you. Chris?
So, hi there, Councilman. Thanks for the question. Chris here. So the contaminants on the site range from metals, so heavy metals that are in urban fill on the site from past industrial uses, and also petroleum impacted soil, which is a result of past petroleum storage facilities and underground tanks that invariably leak over time and things of that nature. So the specifics for cleaning those up: excavation removal, clean backfill, and then vapor barriers. I mean, I'm being very, very high level and respectful of time, but yeah, so that, so those are the kind of procedures that go in place. It's excavate, remove the source material, do endpoint sampling, which is testing to ensure that you got all of it, and at that point you're backfilling with clean soil. There's either a capping of obviously buildings are a cap, but anything that's part of the landscape, it's either capped with pavement, or if there's just soil like in a park area, it's capped with 2 foot of clean fill, which is protective of human health. So the idea is you get it out, and then you prevent any potential for future human contact, and you put a vapor barrier below the building to avoid any vapors coming in. Happy to discuss more details.
Okay, but so we're talking about kind of I represent Greenpoint, which has a lot of environmental problems for post-industrial environmental problems. So we're talking about basic industrial contaminants. So your metals and petroleum, but nothing, no other the perks or anything of that sort. Other types of carcinogens, phthalates, anything like that. Are you identifying anything like of that nature? Anything that rises to the level of state superfund or anything like that?
Good question. The answer is no. So yeah, no methyl ethyls, no perk, no TCEs, nothing like that. Not dry cleaner level type of really nasty stuff that would rise to that level of superfund. Correct.
Okay, but your BOA that's overseen now by DEC, right?
The cleanup or the BOA, which is the question, Councilman?
Oh, I'm sorry. Both. If you could speak to both of those.
Sure. So the BOA isn't really, how do I say it? The BOA is not a tangible, like boots on the ground thing, right? So the BOA is just a planning
never
study.
Mind the BOA, but the cleanup. The cleanup is overseen by DEC.
Well, both. It'll be overseen by the city OER and the state DEC. Correct.
Okay.
Usually
with them already.
Sorry. Yes, for Site 2, they've already gone through the process with DEC and gotten the approval on their plan. The other sites haven't yet gone through that process with DEC, but presumably they would. And the DEC typically leads the conversation because they're a little more restrictive / administratively equipped for it. And then the city
and that's
OER.
Jane O'Connell.
That's Jane O'Connell. Correct.
Okay.
That's right. That's right.
And okay. I mean, one thing for community members that are listening right now, I would recommend, just based on my experience, of reaching out directly to Jane O'Connell's office at DEC to be able to kind of make sure that she is understanding of any community concerns. She was another person in her office, Rodney Rivera, because and New York City Office of Environmental Remediation as well, OER. They've been very responsive in my district, and take these matters very seriously and can kind of give some guidance and context to any environmental questions. So that is okay. Then that's good to know. So I appreciate you taking me through that. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, that's it for me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Next up, we have Council Member Grudenchek.
Time starts now.
Not easy. I haven't learned the art of unmuting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the panelists. I do have some questions regarding the waterfront. If this plan is not approved, would there still be access to the waterfront?
Yes, there would be access to the waterfront. Obviously, council member, a much smaller waterfront and not as enhanced.
And your waterfront will extend essentially from Roosevelt Avenue all the way up to Northern Boulevard, or will it get to Northern Boulevard?
No, the northern boundary will be the north side of Site 4.
Okay.
There's still some. There's another site as you head north.
There is, and that is occupied currently by a U-Haul. And who?
I'm sorry, Councilmember. I was to interrupt. I was referring to the site north of Site 4.
No, I understand what you said, but yeah, between the sites, there is a site that's not being rezoned if this is approved, correct?
No, it is being rezoned.
Okay.
That is the U-Haul site.
Okay.
And we were talking about it before, and any development that they do, whether, assuming again, as they've indicated, that they'll increase their commercial, will require waterfront.
Okay, so will the waterfront, in your display, you indicated that the waterfront would stretch all along the Flushing River on the east side of the river up till the end of Site 4. Are you saying now that they're not required to build that the site, the U-Haul site?
What I'm saying is, if U-Haul decides to build, they have to finish the waterfront.
All right, so there'll be a gap in the waterfront then until U-Haul decides to build, if ever.
Correct. However, okay, they are getting
not shown on your presentation as I understood it.
Understood. I don't think we miscommunicated that, but I do appreciate the point. However, they are getting an upzoning, so it's hard to imagine why they wouldn't want to increase their property. Okay.
You had mentioned that you had been in discussion earlier when you testified, I think in response to Chair Moya's question, that you had been in discussion with Local 32BJ and the hotel trades unions. Have you been in discussion with the building trades at all? Because you did say this would be an open shop. Have been any discussions at all?
Not specific discussions, but I can get you direct answers on that.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
Sure.
And if this zoning, if this is not approved, there'll still be access to the waterfront, as you said, right? It just won't be as wide.
Won't be as wide. It won't be as complete. It won't represent a lot of the requests that have come in beyond what is required under city planning rules now.
Okay. And you had, I think in response to Councilman Reynoso's questions, or maybe it was before that, you had said that you're working, it seemed to you say that you're working with the Parks Department. Will this parkland that's developed, will it be dedicated to New York City Parks, or will it be?
No, it will be subject to their jurisdiction, but because of it will be maintained, privately funded, and it will still be under the ownership of these owners.
Okay, and
there'll be no difference. Like the streets, there'll be no difference. You will not be able to tell. It will have features that will look and smell exactly like City Parks jurisdiction.
All right, so the developers themselves will be maintaining it, not personnel from the Parks Department?
They'll be working out who's actually going to be doing the maintenance, but the responsibility in terms of costs are all on the owners.
Okay. And there'll be no fence around it, but it will be closed. You kind of said that before, if I heard you correctly.
Well, you have to be able to close it. But
There will
that's
be a
just like,
fence. I don't
any,
mind if there's a fence. I understand if it's going to be closed, you have to be able to enforce that.
I don't believe there's any plans for an actual fence. And obviously there will be precautions taken on the waterfront side. So there is railing set up. I'm not sure that's what you're referring to as well. But in terms of closing it, still to be determined how you actually close it, but it'll be open from 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., consistent with Parks waterfront policy.
All right. Now you're going to go up the equivalent, I think you said, of 18 stories.
In some cases, that's right.
Okay. Have you gotten FAA approval for this already, or is that been requested? Where are we with that?
Site 2 has received FAA approval. Site 1 had received it, and sites 3 and 4 are yet to receive it. Applications are in though.
Okay. Is 3 and 4? One is the furthest from LaGuardia. Is that correct? Technically, I mean, it's not much of a difference, but I know that there is a plane.
Time expired.
Time expired. Yeah. All right. All right.
Yes.
So we do have approval for 1 and 2, and we requested approval for 3 and 4.
I think 3 application is in. I'm not sure application is in yet for 4.
Okay. And U-Haul would have to get their own approval after whenever they decide, if they ever decide it.
Correct. They'd have to go through a waterfront certification process. They'd have to execute the easements that we're giving to the public. There's going to be public easements, as you know, council member, throughout the waterfront. So it's dedicated so the public has access.
I thank you for your answers, Mr. Moskowitz, and thank you, Chair, for indulging my overtude. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'll go with it.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Grodenchik. You know, I was taught how to say that. Obviously, I didn't learn. Site 4 is below 200 feet, so it does not need to apply for that approval.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Barry. Up next, we have Councilmember Rivera.
Time starts now.
Thank you so much. I know you covered a lot in your presentation, so thank you for presenting. And forgive me if some of these answers you covered, I will make them brief and snappy. So will retail be primarily big box?
Absolutely not, Councilmember. It will. In fact, it's geared specifically not that. And as you know, big box could be built today. Again, the owners have a history of working with small businesses and local businesses, and that's who they're aiming for.
Why so much retail versus office and residential?
Well, I think, Councilmember, from a planning perspective, you try to think of it as an ecosystem. So you need to support the visitors, the residents, the employees. So that's the thought process. And the mix is something that has historically been a very good urban planning concept.
Will there be any effort to return or support needed commercial entities to the area, such as local grocery stores or small businesses?
I think the owners would absolutely be open to that. Again, they have been, I think you may have heard, Councilmember, they have been in this area for over 30 years. So they know these businesses. These are businesses that they have worked with and have supported for many years. So of course, I think that would be, they would be open to that.
Do you believe these buildings will provide fair and safe working conditions for non-union labor?
I believe that they will be built consistent with how these owners have been built before, which has been good, with good paying jobs and good projects that are safe to all. Yes.
It sounds like you feel pretty confident in the analysis you conducted of potential job projections. What will be the average salary for those jobs, and what will be the experience or requirements to be hired for the highest paying jobs?
Councilmember, I'm going to, if it's okay, since we have a series of things we still have to respond to, if it's okay, I'd like to be thoughtful in that response and give you exact numbers rather than sort of averaging in my head. I'm doing it quickly, but I don't think I'm going to give the right answer.
Okay, you can come back to it. What, if any, efforts will be made to ensure that women are hired for construction positions and other non-traditional areas of employment for women?
The workforce training program specifically goes after MWBE, so that would be a high priority. Is a high priority.
Do you have a projection of that percentage, like some sort of?
I don't. I could see if we actually have it. I don't think we're that far along, other than the 58% we talked about before as being our goal for local Flushing residents.
All right, quick question about the housing. I realize you're spending thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars on this land use application, but our concerns are what other benefits should be pursued, such as additional affordable housing. Even if you are just largely pursuing text amendments, have you considered increasing the number of units of affordable housing offered? How would the current numbers change if it was an as of right development and you weren't, and this application was not approved?
So the as of right development it's actually an easy answer, Councilmember Rivera. There's no affordable housing required because there would be no change in the zoning to the north. So the sites 1, 2, and 3 would be built without affordable housing.
Can you just confirm again, will any parts of the property be eligible for 421A or any other state tax credits? And will those be pursued, and have any studies been conducted on the impact this development will have on nearby rents and property values in the community?
So again, in terms of the Affordable New York program, that's only site 4 is the only site eligible. I'm not sure you heard a full story about the explanation about the brownfield tax credits. The Councilmember Koo has asked for a deeper dive into that, and we will provide that. So that will give you more answers on the state issues. And we actually have someone who will be speaking later to talk about your question about the rents, because we don't believe this will have a negative impact on that. And in fact, you will hear later from Professor Lance Freeman, who's a professor of urban planning at Columbia University, who will talk more about the impact of this development on the local rents in the community. And hopefully you'll listen with open ears. Sorry.
I get it. I only have 25 seconds left, so
okay.
A quick on the environment. How would the waterfront areas work with the Parks Department in this operation? And I guess my main question is, how long would total environmental remediation be expected to take?
I'm going to turn to Chris Vitellano to answer the second part, because I know you have a short time. The first part is we will enter into a
Time expired.
We'll enter an agreement with the Parks Department, still responsibility of the owners to pay for that, but it'll be under Parks Department jurisdiction. So you will get assurance that it will get done. Again, fronted, and the dollars will be spent by the owners. Chris, would you please answer Councilmember Rivera's quick question on that, please?
Yes, Councilmember. Ballpark 3 to 6 months is a typical project timeline for excavation and different underground work. So every site's gonna be a little different, and but ballpark 3 to 6 months is a fair number for the site excavation and that sort of work.
And the total remediation that quickly?
Yeah, because it's all tied to the underground work, right? It's all tied to the excavation and disposal.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. If you could get back to me on that question, and then hopefully some real numbers as to the projections for MWBEs. If I could just hear, I really feel strongly about also having women in some of those non-traditional areas. So if you could get those numbers back to me when you can, I appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Council Member Van Bramer.
Time starts now.
Council Member. Do we have Council Member Van Bramer?
Jeremiah, I do see him in the list.
I see him on the screen.
Councilman, whenever you're ready. Councilman, you got to unmute yourself, and then you can begin.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Hello?
Yep. You can go.
Councilmember.
All right. Councilmember, if you're having some difficulties, let us know. You may begin, or else we have to move on. Hey, Jimmy, take off the headphones, see if it works, because we can barely hear you.
Still not coming through, Councilman.
Yeah. All right. So let's give them a few more seconds. If not, we have to move on to the next panel. All right, Councilmember, I'm sorry that we just have a full list of panelists. We're going to have to move on. Arthur, do we have any other council members that wish to ask any questions?
Chair Moya, I see no other members with questions at this time.
Great, thank you. And we have not gotten Councilmember Van Bramer back on, correct?
That's correct.
Chairperson Moya, I'd like to thank you again for all the thoughtful questions, and we will provide some of that insight. I think Councilmember Rivera is still on. I just wanted to point out the importance of the women in the construction industry. One of our owners, actually, her construction company is owned by women. So we will share all this information, but I didn't want to lose sight of that question and that comment by Councilmember Rivera.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much to the panelists. We are now going to, you're dismissed. We're now going to move on to the next panel.
Thank you to the applicant panel. Chair Moya, there are approximately 100 public witnesses currently signed in to testify. For members of the public here to testify, please note again that witness panels will be called in groups of 4 names per panel. If you are a member of the public who has signed up to testify, and as you hear your name being called, please stand by and prepare to speak when the chair says that you may begin. For witnesses who have previously requested or need at this time to request translation services, please indicate this first when you are recognized by the chair to speak. The meeting will pause briefly as a translator is made available to translate your testimony. Translation will be provided as you make your statement, and you will be given additional time for a total of 4 minutes and 15 seconds. As a reminder, for persons who have signed up to testify and have requested translation services, we ask that you continue to watch this meeting using the language channel of your choice at the Council's main website. Please also note that once all panelists in your group have completed their testimony, you will be removed as a group and the next group of speakers will be introduced. After you have completed your testimony and your group has been removed, participants may continue to view the live stream broadcast of this hearing. We will now hear from the first speaker, which will be New York State Assembly Member Ron Kim.
Assembly member.
Hello.
Hey, Assemblyman, how are you? Good to see you.
Good. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Moya. It's great to see you and colleagues in the City Council. Should I get started? Are we good? Okay, thank you.
Take your time. There's no clock. Okay.
Thank you. So my name's Ron Kim, and I'm a member of the State Assembly representing Flushing and Whitestone, Queens. I'm here to speak in opposition to the special Flushing Waterfront District rezoning. I believe in a New York where every public policy decision we make should be able to answer: are we managing our city and state's rising wealth inequality, or are we ending inequality? Managing or ending inequality. On the surface, this project has the appearance of closing the wealth inequality gap by promising jobs, income tax revenues, and property taxes. But if we examine the transnational and foreign investments, as well as the financialization of such mega projects, we will see how investors dodge taxes under all sorts of LLCs while creating artificial value to our neighborhoods. We often read about it as gentrification and displacement, but it's much deeper than that. A project like this is the reason why the state of New York has the highest GDP in the country and one of the highest in the world. Yet, during this pandemic, we have thousands of people every day waiting in food pantry lines and seeking mutual aid to survive. Councilmember, Chairman, the developers will tell you, probably in private, council members, it's your fault. The council and the mayor and the incompetent and oversized governments that can't deliver results to our people. They'll tell you, we pay you millions in taxes and you guys squander it away. But let's be clear and honest. They do not pay enough taxes and they do not create quality jobs for our communities. But they do extract as much value and profit out of our communities. Even if we do not share the same ideology, at minimum, we can agree that there could be a balanced approach here. Perhaps there is a reasonable number of affordable housing and an agreement to hire locally and union-backed workers, all safeguards to tame the rising wealth inequality. But the developers are arguing that this is their right to build and they don't need to compromise. They're justifying this rezoning by arguing they're adding community value by turning unused land into usable public space. There was once a time in the city when our state sovereignty weighed more than private property rights. In other words, private property owners don't tell the city that they're better at building public facilities. That in itself should be enough to reject this proposal. It's insulting as it sets a backwards precedence of commercializing public sovereignty. Yet, private developers take these extreme privileges for granted because the public sector has not asserted itself and have punted everything to private developers and investors and have given away as many tax breaks, credits to build and rezone whatever they wanted. Real estate development would not have been able to proliferate without New York's advanced property rights, favorable contract laws, enforcement agencies, and public investments. So I don't blame the project developers in thinking this is the norm. But times are changing. Although they're not taking over public space, their proposal is to create public environment that benefits the overall ambiance of the luxury buildings and hotels. In other words, integrating a public-friendly component, they're monetizing public sovereignty for private gains. Simply put, they're branding as a public giveaway, but in truth, they're profiting from public value. Councilmember, in conclusion, I want to add that this opposition hasn't been easy for me. At a personal level, my family has been threatened, bullied, called hypocrites because we own and live in a luxury condo on our own in Flushing. My property would be worth more than is it now after a development like this expands the market and attracts more buyers. But I enter public service to help the neediest and most vulnerable members of our community. It's about time the city and the public sector regains leverage to prioritize the needs of our people. Let us reject this rezoning application and start the process of regaining public sovereignty for the city of New York. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Assemblymember Kim, for your testimony today. Good to see you. Hope you and your family are doing well. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Next panel of speakers will include Sone Byon, Sunny Lee, John Park, and Ying Yu Situ.
Great. Just as a reminder, members of the public, you will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do not begin until the Sergeant at Arms has started the clock.
The first speaker will be Sone Byon.
You may begin.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry.
Time starts now.
Chair Moya. I am the lead housing organizer at Minkwon Center, and we have been serving downtown Flushing for 36 years. Developers have been planning this luxury rezoning, as they said, I don't know, 20 years. And so I just want to walk through what happened in 20 years in Flushing during that 20 years. So in 2014, let's begin there first, because Mayor de Blasio announced the Flushing rezoning. And since the predatory landlord have been buying dozens of rent-stabilized buildings, displacing our lower-income tenants by taking advantage of their limited English proficiency. They also, don't fix repair issues for long-term tenants to kick them out, to renovate those places to increase the rent. Also, these are the things that happened in Flushing, and we've been fighting against this for such a long time. First, skyrocketing rent. Predatory landlords, as I mentioned, were displacing low-income immigrants and people of color. People were priced out. Second, speculation of rent. According to New York Times, Flushing quietly became one of the fastest growing for-sale markets of the last decades, second only to Williamsburg. Third, loss of Flushing local small business and supermarkets. People who worked at those small businesses obviously lost their jobs too. Fourth, when those businesses were gone, big franchise businesses came. This means that people have to pay more money for the same services and same good. Lastly, because of the, they want to clean the street, quote unquote, clean the street. So they, following the broken windows theory, so they have been harassing homeless people being harassed, street vendors being harassed, delivery workers being harassed and targeted. Because of the language barrier, low-income, limited English proficiency immigrants in Flushing have been at risk of, greater risk of gentrification, displacement, and homelessness.
Time expired.
Okay, you can wrap it up right now if you'd like. Okay, thank you. Council, if you can call the next witness.
Next speaker on this panel will be Sunny Lee, followed by John Park.
Time starts now.
Hi, so my name is Sunny Lee, and I work with the Minkwon Center for Community Action in Flushing. And as I work and live in Flushing, I've walked the streets and been involved in the community enough to be aware that the new displacement will not benefit the Flushing community. So the so-called affordable housing units that developers are proposing are actually not really affordable for the downtown Flushing community. And this can be physically seen on the streets of Flushing, so libraries, the public transportation systems, etc. And the price of these units hovers around 80% of the area median income, which is $90,960 for a family of 4. However, the average income in Flushing is between 11K to 36K. So just by seeing the numbers, one can easily tell how this housing is not considered affordable. So I understand this plan was funded by the BOA, the Brownfield Opportunity Grants, which allocated 1.5 million tax dollars to the development. And as such, the people of Flushing should be key stakeholders in this matter. If this plan came out of public money, then the community members should be able to enjoy the clean waterfront without building the gated community. Furthermore, this plan will endanger the Flushing community. As the proposal states, the height of the proposed buildings exceed the FAA height restrictions in the primary approach path to LaGuardia Airport. The Site 4 is about 200 feet away from the concrete plant, which will create health issues for the community. Throughout this whole entire process, there has been a lack of transparency throughout the UL-URP process, where community members have been deliberately kept in the dark. Again, I want to reiterate that this plan was funded by the BOA allocating the tax dollars. This is important to highlight as the community members have the right to be in the know if this plan was funded by the allocated tax dollars. Moreover, it can be assumed there has been a lack of transparency because the developers and CB7's intentions were to fast track the approval process without considering, consulting, and receiving feedback from the community members. We are all very much aware the pandemic has affected everyone, and the virus does not discriminate. However, it is no surprise. Am I done?
Yeah, Sunny, if you want to quickly just close out, I'll give you a couple more seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that this outbreak has clearly laid bare the underlying systems that leave the elderly, immigrants, and those living paycheck to paycheck most vulnerable in this crisis. And so while residents continue to grieve and suffer through the pandemic, the city assumes that it is appropriate to shove this luxury development down our throats and resume the approval process instead of focusing on providing relief to the community. Participating in a virtual call for this hearing during this crisis is simply out of reach for our low-income, limited English proficiency senior residents, and only serves to further. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council, if we can go to the next witness.
The next witness will be John Park, followed by Yingyu Situ.
Time starts now.
Hello. Thank you. I'm sorry, let me just set my light on this. Thank you. Sorry. All right, there you go. My name is John Park. I'm the Executive Director of the Minkwon Center for Community Action. Thank you to the Chair, Moya, and the rest of the committee. I know we don't have a lot of time, so I'll try to make this as quick as possible. So Minkwon is a 36-year organization. We're based in downtown Flushing, and we provide millions in value of direct services to low-income, limited English proficient local Flushing residents. And we've seen this project being developed over, for more than a decade. And there's some serious concerns that we have on a lot of issues. But one of the issues in contention here is whether or not the local Flushing community supports this. And I'm going to say unequivocally, they do not. I think when we talk about the community, we just can't have an abstract like what it might look like or who might actually move in, who can actually afford this. Even in the EAS, the study area, the area median income for the immediate impact zone was $28,988. That was the area median income of the study area, and that is and even the 80% AMI for this location is 2.5 times the area median income. So this entire project is not for local Flushing residents or what local Flushing residents can afford. There's very much this approach of going into Flushing, having this massive development that is probably unprecedented. People know that Flushing has been the second highest, most developed place in New York City in terms of new units in the past 10 years. This one development is 50% of that entire total and is going to transform Flushing in terms of like a gentrification process. What we're asking is for communities where this is really going to impact us to have a voice, a real voice in how this is going to change our own neighbors and our own communities. And I know there's arguments out there that are saying that this is going to help and improve the economy. Over the past 10 years of this economic
time expired.
I'll just finish my point here. In the past 10 years, in this sort of hyper development in Flushing, what we have seen is as the housing prices have been skyrocketing, it's gone over $200,000 over the past even 5 years. During that same time, the area median income, not only of Flushing, but of the entire Queens Community Board District.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We're keeping it to 2 minutes. We have a long line of people that want to testify. Thank you so much.
The final speaker on this panel will be Yingyu Situ.
Time starts now.
Thank you, council members, for opening space for us to speak up today and for listening to us. My name is Yu Situ. I'm the youth organizer at the Minkwon Center. I'm speaking here on behalf of Flushing youth, tenants we door knocked and spoke to about the rezoning plan who couldn't be here today because Flushing residents have limited internet access, especially with the libraries closed from the pandemic, and they have to work at this hour. So I just want to preface that a lot of people are being excluded from this conversation right now. And those are the limited English proficient folks, the working class folks, the first generation of immigrants, students, and workers that we've talked to. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the special waterfront rezoning and to make recommendations to the plan that are fair to the community by including 100% truly affordable housing with full priority given to residents of District 7. I also want to ask for meaningful investment in our residents. That means real jobs that match the skills of our community and guaranteed fair wages. So I want to start by saying that I'm tired and I'm grieving. I'm tired of attending hearing after hearing just to hear the same thing, that profit and developers' ambitions for transforming our neighborhood into glass towers is always going to win over the people in our livelihoods. Just 2 days ago, an unhoused Asian man was found dead in front of Prince Noodle on 40th Road in his makeshift home of 5 cardboard boxes. He is just one of the skyrocketing homeless population in Flushing over the past month that I've seen. 3 years ago on this same block, an immigrant sex worker named Yang Song was killed by police in a raid on 40th Road. Her family still mourns her today, and they regularly visit La Jornada Food Pantry in Flushing. This is another avoidable death that has come out of development because of over-policing to sanitize our neighborhoods and clean up our streets. I am scared for what's going to happen to all the unhoused people as we relentlessly march towards progress, as well as the street workers of Flushing. It is disrespectful to hear the developers pass around the hot potato of whose responsibility it is for affordable housing to be built in this neighborhood. Instead of giving us homes, they want to give us kayaks. They only want to give 50% of, at most, 90 units for affordable housing, which means we'll get somewhere between 35 units to 45 units. This is also in Site 4, which is one of the last projects that they're working on. Will they even build the housing by then? Are we ready to wait until then when people are dying each day? In Flushing, tenants spend over 60% of their salary on rent. They do not qualify for the AMI of this housing. I work with youth where in New York City, 1 in 10 public school students are homeless or living in shelters. My youth live in basements. They get evicted from those basements because they're illegal. And the last thing I want to say is that the developers are making a lot of promises. We have seen their track record. They promised a YMCA. They promised community space in Flushing Commons. That has never materialized.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Chair, the next panel will include Eugene Kelty Jr. Excuse me. Chair, just to clarify, I don't see any council members with questions.
All right, yes, thank you.
The following panel will include Eugene Kelty Jr., Joseph Sweeney, Reverend Richard McEachern, and Thomas Gretsch. The first speaker will be Eugene Kelty Jr.
Thank you. You may begin.
Time starts now.
Thank you very much. My name is Gene Kelty. I'm Chair for Community Board 7 in Queens. I'm here to testify in favor of this application. Hello, Councilman Moya and council members. I appreciate the time to comment. Two fast things I just want to say, and then I want to get into the traffic. One, this is not an upzoning. We're here to enhance the existing zoning. And 2, this is not public land. It is private land. If it was public land, different story. The city has more control on it, but it isn't. Okay, I was a little concerned when Councilman Reynos mentioned about the traffic. Having them put the traffic plan in will be very beneficial for this area. I've been 36 years on the community board, and this area has always been a very bad area for traffic movement. Roosevelt Avenue and College Point Boulevard is at level F. It is the worst the Department of Transportation could do to try to mitigate. They're putting this roadway in that will help move the area along and will also bypass those intersections to allow traffic to move and will really actually alleviate the traffic. Councilman Moyer, coming over the Roosevelt Avenue Bridge, you know that you're stuck going all the way up to College Point Boulevard. Now they'll be able to make a left, go into the area and bypass the traffic gridlock. And the other thing is I wanted to just mention about the environment. There is no environmental control right now on it. Everything's being dumped into the Flushing Bay. As you heard from the applicant, they're putting a lot of money into improving the environment over there. It really is appreciated for what they're doing. We understand that it's something they're trying to do, and we really do appreciate it. And we understand that they've actually doubled the size of the promenade to help the community and make it open to them. The board was in favor of that. We voted 30 in favor, 8 against, 1 abstained for conflict. And I just wanted to finish saying I just wanted to wish Councilman Donovan congratulations on our elect Queens Borough President. I didn't get a chance to call him, so thank you. And I'll take any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene.
The next speaker will be Joseph Sweeney, who will be followed by the Reverend Richard McKeekern.
Time starts now.
Joseph, you may begin. Joseph, whenever you're ready, we can start.
Yes, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, I'll begin again. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Joseph Sweeney. I'm a long-term member of Community Board 7, as well as a lifelong resident of Flushing. I was our Community Board 7's Land Use Subcommittee Chair for the Special Flushing Waterfront District. The Community Board sent out over 700 notifications to community organizations. We held over 25 hours of hearings, and the public was allowed full participation at the hearing. At a full board hearing, we had 175 people attend and address our board. There is information that the opposition continues. This is not an upzoning. It is a special district to enhance the existing zoning. There's no increase in bulk for the majority of the site, except for the small portion on the north of the, north of the MIH. This is not public land. It is 100% privately owned. No public subsidies are being used. New road network is vital and benefit to the community as well as to alleviate the traffic at College Point Boulevard and will connect this site to downtown Flushing. All roads to the waterfront promenade amenities, which are doubled in size and will be fully open to the public. There will be no combined sewer outflow into the Flushing Creek at all. As part of our approval, the Community Board and Environmental Benefits agreed there would be provide more space for seniors, youth group, community organizations, provide prudent shoreline restoration techniques by implementing the oyster-based seagrass and soft shoreline edges, provide online stormwater retention before discharging into the Flushing Creek, and utilize solar energy. Our board approved this application overwhelmingly, and I personally think this is a great project for the future and the continued downtown growth of Flushing. I've been also, I think as I mentioned, I've been a board member for over 35 years, and I'm very concerned about this particular area. I've dealt with the area, I've been involved with
Time
this
expired.
John, Joseph, you can wrap it up.
Yes, it's just that I've been involved for 35 years in this Flushing community on the land use for years and years. We wanted to clean up this place for the good of the community. I think this is a good project. Hopefully it will go through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be the Reverend Richard McKeekern, who will be followed by Thomas Gresh, if he is available.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Councilman Moyer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is, I am the Reverend Richard O. McKeekern. I'm the pastor of Macedonia AME Church. I don't think you're going to get up many clergy speaking today, but I promise you this won't be a sermon. This will be a brief statement. I'm also a member of Community Board 7, so I'm very aware of this project. I am in favor of the project. I think, look, the reality is this site is very blighted. It was a manufacturing district. As we know, the soil is contaminated. It's an eyesore in the community. I think there's something to be said about 3 developers working together. You don't see that. With a nation so divided, to have 3 developers coming together to benefit the community is something to be said about that. They are willing to remediate the soil. They're willing to clean up the site. They're going to provide jobs. construction jobs plus post-construction jobs, access to the waterfront. I think that I kind of look at things a little differently. We could either leave this site blighted for the next 20 years, or we can try to come together and do something positive to this area. There are no perfect projects, and I know what we're trying to do is try to work community and developers together, and that's as much as we can do. This is private land. And the reality is, if there was no incentives, nothing to gain on this project, they can build this project as of right, and they can do and they won't get nearly the benefits that they're offering for the community. So, with that said, I'm in favor of the development, and I thank you for the time to let me speak.
Thank you.
The final speaker on this panel is Thomas Gresh.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Moya, for the opportunity to present. My name is Tom Gretsch. I'm the President and CEO of the Queens Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Queens Chamber of Commerce in support of the Special Flushing Waterfront District. The Queens Chamber of Commerce is the oldest and largest business association in Queens County. Our mission is to foster economic development and prosperity throughout the borough, recognizing this is the most diverse place in the U.S. We represent over 1,200 member organizations with over 100,000 Queens-based employees. We are proud of our working relationships throughout Queens with business associations, communities, not-for-profit organizations, and others. We are particularly excited to use these relationships as we partner through our Queens Chamber of Commerce Foundation with the ownership to implement a Flushing-based workforce development program. This program will include free English language classes, promote the use of local MWBE and local subcontractors and suppliers, as well as provide local job recruitment, training, and job placement. We believe these efforts will make the special district even more impactful in helping Flushing recover from the effects of COVID by providing jobs, investments, and new business opportunities for local people and local businesses. This master plan and special district will result in substantial benefits for downtown Flushing, providing better planned development in the waterfront area while supporting a new internal road network, new public space, and expanded public waterfront. We are particularly enthusiastic about the creation of a projected 3,500 permanent jobs, many of which will be available to Flushing and Queens residents, as well as of close to 600 construction jobs per day during the project. These benefits, plus the addition of new residents, commercial space, and hotel accommodations, in our view, will strengthen the downtown Flushing economy and business. This is a culmination of stakeholders' efforts over the years. This proposed development completes a missing piece by connecting the downtown area to an improved and public waterfront. I particularly want to acknowledge the efforts of Claire Schulman, the late great Claire Schulman, who devoted the last few years of her life to shaping and making this project a reality. This, in a sense, is her final legacy. Please vote in support of this project. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Chair Moya, Councilmember Koo has his hand raised for a question.
Okay. Councilmember Koo. Councilmember, you got to unmute yourself, and then you can begin. Can we unmute Councilmember Koo?
Hi. Yeah, I can't find my icon on the iPad. Anyway, I have a question for the chair of the Community Board 7, or the Community Board 7 member, Joseph Sweeney. Are they all gone?
Mr. Chair, I'm on.
Yeah, Chair, I have a question. On passing of this resolution in Community Board 7, can you tell me like how many vote yes and how many vote no? Can hear. Can I hear?
Yeah, we got to mute Eugene.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, Councilman, it was 30 were in favor of the project, 8 were against the project, and 1 abstained for conflict of interest.
So 30-8. Okay.
That is correct.
So that means
Any other
a
questions?
majority of the, yeah. That means a majority of the community board members agree that this is a good zoning, upzoning.
Yes, it was, Councilman. And even in committee, I think the recommendation was 8-2, 8 in favor, 2 against, at the committee recommendation that came to the floor that night.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman.
Well, another question for the town Gretsch, for the Chamber of Commerce. How are you going to improve MWBG hiring in this project?
Thank you, Councilmember Koo, for the question. We've worked tirelessly over the last few years on a variety of projects at both of the airports to get access to and train and develop a large number of people for both of those projects. Obviously, LaGuardia up here in northern part of Queens and JFK down south. We have a tremendous outreach in a variety of ways. Today, the Queens Chamber of Commerce and my own staff speak up to 12 different languages. So we're more than comfortable about having access and getting into the community. As you know, and others, we work in partnership with many other organizations in downtown Flushing. I'm there on a regular basis, and I look forward to leveraging those relationships that the Chamber has built over the years to fully flesh out this opportunity and engage as many people, as many MWBEs as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Council, do we have any other council members who'd like to ask this panel any questions?
Garrett, I see no members with questions for this panel.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And Council, if you can, please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Cassandra Carrillo, Tiffany Chen, David Tan, and Danielle Carpenter Gold. First speaker will be Cassandra Carrillo.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead, Cassandra.
Hi, my name is Cassie Carrillo, and I'm a representative of 32 BJ and a resident of Queens. Before I read my testimony, I'd like to say that we've seen no indication from the development team that they're interested in committing to or making a credible commitment to the prevailing wage for building service workers. 32 BJ believes that the developers for this project have not put forth a rezoning plan that aligns with the needs and priorities of the Flushing community, including our roughly 1,000 members that live and work in the area. Working people in Flushing need good jobs and affordable housing where they can raise their families. Instead, these developers intend to build roughly 1,700 luxury condos, over 1 million square feet of commercial space, and as many as 2,000 hotel rooms in the projected area. As few as 75 of these residential units will be affordable, and there is no commitment to pay the prevailing wage for building service workers. Amid the COVID pandemic, the last things that Queens needs are frontline jobs without standards and mega projects that fail to deliver measurable benefits for low-income and working people. Queens residents and working families need and deserve a better recovery. For these reasons, 32 BJ opposes this application. While the developers state that the project will create 3,000 new jobs in the area, they have not made a credible commitment that these will be good jobs that pay family-sustaining wages and benefits. The median household income in the area is $34,428, much lower than the county and city median income. The largest share of households in Flushing are within the $15,000 to $25,000 household income range. It is clear that this community needs jobs that pay family-sustaining wages that give people access to upward mobility and security. In Flushing, 76% of residential units are renter-occupied, and approximately 63% of Flushing renters are rent-burdened. In 2017, DCP, in its analysis of the area, stated there is a need for affordable housing in this area. The developer's plan clearly does not address these needs and could exacerbate them. Since the beginning of this process, the developers have
Time expired.
I'll submit my testimony for the rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Tiffany Chen, who will be followed by David.
Time starts now.
Tiffany? Do we have Tiffany?
Tiffany Chen is in the hearing. We're waiting for her microphone to be turned on. Tiffany Chen will be followed by David Tan.
Okay.
Time starts now.
Okay, it appears we may have a issue with Tiffany Chen. We'll come back to her. Is David Tan available to testify? David Tan.
Hello, how are you? I'm David Tan, and I'm the...
David, hold on one second.
Sure.
It seems to be an echo.
Yeah, hold on a minute. Yeah, I'm the houseman of the
Yes, so David, one second, David. Do you have anything else on that you're logged into other than the phone?
Yeah.
Okay, because that could be causing that echo when you start
Hello.
to speak.
From the...
All right, why don't we try it? Why don't we try again now, David?
All right.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Yep.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I'm David Tan, and I'm the houseman of the Park New York
Time
Hotel.
starts now.
And also I'm the hotel council member, and I'm not really like this project, but if they prove, I hope they have the good job for our hotel workers, because right now on our city, because of coronavirus, they got thousands and thousands people got laid off, including myself. So if the project will prove, I hope they will be invite a good job for the people who lose the job or they need a job, and also they must be have the good salary and benefit to the people. And yeah, that's what I wanted to expect. And thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next speaker will be Daniel Carpenter Gold, who will be followed by Tiffany Chen, if we can get her on.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Moya. My name is Daniel Carpenter Gold. I am testifying on behalf of Take Root Justice, which represents Flushing for Equitable Development and Urban Planning, a coalition of community-based organizations and concerned community members that are opposed to this proposed rezoning and the development. You've already heard from folks on that, including the folks from the Min Kwan Center. So you've heard and you will hear a lot about the negative impacts that this proposal will have on the development, on the community. And I'm here to talk about something that Councilmember Reynoso has already eloquently emphasized, that this proposal is not actually, the environmental impact statement for this proposal is not actually indicating the amount of harm that it would do. whether in terms of the environment or in terms of stress on city services or in terms of the economic and residential displacement that will occur as the result of it. This is because the developers have used what I'm going to call a sleight of hand to reduce the amount of development analyzed in the EAS to about only 5% of the actual build that they're proposing. You'll hear more from my colleague Paula Siegel about why this is unlawful and would make any approval of this proposal also unlawful. So just to go over very quickly, the first thing that I'd like to emphasize here is that the predicted future development, what we call it as of right, is not actually going to happen. It's simply impracticable. And as the council member noted, it cannot be done in the next 5 years. That's why the developers are here today seeking your approval. The other important point is that the U-Haul site is going to be redeveloped. It's a unfounded assumption that a site, a self-storage facility in the middle of this proposed mega development is just going to sit there and not be redeveloped. And we have nothing to support that assumption other than the self-serving statements of the developers. So the city council is flying blind here. They just don't have the information they need to support this, and any approval of it would also be unlawful. Thank you for my
time expired.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
The next and final speaker on this panel, if we can bring her on, is Tiffany Chen. Okay, I'm afraid we seem to be having some technical issues with Tiffany Chen and audio. We can attempt to come back to them later, and we will. I don't see any members with questions for this panel at this time, Chair Moya.
So there being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Michelle Miao, Bill Cito, George Xu, and Howard Wei. First speaker on the panel will be Michelle Miao, followed by Bill Cito.
Michelle, whenever you're ready.
Time starts now.
Sorry, I just unmuted. Do you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Michelle.
Okay. My name is Michelle Miao. I recently joined the Community Board 7 at the urging of late former Queensborough President Claire Shulman. I was heartbroken when Claire passed away over the summer. She was my mentor, my American mom, and my daughter Wendy's grandma. Claire changed my life forever. We first met in China in 1988 when I was just out of college. Claire took me home when I first landed in the country in 1993. She helped me with my immigration, my first job, and even proofread my PhD dissertation. Eventually, she even helped me become her neighbor. We all owe a debt to Claire, from all arts and cultural institutions in Queens and countless rezonings to preserve neighborhood scale. After she left the Borough Hall, Claire continued to providing her leadership, skill, and the vision to strengthen neighborhoods as chair of the Flushing-Willers Point Corona LDC. She devoted the last period of her life to Flushing and opening up the waterfront for all to enjoy. Claire cared so deeply about the special Flushing Waterfront District that days before she passed away, she called me over to assist her with her emails and calls on the project. Her last will was to see the project put shovels in the ground. I'm here to honor Claire's legacy and urge all of you to do so as well by supporting it. As Claire also said, you have to focus. It's not magic. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, council members.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony, Michelle.
Next speaker will be Bill Cito, followed by George Hsu.
Time starts now.
Hey, Bill, you have to mute yourself, and then you can begin. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman, council members. My name is Bill Cito. I'm also a local resident of Flushing. I am in favor for the rezoning of the Flushing waterfront. I wear a few hats. Let me introduce myself. I'm the president of the Chinese American Real Estate Association. It's a nonprofit organization comprised of over 450 real estate professionals, mainly real estate agents. I speak on their behalf. I am also a certified real estate educator for the Department of State in pre-licensing education. In Flushing, there are thousands of licensed real estate agents. This project would create real estate activity for people in the real estate, especially for the ones that are providing for their families and for the working moms who need flexible hours, young graduates that wants to enter into the real estate industry. We depend on this project to support their livelihoods of their families. Again, I support the rezoning of the Flushing waterfront development. I think it's a great project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for your testimony today.
Next speaker will be George Hsu, followed by Howard Wei.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, George.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Chairman Moya and Councilman Koo and the members of the City Council. My name is George Hsu. I'm the president of Chinese Business Association of New York, which consists of 70 local business owners. I'm speaking in favor of this special Flushing waterfront district. Here are some of my reasons. First of all, I have been in Flushing area for over 20 years. I have not seen any project with this magnitude with the master plan to include benefits for the public. And it is always my dream and hope that one day public will have the access to the waterfront along the Flushing Creek. This could not have be done without a great coordinated effort in planning and design, not to mention the costs associated with. Secondly, adding the public street network to ease the traffic congestion in Flushing area, especially as Councilman Koo mentioned that the traffic congestions along College Point Boulevard is a big problem. And then third, this will increase over 3,700 permanent jobs, along with many construction jobs during the construction phase. With the job market like this, any projects increases the jobs, that will be great. At the end, I think this is an opportunity of a lifetime. This special Flushing waterfront district will transform the neighborhood. And I sincerely hope this project will happen in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you for your testimony today.
Last speaker on this panel will be Howard Wei.
Time starts now.
Hello, council members. My name is Howard Wei. I'm one of the board directors of the Flushing Chinese Business Association. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of Peter Tu. He's our executive director of the Flushing Chinese Business Association, and I will be reading some comments prepared by him. Since 1982, the Flushing Chinese Business Association has fostered commercial and economic development in Flushing and helped create an environment to promote culture, art, community, education, and most importantly, local businesses. During these very challenging times, the proposed special Flushing waterfront district will provide the long-awaited opportunity to transform this underutilized land into a new destination. Along with the 25 board directors and on behalf of over 1,000 members of the FCBA, all of whom have actively served the Flushing community for years, I strongly urge the City Council to approve this project. Small businesses in Flushing have been decimated by the COVID-19. Unemployment has surged to 28%. Our community is suffering as too many businesses have been forced to close, lay off employees, or cut workers' hours to survive. The Special Flushing Waterfront District will create new jobs when our community desperately needs an economic lifeline. The special district will put our neighbors back to work and support local small businesses and vendors. The project will create 3,700 permanent jobs for Flushing residents and over 6,000 construction jobs. Moreover, it's estimated that over 5,600 additional jobs will be indirectly generated through the development of the special district. Flushing residents will directly benefit from this development of the waterfront. Now more than ever, the City Council should encourage investment in our communities to bolster small businesses, put Flushing residents back to work, and to realize the potential of our waterfront. Now is the time to approve the Special Flushing Waterfront District and move Flushing forward.
Thank you, Howard. Thank you for your testimony today.
Chair Moya, Councilmember Koo has up for a question for the panel.
Councilmember, whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Moya. I have a question for Michelle. Is she on? Oh, yeah. Hi, Michelle. Yeah, I want to echo my sentiment to former borough president Claire Schumann. When she was alive, she always told me that this is one of the projects she wanted to see through. Now, if she is alive now, I'm sure she will participate in this public participation to urge everyone to approve this plan. She was a great public servant, and after she left office, she concentrated her efforts on rebuilding the waterfront. So I just want to let you and let other council members know about it, that if we pass this, she will be smiling in heaven. Then, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman Peter Koo. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. That's all my comments. Thank you, Chair Moya.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Council, is there any other council members that have questions for this panel?
Chair Moya, I see no members with questions at this time.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel of speakers will include Eudre Gutierrez and Wendy Polanco, who will testify with the help of a Spanish interpreter. I'll ask now that the interpreter inform the panelists that they will each have 4 minutes and 15 seconds for their testimony, including time for translation, and that when Chair Moya indicates that they may begin speaking, that you please indicate to them that they may begin.
Entonces, les vamos a decir que usted va a tener 4 minutos para contestar. Pueden empezar.
Audrey, cuando estés lista, ya puedes empezar.
Puede empezar ahora, si quieren.
Yeah.
So the first speaker will be Eudre Gutierrez.
Señor Gutiérrez, ¿está listo?
While we work on bringing in witness Gutierrez, the next speaker will be Wendy Polanco.
¿Me escucha?
Sí.
¿Aló? Sí, no, ¿me escucha usted a mí? Te escucho muy bien. Ah, muy bien, señora Gutiérrez, me alegro. Ok. ¿Empiezo?
Sí, Audrey.
May she begin?
She can begin.
Sí, puede empezar.
Ok, mi nombre es Audrey Gutiérrez, he estado 2 años afiliada a la 32BJ y tengo 14 años como residente de Flushing y estoy aquí para pedirles que voten no por el distrito especial de la Ribera de Flushing, tener un empleo que paga el salario prevaleciente a cambio de mi vida, más familias trabajadoras en Flushing.
Ok, espere un segundo.
Bueno.
Ella es la señora, she's Miss Gutierrez. She's been a member of 32BJ in Flushing. ¿Por cuántos años?
14 años vivo aquí en Flushing.
I've been living in Flushing for 14 years. ¿Y qué más dijo?
He estado más familias trabajadoras en Flushing. Se merecen tener un empleo que les permita velar por sus familias con seguridad.
The people in Flushing need more employment so that they can afford their family.
Un empleo con salarios prevalecientes hace justamente eso. Y toda la construcción en nuestras comunidades debe incluir promesas de ofrecer empleos con salarios prevalecientes.
And all the families in Flushing need employment, permanent employment.
Las familias trabajadoras de Flushing necesitan además viviendas económicas. No
And the working families in Flushing need living expenses that are not too expensive.
No más de 1,600 unidades de lujo. Me resulta difícil apoyar un proyecto que no brinda buenos empleos ni viviendas asequibles en Flushing. Les ruego que voten no por este proyecto. Gracias.
And they are asking, she's asking people not to vote for this project. People cannot pay more than $1,600 for living expenses.
So I want to just step in really quick because I just in the translation itself, I believe she was saying that she wants this project that would include commitments to paying a prevailing wage, and that the jobs that are getting there that are going to be constructed there are good paying jobs and local hires. Thank you, Audrey. And thank you.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, muchas gracias, señora.
Okay, amor, que esté bien. Gracias por todo. Bye.
Gracias. Okay, you can call the next witness.
Next speaker will be Wendy Polanco.
Is she on?
She should be on. I see her name in the list. Wendy Polanco.
Señora Polanco, ¿nos escucha?
I wonder maybe they got the names mixed up. My name is Saul Hernandez.
Well, hold on one second while we sort this out.
Sorry, Chair, we're going to just take a moment to sort this out. Please stand by. Mr. Hernandez, are you testifying with, do you need translation?
Señor Hernández, ¿necesita traducción? No.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take Mr. Hernandez's testimony at this time.
Great.
Hello?
Okay, I'm okay to go?
Hold on one second.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that. Mr. Hernandez is the next speaker.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Moya and members of the subcommittee. My name is Saul Hernandez. I am, and I have been a 32 BJ member for 12 years, and I have lived in Queens for 39 years. I am here to testify against the Flushing rezoning. I love Queens. It's such a diverse borough filled with warm and friendly people. Most of us are working people trying to make ends meet. The developers for the special Flushing rezoning has been asked to make a credible commitment to good jobs and prevailing wages for the building services and hotel workers. Yet they refuse. The community has asked for more affordable housing, yet they refuse. They need to be more able to work with the community, come to the table with a reasonable and responsible development. We are working people. We deserve good jobs. We're not asking for handouts. We want to work for hours, but we don't want to be shortchanged. We need investments in our communities, especially over COVID. We want to rebuild, but it needs to be responsible. A good job like mine is a life-changing. It gives me an upward for these reasons. I respectfully urge you to vote down this rezoning. Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Jeremiah, those were the only two speakers on that panel.
Okay.
I currently do not see any members raising hands for questions.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, you may call up the next panel.
The next, sorry, Chair. The next panel will include, the next panelist will be Wendy Polanco. Wendy Polanco will testify with the help of a Spanish interpreter. And I'll ask again that the interpreter inform Ms. Polanco that she will have 4 minutes and 15 seconds for her testimony, including translation time. And when the chair indicates that she may begin, that you please pass that along. Thank you.
Señora Polanco, ¿me puede escuchar?
Sí, no necesito un intérprete.
She doesn't need an interpreter.
Okay, great.
Okay. Hello, my name is Wendy Polanco. I am here today as a 4-year 32 BJ member and an 11-year resident of Flushing to urge you to vote no on this application. I love Flushing and my working class community. It is simple. Working families deserve to have access to affordable housing and prevailing wage jobs that can allow them to raise their families without worry. Not only can I attest to the benefits of having a prevailing wage job, such as health coverage, a livable wage, and paid days off, but being a member of 32BJ has added to my quality of life. Through the union, I was given access to legal fund and was able to become a US citizen at no cost to me. This was life-changing. But building more than 17,000 units of luxury housing with a minuscule of 76 units of affordable housing is unacceptable. It is not fair to the working people who have made this neighborhood thrive. This rezoning will generate high returns for the developers with no real community benefits. This project does not provide the community I love with access to affordable housing or prevailing wage jobs. All working people deserve the opportunity to live and work with dignity. And I respectfully urge you to vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Chair Moya, that was the last speaker on this panel, and I currently see no members with hands raised.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And Council, can you please call up the next panel?
The next panel will include Steve Chen, Lance Freeman, Yi Kwang, Jesse Mazer, and Michael Wang. The first speaker will be Steve Chen, followed by Lance Freeman.
Time starts now.
Hello, my name is Steve Chen and I am president of Crystal Windows, GAMCO, and TEMCO, which are all headquartered in Flushing. We are a minority company with over 700 employees nationally, and just in Flushing alone, over 350 employees. We are in full support of the new Flushing development, which will improve unused land and the downtown waterfront. Obviously, we are in the glass business, as any new buildings need glass and windows, which we are in favor of because it provides a steady stream of jobs. 90% of our employees live within 10 miles of the greater Flushing area. Please listen to the facts, not speculation. This project is an economic stimulus which is needed at this time. Over 350 good blue-collar jobs with benefits. Over 350 breakfast, lunches, and dinner boxes ordered from our local restaurants. Over 350 employees taking public transport. Over 350 people shopping locally, paying payroll and locals, and paying local payroll taxes. And over 350 families living locally and going to school locally. This is what a true economic stimulus is, especially when it is all kept within the community. Our entire team is in favor of the development, especially the public waterfront space that will be open to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Lance Freeman, who will be followed by Yi Kwang.
Time starts now.
Hello?
Lance? Whenever you're ready, Lance, you can begin.
Okay.
Time starts now.
Okay, thank you. I am going to speak briefly about two issues I think are very germane to this hearing. One is the issue of how new development can impact surrounding neighborhoods. And two is the question of gentrification and how that impacts residents. I am a professor of urban planning, and those are two topics that I have studied extensively as part of my research career. So first, I've heard a number of people testifying fearful that the new development will increase housing prices and trigger gentrification. And certainly I can understand that fear. However, research that has been done on the topic suggests that there's two things at work. One, when new housing is built, that increases the supply of housing, and that can serve to actually counter rises in housing prices. So rather than seeing new development as something that will trigger gentrification, it can actually serve to slow down the process of gentrification, because the additional housing will provide more housing options, even if it's for middle class and affluent households. Those households, if they do not move into new housing that is built, they will tend to look for housing elsewhere, and that in itself can trigger gentrification. Second, on the question of gentrification and how that impacts long-term residents, I think the research shows it has it's something of a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it can serve to make residents feel like they are being pushed out of a neighborhood. Yet at the same time, there can be benefits in the terms of increased employment opportunities.
Time expired.
And the like. And I'll just finish up by saying that gentrification does not always accompany or trigger widespread displacement. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Thank you, Lance. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next speaker will be Yi Kwang, followed by Jesse Mazer.
Time starts now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yi Kwang, and my family owns a mid-sized plumbing construction business in Flushing. We have over 25 dedicated women and men working at various job sites in New York City. My family started this business over 30 years ago, and I've been working in construction for the last 12 years or so, and I'm proud of how Flushing has grown, and I hope to see its continued growth through the waterfront project. A project like this is important to the fabric and livelihood of our hardworking community because it will employ hundreds of local workers during construction and thousands more after construction. It is a project created by people who care about the community because they are from the community. The waterfront project will play an important role in New York City's recovery from COVID-19. Since the initial lockdown of the pandemic, we have lost new project, and this has deeply affected our business, our employees and their families. We hope to recover from the effects of this virus as a small business owner through continued private investment into the Flushing community. Some may claim that developers aren't in touch with what the Flushing community needs, but I know for a fact that F&T Group has built a reputation in developing spaces that truly support the Flushing community and women working in Flushing. F&T has a construction firm which is owned by women, and half the executives are women. F&T supports women-owned businesses such as my business, and they help us to flourish in construction. The waterfront project will provide vital services to local residents. They will also provide a place for families to call home.
Time expired.
To wrap it up, the approval of this project reinforces the goal of vitality in Flushing neighborhoods, and we will continue to, and this will continue to spring Flushing forward as a cultural hub. It's what we need right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next speaker will be Jesse Mazer, followed by Michael Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jesse Mazer. I'm a partner in the law firm of Fox Rothschild, and we are counsel to U-Haul. And we are here today in support of the application before you. From our own very narrow self-interest, if you will approve this rezoning, U-Haul's current use on the site, which has been in use for decades, will become conforming and legal. It's currently a grandfathered use, and we would appreciate the opportunity to become a conforming use. While we have not been an active member of the application, even though our property is included, we have watched with great interest as this process has moved forward. And so I'd only like to speak to one issue of something that's been raised a number of times, even in today's hearings, as to what is U-Haul's intention for their property. And so to be very clear, U-Haul intends to continue its use on this property. It has no intent to redevelop the property with residential use, and we look forward to the opportunity of exploring, expanding our current use on the site, taking advantage of today's zoning application if approved. I thought I would like to make that clear on behalf of my client, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to voice my support for this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for your testimony today.
The final speaker on this panel will be Michael Wong.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, Michael.
Hi. Okay, so
My name is Michael Wang. I was born in Flushing in 1983. As a child, I would go grocery shopping with my mother. And in high school, I used a 7 train to commute. In my 20s, I worked at Chase Bank as a personal banker, opening checking accounts. And I'm 36 now. I'm married with 2 kids. I met my wife in New World Mall, which is in Flushing. I also opened a company this year called Project Queens. We're a commercial real estate brokerage. We focus solely on Queens, so we really know Queens. And we're located in downtown Flushing. I serve as treasurer and head of member services for the Greater Flushing Chamber of Commerce. I'm the co-chair of the real estate committee for the Queens Chamber of Commerce currently. So I know this neighborhood like super intimately, like on every level. And Flushing has transformed into a place that people in Queens in the 90s wouldn't even go to because it was dirty, it was dangerous. And now it's like one of those most modern cultural destinations in New York City. People coming to watch the US Open actually stay in Flushing now. People from all over the tri-state come to eat food, take selfies and stuff. And developments have played a huge part of this. They made cleaner storefronts, new restaurants, bars, making more room to live and to work. If I asked 100 people, would they want this to go back to the 90s? I don't think anyone would say yes. And today, because of Flushing is so popular, we're so densely packed that all the little spaces that we have to sit, they're like used 24/7 by people sitting and eating lunch. We have so little room to sit. We need that huge green space open to the public by the water. And we need the boardwalk where I could take my family. It's been a dream forever to do this. We need to transform the piece of land. And finally, because this is my profession, to the professor's point, this is an easily researched piece of information. The pricing of the newly built condos has decreased 30% from like peak pricing in 2017 already. And that was prior to COVID. So things are asking $1,400 in 2017. You look on the market right now, they're asking $950.
I'm expired.
Okay.
Michael, you can wrap it up right now if you like.
Yeah, that's all. You could easily research that stat. Those numbers are not because of COVID. That was like January. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. If any council members have any questions for this panel, please indicate by raising the hand button. Council, do we have any council members who have any questions?
Chair, I see no members with hands raised at this time.
There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Paula Siegel, William Spizak, John Cho, and Thomas Devaney. First speaker will be Paula Siegel.
Time starts now.
Okay, Paula, whenever you're ready.
Oh, sorry, something very strange just happened to the computer. My name is Paula Siegel. I am senior staff attorney at Take Root Justice. We are counsel to Flushing for Equitable Development and Urban Planning, a coalition of resident-led groups, many of whom you've heard from already this morning, including Chaya CDC, the Meek-Wong Center for Community Action, and the Greater Flushing Chamber of Commerce. As the applicants revealed in their presentation this morning, and as my colleague Daniel Carpenter-Gold explained a few panels ago, the negative declaration issued by the mayoral agency for this application, the one that is before you, is based on an environmental assessment statement that was specifically crafted to minimize the increment between the development permitted under the current zoning rules and what would be permitted under the rules proposed by the private applicants. Councilmember Crew correctly described this as an upzoning just a few minutes ago, and we have to keep in mind that it really is. The dishonesty in the EAS is a fatal flaw under the law, and the council should treat it as fatal and disapprove the application. Our clients have filed suit in June to bring this fatal flaw in the final environmental review determination to the attention of the state courts. That case is pending. Should the council approve the application that is before you today, that approval will also become a final agency determination that will become one of the questions in the case. At the moment, the lawsuit centers on the negative declaration. The primary instrument for eliminating the increment is leaving out the U-Haul site, as we just heard about. The U-Haul site, if it's rezoned, if it's upzoned, will add nearly 600,000 square feet of residential density that is not allowed now. That's over 500,000 zoning square feet. This is development capacity that the private applicants are asking the council to add without any analysis of its potential impacts. The EAS incredibly assumes that no one will ever use
Time
that.
expired.
If I may.
Wrap it up right now. Thank you, Paula.
Sorry?
If you can just wrap it up now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that flaw, that the zoning change will be permanent. It's not about what U-Haul wants to do. It'll apply to any owner and anybody who buys the property from U-Haul. The Court of Appeals has explained that an agency like the council only fulfills its responsibility under SECRA when it studies hypothetical full build uses from all the sites to be rezoned.
Thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We're going to move on to the next panelist.
Next speaker will be William Spizak, followed by John Cho.
Time starts now.
Hi. Yes, my name is Will Spizak. I'm the director at Chaya CDC and a longtime Flushing resident. Chaya CDC is a HUD-approved housing counseling agency and HPD housing ambassador serving thousands of Queens households each year. We unequivocally oppose this rezoning and request the City Council vote no. Professor Freeman and Mr. Wong said that building luxury housing will somehow ease the affordable housing crisis. However, this project will increase the displacement of working class communities in Flushing. We know through recent research, and I'm happy to share my citations, that an increase in housing supply does not lower rents or have filtering effects on existing units in amenities-rich urban neighborhoods. Over the last decade, Flushing has added 3,000 new luxury condos. During that time, the price of condos has more than doubled according to the Case-Shiller Index, not sure what Mr. Wong is referring to, and rents continue to rise unsustainably. This has resulted in 1 in 5 households living in severe overcrowding conditions as families need to double up or triple up in single apartments just to make rent. And this is not because there is a lack of supply. The project census tract has a rental vacancy rate of 21%. The solution is not more luxury housing, but affordable housing, which this project fails. The second thing I want to mention is that Flushing schools are all overcrowded, which has always been an issue, but now in the time of social distancing has proven to be an insurmountable obstacle. All our schools in Flushing are operating at 150% capacity or more. Do we really believe adding 4,000 new residents to downtown Flushing and not a single new classroom seat makes for good planning? Do we think that in light of the current pandemic, where our hospital system was on the brink of collapse, that what Flushing needs right now is 4,000 more residents and luxury condos instead of maybe a public hospital, healthcare facilities to serve the working class community? I implore you, particularly Councilmember Koo, as my representative, as my city council member, as a Flushing resident, I implore you to use some common sense, end this dangerous and misguided project from moving forward, and vote no. Thank you so much.
Thank you, William.
Next speaker will be John Cho, who will be followed by Thomas Devaney.
Time starts now.
Hey, John.
Yes, I'm here. Dear Chair Moya, I am testifying today as an active and long-standing resident of the Flushing community, an appointed member of Community Board 7, and a board member of the Flushing Interfaith Council, executive director of the Greater Flushing Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is a nonprofit membership association of small business owners, immigrants, entrepreneurs, and civic leaders representing the most diverse and dynamic community in the United States. We join with other members of the Flushing for Equitable Development and Urban Planning Federation, FedUp, to express our concerns about the Special Flushing Waterfront District, which would add massive burdens to our neighborhood, including traffic congestion, escalating rents, and crowded classrooms, without adequately addressing the many needs of the surrounding residents and local businesses. The proposal's failure to meaningfully address the lack of affordability is especially troubling. Councilmember Peter Koo and I met with the principal of Junior High School 189, who sees a direct link to the continued displacement of residents and businesses with the emotional health of her students, often left to fend for themselves when their parents are forced to find work or move their business elsewhere. She reported 60 cases of suicide ideation within her population of 10 to 13-year-old students last year. I recently witnessed a fellow New Yorker who had been forced to live on the streets pass away this past Friday on Prince Street and 40th Road in downtown Flushing. He died alone and his body was frozen in place inside the cardboard box in which he had been forced to sleep. The impact of displacement is real, and we need to envision a plan that prioritizes people over profits. The developers claim they are community-based stewards of the waterfront, yet have consistently used their power to deny our community meaningful input into the planning of this site. Why would a steward with so much community support need to spend millions of dollars, the most spent by any...
Hey, John, if you want to wrap it up real quick, I'll give you a couple more seconds, please.
Chair Moya, Chair Salamanca, Council members Rivera, Godenchik, Richards, Levin, and Rosa, you are our community's last line of defense. Having worked at the council, I know how important member deference is when reviewing land use issues. However, these are extraordinary times, and with term limits, you have the opportunity to do the right thing without allowing politics to overwhelm the questions and concerns raised by our community. The status quo is killing our community. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Council, we can call up the next panelist.
The next and last panelist on this panel will be Thomas Devaney.
Time starts now.
Thank you. Thomas Devaney, Municipal Art Society of New York. We urge the City Council to vote no on the proposal for many critical reasons. The most important are the lack of true community-based planning given the magnitude of the development and potential impact on the area, the absurdly low number of affordable units being offered at income levels grossly out of touch with those of area residents, no new school being offered, the paltry amount of open space provided by the developers, and the faulty secret open space evaluation. Proposal also lacks a true waterfront vision to take advantage of this once-in-a-generation opportunity to do something special along the Flushing Creek, and exert forward thinking on resiliency measures. Furthermore, there are many unanswered questions about the potential development of the U-Haul site. It could greatly increase the overall development and impede the waterfront access and connectivity. The magnitude of the development cannot be understated. The 1.5 million square feet of residential development amounts to 77% of all residential area constructed in Flushing in the last 10 years. The 1.4 million square feet of commercial space is equivalent to 53% of total commercial growth in the same 10 years. This will radically change Flushing. Out of the 1725 dwelling units, only 75 to 90 will be affordable. To afford to live in one of the affordable units, households would have to earn over $85,000 per year. That is nearly 3 times the average household income of the area. Although schools in the district are operating at 131% capacity, the project will bring almost 5,000 new residents, yet no new schools are planned. And traffic will remain unacceptable at 67% of all evaluated periods, according to the EAS. Developers have not been forthcoming on the potential redevelopment of the U-Haul site. This also puts the completion of the Shore Public Walkway into question. We urge the council to take a hard look at the open space analysis in the EAS. It takes great liberties with secret methodology and misrepresents the amount of existing open space in the project area and leads to a faulty conclusion that the project would not result in open space impacts. We also question the evaluation framework used in the environmental
I'm
review.
expired.
I have just a couple more seconds. Process to determine as of right development. Many of the evaluations and inclusions in the EAS and the decision by the city to forego an EIS in turn eliminate the requirement for a much needed scoping process. We respectfully ask you to vote no so that a true vision can be put forth for Flushing.
Thank you. Thank you, Thomas, for your testimony. If any council members have questions for this panel, please indicate by raising the hand button. Council, do we have any council members who wish to ask any questions to this panel?
No members with questions at this time.
There being no questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, can you please call up the next panel?
The next panel will include Howard Freilich, Karen Imus, Susan Lacerte, and Robert Young. First speaker on this panel will be Howard Freilich, followed by Karen Imus.
Time starts now.
Howard Freilich is the first speaker.
Hi, my name is Howard Freilich. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Howard.
Great. I'm the owner and president of a company called Blondie's Treehouse, Inc. We're an interior and exterior landscaping company. And I've been part of the Flushing community for over 50 years. Went to John Bown High School where I studied agriculture in one of the earlier programs, and thus went on to creating an horticultural company based upon my roots of Queens. I spent summers working at the Queens Botanical Garden, and from my love of the garden, I'm still affiliated with it almost 45 years since then. I speak there, I'm a contributor there. We actually sponsor students who we pay when we're there, as well as fostering students at John Bown High School as far as interns in our company. As I said, I've been working in the community for over 25 years, and we hire lots of people from the community who are working with their hands, not jobs where people are working in offices, but we have people who do planting, taking care of the flowers, working in the gardens, and actually are laborers and hardworking people. I'm in favor of this project 100%, and I think it would add a lot of jobs and a lot of help to the community. As a owner and operator of a company, a lot of the smaller companies who work with us are MBE organizations as well as WB companies, so that we are helping and doing everything that you're asking of us in the community. Our company has approximately 25 people who actually live in the borough of Queens, and that again is something to show our belief in the community.
I'm expired.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to testify, and look forward to being part of the community. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Howard, for your testimony.
Next speaker will be Karen Imus, followed by Susan Lessert.
Time starts now.
Thank you, council members. Waterfront Alliance is a nonprofit civic organization and coalition of more than 1,100 alliance partners, ranging from environmental advocates to educational institutions to businesses and corporations. Our mission is to inspire and enable resilient, revitalized, and accessible coastlines for all communities. The Special Flushing Waterfront District proposal has a unique and viable potential to revitalize the Flushing Creek waterfront and open a new chapter for community access, and thus we are supportive. But we do encourage that several opportunities should be further explored and prioritized in these plans. Through our Waterfront Edge design guidelines, called WEDGE, Waterfront Alliance has highlighted many of the priorities that would strengthen and make the revitalization plan more resilient, ecological, and open to community access. 30 New York City community boards across all 5 boroughs have adopted resolutions encouraging Waterfront Edge design guideline standards for their ULURP applicants. These take into account a number of factors, including a higher standard for ecology, such as wetland restoration and living shorelines, also planning for the future when it comes to direct access to the water. The decommissioning of the channel, along with various cleanup efforts, provide an opening for more in-water recreation and community education opportunities. And Waterfront Alliance has shared a report on best practices and designs for kayak launches, ranging from natural shorelines and get-downs to floating docks and kayak storage with the development team. We look forward to continued discussion around these efforts and seeing some proposed sites for boating. Residents in the community should have opportunities to explore the water's edge, not only from an esplanade. For 5 years, Waterfront Alliance has focused on this by operating the Estuary Explorers Waterfront Field Lab program with public middle schools across New York City and at community pop-ups at different waterfront sites across the 5 boroughs. We would be eager to partner with the council, the development team, local public schools in Flushing, and the community to activate an Estuary Explorers program at the new Flushing waterfront. With these parameters, we feel there's a lot of optimism and hope for this project. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Karen. Just a quick note. I'm going to be stepping away just for a little bit, and I have Chair Salamanca, who is going to be taking over. Thank you, Chair. I'll be back shortly. Thank you.
The next speaker on this panel will be Susan Lessert. followed by Robert Young.
Time starts now.
Hello, I'm Susan Lissert. I first came to Queens Botanical Garden in 1984 as an intern and came back after a short stint at the City Council Finance Division as the executive director. I have a long background in public open space, and I really believe in these spaces. And at a time like today, with the pandemic, it's more important than ever. So many people who have come here said they are so happy to be here. We have Tai Chi every morning. People say that life almost feels normal again. We are happy to work with the people, the developers who are working on this project. They have been involved with us and other nonprofits in the community for years. We had a very successful Green Jobs training program here where Councilmember Koo and other council members came and celebrated. We had 65% of our graduates got jobs. We did that in partnership with LaGuardia Community College and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. We are known for our training for youth, the Summer Youth Employment Program, other volunteer groups. We specialize in it, and we are eager to help put local people to work. This is a vibrant place. Flushing is a vibrant place. Change happens. The testimony shows the issues to be solved. They're all heartfelt. But what's happening is this developer is putting a lot of money on the table to clean up a very big environmental issue locally, and that takes a lot. To have nothing to flow into the CSO is amazing. To have a master plan to allow people to public space is really wonderful. Flushing does not have enough public space as it is, so I'm in support. Thank you very much.
The next and last speaker on this panel will be Robert Young.
Time starts now.
Can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Robert Young. Good afternoon, Chairman, and also council members and members of subcommittees. Thank you for having me. I've been working in the banking industry in Flushing for over a decade, and I have been working with local business together to make the neighborhood a better place. I'm also a board member of Flushing YMCA. Currently, the waterfront area is wasted and there's no public access to the waterfront. Through the new development, it could be changed into an outdoor waterfront space for the local community, such as commuter facility space, more parking, short public walkway along Flushing Creek and public plaza. The project will also provide a new road network that will fix the traffic issue in downtown Flushing, which will be great for the business as well as residents in the area. Local business in Flushing have been devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. This community needs more jobs and development to bring foot traffic back and to revitalize the economy. I totally support this project. The waterfront project will also inject billions in private investments, as well as create around 1,000 of new jobs for the local residents. It will also provide tens of millions of dollars of annual tax revenue to New York City through real estate and sales taxes that I would think the government also needs. I'm totally in support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members on the panel?
Chair, I see no members with questions for this panel.
Okay. Thank you, Council. Can you please call the next round of speakers?
The next panel will include Tiffany Chen, Rebecca Pryor, Zeke Luger, and Sandra Choi. First speaker on this panel will be Tiffany Chen, followed by Rebecca Pryor.
You may begin.
Time starts now.
Is the panelist there?
Tiffany Chen.
Council, let's move on to the next speaker.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take Rebecca Pryor. We'll come back to Tiffany Chen. Rebecca Pryor will be the first speaker.
Time starts now.
I'm the program coordinator of Guardians of Flushing Bay. We're a coalition of residents, human
human-powered voters and park users advocating for a healthy and equitably accessible Flushing Bay and Flushing Creek. We're also a member of the Fed Up Coalition. Thank you to the City Council.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. Can you get closer to the mic? It's hard to hear you. Is she there?
No, we don't hear you.
I can see her. That whatever she did made it worse.
Here, how's that?
That's much better. Let's restart the time for her.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Rebecca Pryor. I'm the program coordinator of Guardians of Flushing Bay, a coalition of residents, human-powered voters, and park users advocating for a healthy and equitably accessible Flushing Bay and Flushing Creek. We're also a member of the Fed Up Coalition. Thank you to the City Council Zoning and Franchises Committee for the opportunity to comment. Guardians believe that Flushing residents deserve a plan for the Flushing Creek waterfront that is community generated, climate resilient, and environmentally just. We do not believe that the Special Flushing Waterfront District meets those criteria. We urge that the subcommittee reject the proposal, and we ask that the project undergo an environmental impact statement. Guardians will submit longer written comments, but for the sake of time, I'm going to outline key concerns regarding the EIS, focusing on one of our favorite topics, sewage. Flushing Bay and Flushing Creek receive over 2 billion gallons of raw sewage and contaminated stormwater every year. Langen engineers explained how this project would direct sewage straight to Tallman Island, which has capacity. I want to be clear that that capacity is for dry weather days. On wet weather days, as many of us know, the situation is very different. The system is overwhelmed and the sewage is dumped into our waterway. The claim that sewage will be directed to the main trunk line and will not be part of the combined sewer system is neither explained nor examined in their environmental assessment statement and would therefore benefit from the detail required of an environmental impact statement. Also, normally, adding over 1,000 new sewer connections would require the applicants to prepare an EIS. The applicants have avoided doing so by stating that the incremental difference between the no action scenario and the proposed action scenario do not add over 1,000 new sewer connections. There is no provision in seeker that specifies whether the applicant can avoid an EIS because of the incremental difference between no action and action. We believe that this is an unfounded reasoning, is a flaw in the proposal's negative declaration status, and is yet another reason for why the project should receive an EIS. Thank you for your consideration of our testimony. Your final vote on this project will impact Flushing and Flushing Creek for decades. We urge you to vote in opposition to the proposal and require a robust environmental impact statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your statement.
Next speaker will be Tiffany Chen, followed by Zeke Luker.
Time starts now.
Is Tiffany there? Tiffany, are you there?
I see Tiffany
Hello?
Chen.
Yes.
My English is not so good. May I change to Chinese?
Yes, you may.
Oh, thank you so much. Because before I listen somebody talk to the Spanish, is changed too, right? How are you?
Sorry, Ms. Chen.
Yes.
Going to just ask if you require a Mandarin or a Cantonese interpreter?
Both.
Both, okay. We'll just wait a moment to get both of those interpreters online. Teddy, Lau, Yang, yeah, when you are both available, please.
Oh, thank you so much.
You may begin.
Yes.
You may begin.
Oh, okay. 我名字叫 Tiffany， 我住在法兰松很久了，我也在酒店里工作。
My name is Tiffany. I have been living in Flushing for a long period of time, and I have been working in a hotel.
我工作了的酒店是有公会的，所以我希望呢，当然我住这个社区，我当然是很，你廣東話國語啊？
Council or Chairman, Apparently, she prefers speak Mandarin. She had a very strong Cantonese accent, so she prefer probably speaking Cantonese. Do we have a Cantonese interpreter?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Please take over.
Okay, no problem. 呢位女士，請繼續啊。
好，因為我聽唔到佢講嘢。OK，我喺花星住咗好耐，咁我都係喺酒店做嘅。咁我都好多謝有工會嘅酒店咧，即係俾我嘅人生啊，同埋我屋企 take care 得更加好啲咯。咁
停先，等我一句。So I'm very happy that fortunate I can work in the hotel in Flushing, which is under a hotel union, and I've been blessed to be working with them. 呢位女士，請繼續啊。
OK， 咁我住喺花城，我當然希望花城係可以更加興旺，更加之繁榮。但係咧，我亦
Flushing will be more prosperous and become more lively. 繼續啊。
但係我希望咧就可以造福到我哋呢個社區咯，咁令到好多即使係喺翻附近工作嘅同埋住嘅人都可以有翻好好嘅福利啊，同埋工資啊，咁樣帶旺我哋呢個社區咯，使我哋呢個社區起碼喺即係有翻啲尊嚴啊，受到更加外來嘅主流社會尊重啊咯。
I'm hoping this project can greatly benefit the communities around the area, especially involving the pay, and also to gain more recognition from outside this community. 繼續。
我最重要都係希望我哋呢個社區，當然社區發展係需要好多人嘅工作。但係咧，我就希望可以帶動到呢個社區更加好嘅發展，同埋有系統嘅發展。
Of course, I understand that it's like developing these communities require a lot of people, but I do hope that this will foster more development for this project.
所以我希望啲開發商咧，保持翻呢個社區嘅繁榮，賺到錢之外，希望佢回贈翻呢個社區同埋呢度啲人嘅居住環境啊、生態啊，同埋嗰啲福利啊，都希望佢跟翻上咯。
I hope this developer can do something that benefit the communities and especially the environment that can benefit everyone's around the area.
唔該晒你先生，多謝你幫我翻譯。
Thank you to everyone who listened to me.
多謝你哋俾我喺呢度發言，多謝晒。
Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement.
Next speaker will be Zeke Luger, followed by Sandra Choi.
Time starts now.
Hello. Hey, my name is Zeke Luger. I'm a student at Queens College, just south of Flushing, and I'm involved in organizing around local bus transit issues my classmates and I face. Congestion is a very serious issue in Flushing that makes the neighborhood's only public space, for the most part, its streets, dangerous, stressful, and a risk to residents' health. According to the city's Vision Zero plan, Flushing is the most dangerous place in Queens to be a pedestrian, with about 18 pedestrians killed or severely injured every year. The congestion also makes the neighborhood's extensive bus transit network slow, unreliable, and overcrowded as it travels across the region. And further, it makes deliveries to local businesses expensive and unreliable. The developers' main claim of public benefit is the public space they say they provide, which, as referenced by Councilmember Reynoso, is extremely minimal and will not be fully public. The developers also claim that their private road network and 1,500 new parking spots will relieve traffic in the neighborhood. However, it's well established in transportation planning that new street space and especially new parking generates more congestion, rather than less because it attracts new car trips. And if you take a close look at the EAS transportation analysis, Mr. Kelty, it very plainly tells a story even worse than I would have expected. Like Mr. Devaney said, the congestion levels at intersections adjacent to the development currently graded as providing A, B, and C levels of service suddenly become D's, E's, and F's, which translate to apocalyptic levels of traffic for most of the day. This includes highlights like an impassable westbound Roosevelt Avenue with a 44-minute average wait in traffic to make a right turn onto Janet Place just before the bridge, and a 61-minute wait to exit the driveway at Site 4 and turn onto College Point Boulevard. Like Paula Siegel and Rebecca Pryor were saying, the only reason the developers can claim that traffic is improved, I'll just finish my sentence, with the private roads is that they're comparing it to the plan which they claim dubiously they'll be able to build without the rezoning, which the EAS says will produce equally terrible traffic. Thank you, and Flushing can stay was goal safe and affordable only if the council votes no on this rezoning and listens to the residents of Flushing. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement.
Next speaker on this, next and last speaker for this panel will be Sandra Choi.
Time starts now.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sandra Choi, and I'm here to ask members of the council to oppose the Flushing special waterfront rezoning. I ask this as a Queens native, a Flushing resident, an economic development professional, and then as a community advocate with Mingwon. Flushing has long been a refuge and haven for the city's working class immigrants, and the people here have built the foundation of our community. We're represented by the frontline workers who risk their lives every day to keep the city running during a pandemic. This includes the home aides, the day laborers, the delivery workers, nail salon and laundromat operators. This is the community that built Flushing while living on the margins, and they are at risk of continued displacement. The developers of this project are selling this rezoning in the name of economic development, captured in generic jobs and total investment, especially as we see an alarming number of small businesses close permanently and a record number of Americans falling into poverty and unemployment. We want to rebuild, but not at the expense of hurting our community members. True economic and job growth in local economies are driven by micro businesses and the expansion of existing firms. To argue that large developments will bring investment and jobs while failing to acknowledge the existing businesses and longtime residents it will displace is wrong. Economic development must be inclusive, especially of working class populations, and protect union jobs, not harm the population that again built this neighborhood. The developer also stated that this project will create around 3,700 permanent jobs. Please recognize that developers typically use consultant economists to provide favorable figures on planning platforms like RIMS. Ask them to make public the analysis that produced that figure. Ask the coalition of organizations that are in support of this project to explain how they have meaningfully worked with the population of Flushing to address the root causes of poverty and connect community members who have traditionally taken the most difficult, dirty, and dangerous jobs in our society to good job opportunities.
Time expired.
Please consider the New Yorkers who are most vulnerable to becoming displaced by this project and do not have the same privilege as us with English fluency and access to platforms like Zoom in order to wait and testify at an online hearing during a working day. Please keep Flushing a home for those who built it, invested in it, and created a community for all. Please vote no on the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any council members who wish to ask questions to the panelists?
Chair Salamanca, I see no members with questions at this time.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next panel.
The next panel of speakers will include Mark Lee and Andy Kwon, who will testify with the help of a Korean interpreter. I will ask the interpreter when they're available to inform the panelists that they will each have 4 minutes and 15 seconds for their testimony, including time for translation. When Chair Salamanca prompts them to begin, I'll ask you to relay the message to begin.
All right.
The Korean interpreters here.
Thank you. Mark Lee, you ready?
예, 준비되셨습니까, 이 선생님? 이 선생님 언뮤트 하세요. 그거 뮤트 버튼을 누르세요. Yes. 준비되셨습니까? He's ready.
잠깐만요.
Okay, you may
give me
begin.
just one sec. Okay, 시작하세요.
Mark, you may begin.
시작하십시오.
네,
이 선생님.
특별 플러싱 워터프론트 지구를 지원하기 위해 지원할 기회에 감사드립니다.
Oh, thank you for giving me the opportunity for this waterfront creek development case.
우리는 텅빈 플러싱 워터프론트의 활성화를 너무 기다렸습니다.
We have been waiting for waterfront, Flushing waterfront creek's development very long time.
접근할 수 없고 너무 오랫동안 오염됐습니다.
It was very hard to reach that place, and it has been dirty for very, very long time.
제한된 특별 지구는 29회 에이커에 있는 그 활용도가 낮은 해안가의 소지를 인프라 환경 개선 및 새로운 개방에 대한 상당한 민간 투자주, 플러싱 거주자, 방문자 및 사업자는 공공 장소를 즐길 수 있습니다.
So we were proposed about all of this development that coordinated with the civil organization people with help of the professional people to develop this 29 acres of this the area for a very long time.
접근 가능한 해안가, 열린 공원과 교통 혼잡을 감소시킬 새로운 도로 네트워크, 처음으로 시내가 플러싱 워터프론트로 연결됩니다.
This will have more accessible path to the Water Creek area, and also looks like we are going to have more open space, and also it looks like it'll mitigate the traffic problems.
중요한 거는 건설 일자리와 3,000개 이상의 영구적인 새 일자리가 창출되어 지역 주민을 위한 기회와 지역의 새로운 사업을 가져옵니다.
I think the most important thing is that they will increase the permanent working position. I understand that it's more than $3,000 working position, and I hope that that will give more opportunity for those Flushing residents.
지역 주민을 위한 기회와 지역의 새로운 사업을 가져옵니다. 이것은 모두에게 이익이 될 것입니다. 지역의 비즈니스와 플러싱을 더욱 활기찬 다운타운으로 만듭니다.
I believe this development will bring more opportunity to people and the local people in Flushing, and it will revitalize the area.
코로나 바이러스의 영향과 심각한 경제 침체가 플러싱을 강타했습니다. 특히 어렵습니다. 사업 폐쇄와 실직은 전체적으로 파급 효과를 가져왔습니다.
Because of the coronavirus, it hit the terrible problem economically in Flushing area, and we have a lot of increased unemployment situation.
거주자, 근로자 및 사업주에게 영향을 미치는 지역, 많은 플러싱이 소기업과 주민들은 코로나 바이러스와 경제 다운타운 특별 플러싱 워터프론트 디스트릭트 경제 부양책을 제공할 것입니다.
For those the resident in Flushing and also those the people who has a small business, all these people will be greatly benefited by this the Flushing Creek development.
우리 지역 사회가 절실히 필요하는 물리적 개선과 이 계획에 동행하십시오. 지역 사업주 거주자 그리고 플러싱에 관심이 있는 뉴욕거에서 특별 플러싱 워터프론트 지구를 지원해 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
I wish all the people who watch this will support this program because it will bring more benefit to Flushing residents. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement.
네, 감사합니다. 말씀해 주셔서.
Chair, the second witness for this panel is not available at this time, so that concludes this panel.
Okay. Are there any council members who wish to ask questions to the panel?
I see no members with hands for this for questions at this time.
All right, let's move on to the next panel.
The next panel will include Cody Herman, Ivan Lin, Audrey Chu, and Ji Keng He. The first speaker on the panel will be Cody Herman, followed by Ivan Lin.
Time starts now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Cody Herman. I'm a lifelong resident of Flushing, a volunteer with Citizens Water Quality Testing Program, and a member of Guardians of Flushing Bay. And through all this, I've started kayaking and canoeing in Flushing Creek, which has really given me a pretty unique perspective on this whole thing. But yeah, this plan benefits the developers, not everyday people of New York City and Flushing. As members of the city council, I have to ask, who do you serve? Is it large development corporations? Is it like Claire Schulman's ghost? Or is it everyday New Yorkers? And I strongly encourage you to vote no on the special Flushing waterfront district. I want to talk about waterfront access. Today is the first time I've heard that there is any potential for kayak launches along the waterfront. And I want to say that we've seen no renderings and there are no diagrams or any plans for boat storage or anything like that. So really, these are just words right now and it doesn't seem real. And I don't think this should end at kayak launches. People should be able to sit down by the waterfront without having to hop over a guardrail or a fence. And the issue with this lack of waterfront touch points is without these opportunities built into the shoreline edge, promoting environmental stewardship and creating healthy waterways, it becomes much less possible. So yeah, if U-Haul chooses not to develop their waterfront, that means the affordable housing area gets cut off from the greater promenade. Similarly, there's no plan for how the Skyview Waterfront Access Plan will connect under Roosevelt Avenue to create this continuous waterfront walkway through the district that everybody keeps talking about. And something I think that really needs to be followed up on at a community board meeting earlier this year, representatives for the project explained that one of the waterfront buildings does not even have a plan to have a ramp down to the waterfront promenade because the grade is too steep. And in this particular site, the developers only took the time to design stairs down to the waterfront path. People with mobility issues, people with strollers, they'll have to take an elevator down to the promenade. Can we really trust these developers to design truly equitable streets and roadways if they can't manage to get people down a hill? We're talking about a space that's supposed to be publicly accessible. And I want to remind the City Planning Commission that, well, just on a last note, we're already building affordable housing in a floodplain in Willets Point. I think we can do better in Flushing. Why does the site for affordable housing always need to be in the most vulnerable areas? I strongly encourage you to vote no on this plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your statement.
Next speaker will be Ivan Lin, followed by Audrey Chu.
Hi, I'm Ivan. I'm a high school student and I am testifying in opposition to the Flushing rezoning plan. Even though I am from Brooklyn, I am here in Flushing to fight against the rezoning plan proposed by F&T. A few blocks from where I live is Sunset Park, a neighborhood that is currently battling against gentrification and another group of rich developers in the city. Like Flushing, over 50% of residents in Sunset Park are rent burdened. I know a few relatives from Sunset Park that are trying to move to Staten Island because the rent is becoming so expensive. We were able to stop Industry City from passing the rezoning because we had over 7 years to develop alternatives to the plan. But with the Flushing rezoning plan made public in 2019, community members barely had enough time to react. Flushing has become almost a second home to me, and it pains me to see both residents and small businesses struggle with already high rent. The building of these luxury condos will only cause the rent to increase, which is something that we do not need, especially during the times of COVID. Out of 1,725 housing units, only around 70 to 90 is definitely not enough. If you are listening to what Flushing residents need, what we need most are affordable housing. We demand for more affordable housing units that correctly puts the median household income of downtown Flushing residents into consideration, which is around $25,000. I also want to mention how Flushing's very own community representatives have sold the residents out. It is on public record that Peter Koo received at least $18,000 in donations from the F&T Realty Group. Councilmember Peter Koo, if you are truly caring about the community's well-being and opinions, please say no to Flushing rezoning. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Audrey Chu, followed by Ji King Hee.
Time starts now.
My name is Audrey. I'm 16. I was born and raised in Flushing. I attend high school right here in Townsend Harris, and I'm testifying today in opposition because Flushing is my home. What makes Flushing feel like home to me is walking down Main Street with my family and stopping at our favorite street vendor to share kebabs, saying hi to the lady with the rhinestone denim jacket and her Bible whenever we cross paths, and laughing at my poor Mandarin as I fail to describe the haircut I want at the local salon. My friends jump at the chance to come to Flushing, and no, not for Flushing Commons or Queens Crossing, but to grab hand-pulled noodles on College Point, to simply hang out at the Bland playground. Our community is built from shared moments like these, not retail complexes and office centers. The proposed special Flushing waterfront district developments are designed for wealthy families and commercial businesses, not the average working class family and mom and pop shop that you would find here in Flushing, and these developers know that. The proposed luxury housing units are clearly meant for wealthy folks, and nearby landlords will most definitely jump at the chance to raise rent. In fact, the meager amounts of affordable housing units included would cause over double the median household income in downtown Flushing. How could one expect luxury developments to benefit a community where 60% of residents are rent burdened? How will commercial properties serve a town where countless are waiting for food each week, businesses are shutting down, and families are facing eviction? My parents and neighbors are struggling to pay rent this month. Will these developments do anything about that? You cannot rewrite our narrative. Today, you've heard a group of voices that are actually representative of Flushing. The special Flushing waterfront project will hurt us. We've stepped away from our jobs, busy schedules, in my case, AP classes and SAT prep, all to show you how much we care about our town and that we will speak up against what we know will damage it. I implore you to listen to our voices and recognize that the Flushing waterfront needs community-focused developments by and for the people of Flushing. What Flushing doesn't need is luxury developments to become a beacon for Queens at large. Flushing already is that beacon, and these developments would dampen that light. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next and last speaker on this panel will be Ji King Hee.
Time start now.
Hello, I've been a Flushing resident most of my life, and I'm testifying today to oppose this plan as it does little to benefit the community and will greatly hurt it. We need to address the lack of housing for residents and seniors and the growing number of active luxury developments. Between 2014 and 2018, the Flushing neighborhood has had 68.6% or 11,000 households being rent burdened. Over the last 5 years, only a few developments have added new affordable housing units. One Flushing added 321 units, Macedonia Plaza added 143 units. This plan only adds 75 or 90 affordable units that will be constructed in the most northern part of the site 4, which is closest to Northern Boulevard and where all the active asphalt and concrete plants are. These plants have trucks going back and forth, which release particulates and harmful odors and gases that will cause long-term health issues to future renters if that housing gets built. Flushing has many real estate developments in the works and are adding more luxury hotel rooms, commercial spaces, and condos that ignores the needs for the community in favor of increasing corporate profits. These are tiny handouts that are done and not in good faith for such a large plan and ignoring the existing luxury developments. Just across the street, 10 Grams adding 300 luxury apartments, a hotel, a commercial space. In the south, Skyview Phase 2 and Sky Park have newly built hotels, and the proposed Flushing Point Plaza is adding 386 luxury apartments. Close by, developments of Flushing Commons, West End Hotel, CA Plaza, RKO, and 35th Avenue are adding many more. While residents live homeless or close to the possibility of being evicted, we need a plan that addresses the needs of residents and the community instead of ignoring and harming them. We should not give developers rezoning or upzoning rights if they don't intend to help out or only intend to help out in such small, disingenuous
Time expired.
ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see Councilmember Koo. You have your hand up.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I just want to set the record straight by a previous speaker, the young man from 8th Avenue, accusing me of taking the $18,000 from the developers. No, he is wrong. No, those $18,000 are political campaign contributions since 2009 from my previous campaigns combined together. So just want to set the record straight that he didn't say it right because it might cause confusion to other people. Thank you.
I got it. Thank you, Councilmember Koo. Council, let's move on to the next panel.
The next panel will include Ann Au, who will testify with the help of the Cantonese interpreter. I'll ask our interpreter, Mr. Lau, to inform the witness that she will have 4 minutes and 15 seconds to testify, including translation time.
Mr. Lau, you may begin.
Yes, I'm here. 呢位女士，你有4分鐘去講樣嘢，include 連埋呢一個廣東4分鐘之後連埋呢個翻譯嘅，所以請你發言。不過你盡量每4句停一停，等我去翻譯。Hello, is she there?
I see Ann Au. We just have to wait until she is unmuted. Ann Au, A-U.
We're waiting for the interpreter.
We have the interpreter. We're waiting for the witness, Ann Au, A-U, last name A-U. We just need to have the witness unmuted and then.
Hello?
我係你嘅翻譯員姓劉請你喺4分鐘之內講完你要發嘅言同埋請你盡量每3、4句停一停，等我幫你翻譯。你請開始。OK， 朱敬實。
你好，我哋好，我叫阿 Ann， 我喺咧1985年咧就喺香港咧移民嚟美國，一直喺30幾年嚟咧我都住喺忽省。
Okay, my name is Ann. I immigrated here from Hong Kong in the 1980s, so I've been living in Flushing for 30 years. 繼續啊。
我有個女，我女咧都係忽省長大嘅。
I also have a daughter who's also grew up in Flushing.
佢係喺呢個聖 John Pharmacist 畢業。
She graduated from St. John Pharmacist College.
我嚟嗰時，忽省嗰時咧，一個好少嘅鎮，好靜。而家咧變咗一個好繁榮嘅城市。咁我作為一個忽省嘅居民咧，我梗係希望佢發展得越好啦，俾我哋好多好科技嘅方便。
When I came here, Flushing is very quiet. It's very small. It's not as busy as right now. So I'm happy that seeing Flushing develop to the point right now, and I hope it's going to get even better. 請繼續。
點解我喜歡忽省咧？因為我而家我唔用揸車咧，忽省咧有好多嘅嘢俾我好方便，醫生啦、銀行啦、shopping 啦，有唔同嘅文化咧，有好多嘢可以去學啦，有好多嘅 community 啦咁樣，所以咧我喜歡紐約。
The reason I like Flushing because I don't really drive, but there's also a lot to offer in Flushing. Like there's a lot of medical clinic, there's a lot of cultural communities work, and there's a lot of different things that I can learn and enjoy.
Okay. 我嚟咗忽省之後咧，我都係喺呢個忽省銀行嗰個會計員做起，喺30幾年前。所以咧嗰陣時咧只有2間銀行，但而家咧呢度咧聽講已經發展到成多過50間啦。
So I used to work in the bank as an accountant 30 years ago, and at that time there's only 2 banks. Up to this point right now, from my understanding, there seems to be more than 50 banks around the areas now in Flushing.
而家咧我就佔咗幾多年啦，已經來年紀又大啦。咁咧我都好希望咧，忽省咧係一個好休閒嘅場所，好似馬同downtown咁樣，所以令到我哋咧生活喺呢度咧生活更加方便，更加 enjoyable。
Now that I'm older, and I hope that I can still live my life in a leisure way, and that it can be more accessible from Flushing.
我一路睇住佢咧係咁樣 改變強大，同埋咧越嚟越方便。所以咧，我希望咧呢個工程咧一定要俾我哋帶來好多嘅 enjoyable 同埋好多嘅希望。
I hope this development can give us more hope and more development around the area.
OK， 多謝各位，多謝你哋嘅。OK，thank you。
Okay, thank you for everyone to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Salanaka, that was the only witness for this panel.
Okay. I don't see anyone with their hands up, so we'll go to the next panel.
The next panel will include Vivian Liu, Jaleesa Gilmore, Robert Lascalzo, and Matthew Gamero. The first speaker will be Vivian Liu, followed by Jaleesa Gilmore.
Vivian, if you're there, you may begin.
Time starts now.
So, Vivian there? Council, do you see Vivian?
I do not see Vivian at this time. We may need to give the intake team a couple seconds to bring everybody in.
Okay.
Once again, the next panel that we're calling is Vivian Liu, Jaleesa Gilmore, panel 13, Robert Lascalzo, and Matthew Gamero. We can take Jaleesa Gilmore first, who will be followed by Robert Lascalzo.
Yes, let's start with Jaleesa.
Time starts now.
1 second. I'm Jaleesa Gilmore, and on behalf of the New York City Environmental Justice Alliance, I stand in solidarity with our member organization, CHIA CDC, in opposing the proposed special Flushing waterfront district. NEJA is a citywide network of grassroots organizations from low-income communities and communities of color in environmentally overburdened neighborhoods. In the age of the climate crisis, coastal planning must center the needs of frontline communities and support resilient, sustainable, and affordable neighborhoods with access to good green jobs. Unfortunately, the rapidly rising flood of luxury waterfront development in increasingly risky areas of New York threatens this vision. The SFWD proposal is no different, proposing needless private development with little community input that threatens the existing diverse working class and immigrant community while doing very little to address coastal climate risk. We are particularly concerned with the plan moving forward without an environmental impact statement, as well as the proposal's overall lack of attention to coastal climate and environmental health risk. NEJA endorses a balanced approach to waterfront policy that bolsters local communities by promoting economic growth and advancing equity while protecting and improving our waterways. We envision innovative waterfront industrial zoning and programs that set the standard for environmentally conscious development while enhancing community resiliency. We echo concerns by the Fed Up Coalition that the ULURP process has failed to incorporate meaningful community input. As a result, the proposal lacks a plan for any public institution such as public schools. Lastly, as New York City works to recover from COVID-19 and the subsequent economic crisis, the importance of prioritizing communities' health and economic stability over luxury development that accelerates displacement is what Flushing needs. We must completely reimagine our urban coastlines as a critical resource in the fight for climate resiliency, not
Time
as
expired.
areas for potential luxury developments, but as sites for ecologically sound climate solutions that protect our society's most vulnerable. Thank you. Thank you, Jaleesa. Next speaker.
Next speaker will be Robert Lascalzo, who will be followed by Vivian Liu.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. I am Robert Lascalzo. This proposal will ruin the reliability of Roosevelt Avenue as a westbound access road from Flushing to City Field, to Willets Point, to an air train parking garage, and to Corona generally. There has been zero consideration of that. The project is directly adjacent to Roosevelt Avenue, which is the major east-west thoroughfare between Flushing and Corona. Just west on Roosevelt Avenue is Citi Field Stadium, also Willets Point, where the city intends to redevelop 62 acres, and the number 7 subway station, where the Port Authority intends to construct an air train terminal and parking garage. Obviously, it's important to maintain a smooth flow of traffic here on Roosevelt Avenue. However, the proposal before you includes a street network inside the development that connects to Roosevelt Avenue. That street network is allegedly to alleviate traffic, but to the extent that traffic trying to turn into the development can't do so, it will grind to a halt Roosevelt Avenue traffic. The applicant says that one vehicle will attempt to turn from westbound Roosevelt Avenue onto this new transverse road every 16.8 seconds. But they also say that further down Transverse Road, vehicles would experience a delay of 33 seconds. So we have vehicles attempting to turn into Transverse Road at twice the rate they're able to proceed once they're inside the development. If they cannot turn in, traffic spills back on Roosevelt Avenue. Through traffic that wants to avoid this can't use the left lane to do it, because that's a left turn only lane dedicated to traffic turning into Skyview Mall. So to Peter Koo especially, I say, scrutinize the Roosevelt Avenue impacts and all impacts before making a decision. Your approval will ruin the reliability of Roosevelt Avenue. Follow the good example of the Queensborough
Time
president.
expired.
Disapprove this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next
speaker.
Last speaker on this panel, Vivian Liu.
Time starts now.
Members of the City Council, no more empty condos. My name is Vivian Liu, and I have lived in Flushing for 18 years. Empty high-rise condos are no new sight. Over 65 condo and hotel buildings already exist in Flushing, from Skyview to Park Hotel to Tangram condos. Yet, many of these buildings are empty. So why are we trying to build more condos? Earlier today, Ross Moskowitz said we need to look at this project holistically, and that access to this waterfront outweighs the lack of affordable housing. He says Flushing residents have been asking for this for years. But what have Flushing residents actually been asking for? You've heard Flushing is a community of Asian, Black, and Hispanic immigrants, and that our income is low. We're not asking for a kayak or some bathrooms near the creek. We're asking for lowered rents. We're asking for homeless people to stop freezing in cardboard boxes. We're asking for a place to live, not empty condos. They're proposing 90 units of affordable housing. That's less than 5% of the luxury condos being built. And more importantly, these affordable housing units will be in Site 4, the last site to be built, and they're separated from the rest of the condos. These units will be right next to cement and asphalt factories. Not only is there a lack of affordable housing, the ones that are available will cause environmental harm for low-income residents. This waterfront means nothing for Flushing's image if the very people who live here continue to die on the streets and be displaced. No more empty, environmentally unsafe condos. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. Mr. Counsel, I don't see any hands up.
Correct.
All right, so we're moving on to the next panel.
Correct.
All right, wait, right before you call in the next panel, I just want to thank the committee for allowing me to briefly chair this committee. And I am now going to hand it off to the chair of this committee, Chair Moya.
Thank you so much, Chair Salamanca, for your time here. Thank you for filling in and giving me a chance to take a little breather. But thank you so much, and let's continue on with the panelists.
Chair Moya, the next panel will include Jocelyn Chen, Cindy Lin, Tai Yun Lin, Ki An Wu. These witnesses will testify with the help of a Mandarin interpreter. I'll ask that the interpreter inform these panelists that they will each have 4 minutes and 15 seconds for their testimony, including translation time, and that when the chair indicates that they may begin, that you announce to them that they may each begin in turn.
Yes.
First speaker will be Jocelyn Chen, followed by Cindy Lin.
会讲吗？Hi，我叫 Jocelyn Chen， 我是这里美国公民，也是巴拉盛的居民。
你等一下我跟你先解释一下，就是我们只有4分钟15秒的时间，包括翻译的时间在里面，所以你讲一句，我翻译一句，放给他们听，好不好？
OK， 好。
Yes, my name is Jocelyn Chen. I am I'm an American citizen. I'm a resident of Flushing. 好，请继续说。
我从新闻上了解此项目，并且对这个项目感到非常兴奋。
From the media, I learned this project, and I'm familiar with this project.
自从我2004年搬到这里以来，法拉盛滨水区就一直闲置在那里。
Since I moved here in this area in 2004, the Flushing Creek area has been wasted land here.
无论是白天或晚上，我从来没有感到安全或舒适的独自走过这个区域。
No matter it's daytime or nighttime, and never feel safe in this area, and never been spend time alone in this area.
我希望纽约市能够尽快批准此项目。
And I hope the New York City would approve this project as soon as possible.
因为我觉得这是振兴这一个领域的一个巨大的机会，将使我们的社区受到很大的福利。
Because this is a real opportunity to boost this community, and this definitely encourage for the community here.
我很期待与我的朋友还有家人一起享受这个新的开放空间。
I'm hoping, I'm also wishing that me and my family and friends will be able to have opportunity to enjoy this new community.
滨水区将由业主而不是通过纳税人的钱来建造以及维护的事实，是一个额外的好处。
The waterfront project is not spent on the tax dollar money. It's a private project, it's a private owner. So this is a good benefit.
我支持法拉盛特别滨水区，并且鼓励您也支持该项目。谢谢 ，Thank you.
I supported the Flushing waterfront project, and I also hoping that everyone support this project too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Cindy Lin, who will be followed by Tai Yun Lin. Mr. Ye, I'm just going to ask you to see if you can move your microphone a little bit closer. We could stand to hear your voice a little bit louder in the trailer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Cindy Lin.
Hello, 你好。
你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，包括翻译的时间，好吧？
好，你好。我叫 Cindy。对，你好，大家好。对，我叫 Cindy。
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Cindy.
对，我是法拉盛居民。
I am a Flushing resident.
对，我看到报道，现在正在那个提案法拉盛特别那个河岸项目，我是支持这个项目的。
I heard the report that there's a project application regarding Flushing waterfront project. I myself is a person who support this project.
对，因为我觉得这是一个很让人激动的项目，这些开发团队将 清理这个纽约市污染最严重的这个河流，就是法拉盛河流。
And this is a very exciting news, an exciting project because this is one of the dirtiest contaminated the area, and this is an opportunity to clean this area and water.
打造大型的公共河滨公园和那个绿化休息区，为我们创造几千个永久性的工作岗位，我觉得这个是很激动人心的。
Making waterfront a part and the leisure area, and also providing several thousand permanent jobs. This is very good and very exciting.
给我们社区带来更好的生活环境和福利。
Benefit this community with benefits and also the environment.
我们刚刚经历了这个 coronavirus 的重创，很多人都失去了工作，真的非常需要这些开发商来投资，来刺激法拉盛的经济发展，打造更好的法拉盛。
We were devastated, impacted by coronavirus pandemic, and many people lost their employment. We absolutely need such opportunity to boost and develop a Flushing area.
所以我希望大家都支持这个法拉盛特别河岸项目，谢谢。
So I wish everyone support this Flushing waterfront special project. Thank you very much.
Next speaker will be Tai Yun Lin, who will be followed by Ki An Wu.
你好，Tai Yun Lin。
我是林泰云。
Yes，你好，我是你的翻译，就是我们有4分钟15秒的时间，包括翻译的时间跟你讲，好不好？你现在可以讲了。
OK， 我是林泰云。
Yes, my name is Lin Tai Yun.
居住在法拉盛。
I'm living in Flushing.
134-37 Maple Avenue.
I'm living 134-37 Maple Avenue.
非常多年了，时间很久了。
I've been living here for many years, long time.
目前从事工程工地的废弃垃圾处理。
Right now, I'm working in the construction site, the rubbish cleaning work.
我支持法拉盛河滨开发案。
I support the Flushing waterfront project.
我是来自中国的移民。
I am an immigrant, came from China.
在美国落地生根已经超过30年。
I've been living here in America for more than 30 years.
我没有在美国上学读书。
I did not attend school here in America.
但是因为我有一技之长。
Because I have one special skill.
所以在工地的工作让我有稳定的收入。
So I working in the construction site will provide me a stable income.
能够照顾我的全家人。
So can support my whole family.
我的儿子现在已经有30岁了。
My son already 30 years old.
在纽约接受完整的教育。
Received comprehensive education here in New York.
现在也有稳定的工作。
Now also have a stable job.
之前因为新冠肺炎的关系。
Because the coronavirus pandemic.
我和其他一同在工地上班的和伙伴们都停工了一段时间。
Me along with the other co-workers working in the construction site stopped working for a period of time.
在这段期间，我们体会到工作的重要性。
During this period of time, we realized the importance of working.
很多同行们也都来自中国的移民。
Many co-workers also immigrant came from China.
大家都需要稳定的工作。
Everyone need a stable job.
来照顾全家人。
In order to support whole family.
我听说这个开发项目
I heard of this project.
将会带来超过3000个工作机会。
Will bring 3,000 job opportunities.
这对我们来说可是个大好消息。
To us, this is a very, very big good news.
在疫情之后
，After this pandemic,
我们绝对需要这些工作机会来复苏经济。
We absolutely need such job opportunity to
Time expired.
recover or reboost the economy. 时间到了。
对我一个法拉逊居民来说
，To me as a Flushing resident.
大修点附近现在真的是脏乱不堪。
In the College Point Boulevard area, it's really disorganized and very dirty.
疫情之后还有许多流浪汉。
Even after the pandemic, will be a lot of homeless people.
所以这个计划正好能够整顿一下这个区域。
And so this project definitely it's an opportunity and chance to put things in order.
让法拉逊的大家会感到更安全。
That the residents in Flushing feel more safer.
那个鉴于以上原因
，Shall I stop him? He keep on talking. 你说。
我支持法拉逊河滨开发案。
To me, I supported Flushing waterfront project.
OK， 谢谢。
If you can just
thank you.
Tell him that that his time's expired and.
Yeah, I told him.
Thank you so much.
谢谢你。
The next and final speaker on this panel will be Ki-an Wu.
Time starts now.
Hello， 大家好。
齐安武你好，我是你的翻译，我们有4分钟15秒的时间翻译的时间，现在开始说好吗
？OK， 我叫做吴启安，今年62岁。今年62岁了，我从事木工工作已经20年了。
你做什么工啊？
木工。
I have been working as a carpenter for 20 years.
主要从事法拉县的开发项目。我的专业是高级的木工。
So regarding the Flushing waterfront project, I am experienced carpenter.
我很喜欢这个工作，我感到这个工作很自豪。我的故事很简单。
I like this job, and I'm very proud of this job. This job is easy.
我是1988年来美国，从日母什么都没有，达到美国的梦。
I came to America in 1988, and when I came, I had nothing, and I am in realization of American dreams.
我10年前我的美国公民，我非常高兴，我自豪。
10 years ago, I became American citizen. I was very happy and I was very proud.
我有2个小孩，这是我的骄傲，我很高兴。
I have 2 children, and I'm proud. I'm very happy.
我和我太太从小就说我们的小孩要勤读书，努力工作。
I have my wife taking care of my kids and then working very hard.
他们最后2个都读到 college， 所以在哈佛大学。
Eventually, they all entered college, both in Harvard University.
我女儿现在是儿科医生，儿子是肿瘤医生。
Now my daughter is a pediatrician and my son is a cardiologist. I'm sorry, the oncologist.
由于我的工作，才能提供他们可以有这么好的教育和这经济的资源。
Because of my job, so I was able to provide them such opportunity. So they enable for them to get such good professional income.
我的工作都是在发现，我已经在20年在发现做工的为我们自己参加这么多项目感到很高兴。
So I'm working in the Flushing area for 20 years, so very happy for provide such a job.
我支持法拉盛这个水湾开发，我期望看到法拉盛的发展。
I support Flushing Waterfront project, and I am hoping personally witness the development of Flushing community.
这是我们在这里的工作需要依靠它。
Our job depend on it.
我看到这个项目是很好的，可以把海岸那个脏的地方搞得更美好。
When I saw this job, this project, I think it is very good. Can make waterfront a better place.
我希望大家都支持这个项目，做得更好。谢谢。
I'm hoping everyone would support this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we're moving on to the next panel, and I'll be stepping in as counsel temporarily. I'm Angelina Martinez Rubio, and our next panel will need Mandarin translation. So Mr. Ye, if you could stay on. We're going to be calling Grace Shi, Ri Heng Wang, Xu Wang, and Mingwei Wang. And if Mr. Ye, if you could remind them that, again, they have 4 minutes and 15 seconds, and they can start once the chair gives them the go-ahead.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Angelina.
喂，你好。
So Ms. Grace Shi is the first speaker.
Grace Shi, 你在线上吗？
Do we have Grace Shi?
I did not hear.
Okay, hi. Yes, can you
She's
hear me?
OK. 你好，Grace Shi 是吧？你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，包括翻译时间。所以你
Can I speak English?
Oh, okay. Yeah, she prefers to speak English.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Grace Shi. A 20-year resident of Flushing. Love and enjoy living in Flushing deeply. I love to see the Flushing improvement getting better every single day. This is my home. The Special Flushing Waterfront District is a win-win project. It's a win-win plan. It's our community's dream, hope, and also it's the community's future. I strongly and fully support it and will fight for it. Over the last 2 decades, We have heard about the potential to transform the Flushing waterfront. Now, with this proposal, we finally have an opportunity to achieve the goals that the community has demanded for years. Waterfront access, public space, good jobs, less traffic congestion, and other needed amenities. The proposed special Flushing waterfront district will transform the area from the polluted, contaminated, and toxic piece of land to a publicly accessible waterfront park with affordable housing, retail, and other amenities for the communities. As a result, about 3,000 jobs are expected to be created for local residents, providing good jobs. Okay, so for all the benefits to our community, and to our city, more tax revenues. So I fully and strongly support the Flushing Water Development Project and hope you will do the same. The whole community is counting on you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimony. One second while we unmute.
Yeah, I'm muted now. Our next speaker is Ri Hang Wang. And Mr. Ye, it's my understanding that we need interpretation services again, Mandarin.
喂，你好，我是你的翻译。
好，你好，我是王立航。
对，你好，我们有4分钟15秒的时间，包括翻译的时间，所以你有这样一个时间范围内讲，好吗？
好，谢谢。
请说。
大家好，我是王立航，我今年51岁，我和我太太有一个儿子，是
Hi, everyone. My name is Wang Biham, living on 5114. 然后呢？
然后我和我太太有一个儿子，是1998年定居华盛顿。
Me and my wife, we had a son. We settled here in Flushing, 1998.
算有22年了。
According to my calculations, are already been 22 years here.
华盛顿一草一木我都熟悉。
Flushing, every single inches of Flushing, I am familiar with.
华盛顿的生活越来越方便。
Living in Flushing, getting convenient and convenient.
环境越来越好。
Environment getting better and better.
我的职业是内装师。
My occupation is construction, interior construction.
我有一家建筑公司。
I run a construction company.
专制宅办公室、店铺、餐厅，我们都会做。
The project including the office, including the restaurant or other interior construction.
我的团队中很多人是华盛顿定居。
Many people that are living in Flushing.
我的客户有大一半华盛顿定居的老板。
All my customers, half and half, living in Flushing.
如果说华盛顿这个社区是我的父母。
If I treated the Flushing as my parents.
一点也不为过。
I won't say it's exaggerated.
我非常支持华盛顿特别水岸发展。
I am strongly support Flushing waterfront project?
法拉盛的市区很小，
Flushing area is limited.
目前我看到法拉盛是餐厅和超市，市区只看见餐厅和超市。
Right now, right now, only see the Flushing, the restaurant and supermarket.
市区没有一个漂亮的地标。
In the downtown area of Flushing, there's no very beautiful landmark.
和社区的景观。
And also the community appearance.
我个人是建筑职业。
Because my occupation is involved construction field.
Time expired.
有新的
时间到了。
哦。
Our next speaker is Shu Wang, followed by Mingwei Wang. Mr. Ye, they also need interpreting services.
Time starts now.
你好，王叔是吧？
对，你好。
你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，你现在可以开始讲了，好吗？包括翻译时间。OK， 请说。
OK。好，我叫王树。
Yes, my name is Wang Shu.
OK， 我是一名法兰盛本地居民，也是工作在法拉盛的专业电工。
Yes, I am a local Flushing resident, and I also am an electrician working in Flushing.
我不明白为什么其他区域的人反对这个项目。
I do not understand why the other people from a different area, they oppose this project.
我今天想要表达我对这法拉盛河岸计划的强烈支持。
Today, I just want to express my strong support of the Flushing waterfront project.
我17岁的时候和父母一起从中国到美国。
I came to America when I was 17 years old, along with my parents.
我在Bayside High School 毕业以后就一直在法拉盛工作。
Since I graduated from Bayside High School, I have been working in Flushing since.
因为这个社区里像我这样的新移民不仅找到了包容感，同时还有稳定并且收入不错的工作。
Because in this area, the new immigrant like me, not only being accepted in this area and also be able to find a decent job with a stable and decent income.
COVID-19 对我法拉盛华人社区造成了重大的伤害，我们需要更多的工作。
Coronavirus have a dramatic negative impact to Flushing community, so we need more job opportunities.
法拉盛河岸计划会带来许多的永久工作岗位，这是我们社区真正需要的。
Flushing waterfront project would bring many permanent jobs. This is what this community needs.
我希望为了我们社区的未来，法拉盛河岸计划可以顺利通过。谢谢。
I hope for the future of Flushing community, this Flushing waterfront project will be granted.
好，谢谢，拜拜。
Thank you.
拜拜。
And then the last speaker for this panel is Mingwei Wang.
Wang Mingwei.
Time starts now.
你好。
你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共加到翻译的时间总共有4分15秒的时间，你现在可以开始说了，好吗
？OK， 好，大家好，我叫王明伟。
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wang Mingwei.
我从事建筑业。
I am involved construction work.
我住在法拉盛10年了。
I've been living in Flushing for 10 years.
我不知道为什么其他区的居民对这个计划有这么多的意见。
I do not understand why the residents from other area have so many objections toward this project.
我支持法拉盛特别垂岸区的开发。
I support Flushing waterfront project development.
因为这个项目可以好好的整顿现在法拉盛的荒废的土地。
再说一遍。
因为这个项目可以好好的整顿现在法拉盛荒废的土地。
Because this project will have a good opportunity to organize or utilize this wasted land in Flushing.
以及那个法拉盛河。
And also Flushing Creek or Flushing River.
我和我的家人目前都就住在法拉盛 Sanford 以及那个 College Point 附近。
Me and my family are living in Flushing area in the Sanford and also College Point area.
目前这个区没有住人。
目前这个区什么？
没有住人。
Currently, this area there's no residents living there.
都是废弃的仓库，很不安全。
All those abandoned warehouse, very unsafe.
再加上法拉盛河川的污染。
And also Flushing Creek pollution.
夏天就开车过去的时候，开窗还可以闻到很臭的味道。
In the summer, when you drive by, when you open the window, you smell very bad, smelly air.
我觉得这社区需要处理掉这个问题。
And I think this need to be corrected.
我很期待水岸赶快开发。
I am hoping that this project will be started very soon.
这样我们就有更多的户外公共空间。
So we will have a better or more outdoor activity space.
我跟我的父亲是从福建移民过来美国的。
My father and I, we immigrate from Fujian province of China.
我从事建筑行业。
I've been working as a construction worker.
我很喜欢我的工作。
I like my job.
我这样，这个项目可以让我有一技之长。
So this project will definitely give me chance related to my skill.
我也很期待这个项目尽快通过。
And I really hope that this project application will be granted very soon.
让这个社区越来越繁华。
So make this community better, more prosperous.
OK， 谢谢。
Thank you.
OK.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
So, Mr. Chair, the next panel will also require Mandarin interpretation. So, Mr. Ye, if you can stay on, and the panel will be Zheng Cheng Ye, Li Long Yu, Yo-Yo Zhang, Eric Zhang, and Yi Zong Ye. So if we can admit them. And then the first speaker will be Zheng Cheng Ye, followed by Li Long Yu.
Time starts now.
你好，申川燕，我是你的翻译。喂。
So we have Zhang Chengye.
你好，沈全业是吗？你好，喂。I don't hear response back.
We move to the next panelist.
Yeah, we'll move to the next one. Li Long Yu.
李龙游。
Chair Moya, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties promoting this panel, so let's just give it a couple minutes.
Okay. Let's take a brief pause right now and see if we can get them back online.
Yeah, the meeting will stand at ease while we get the panelists in.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Moya, it looks like we're ready. The first panelist is Zhang Chengye.
Time starts now.
喂。喂，你好，听得到吗？
Can we unmute Ms. Zhang Chengye?
你好，听得到我说话吗？
He's still on mute. Can somebody unmute him or her? Zhang Chengye.
喂，你能不能把
doesn't look like it's still on that. Zhang Chengye is still on mute, so I'm just going to move on to we have the person. Go ahead.
喂，你好，你听得到我说话吗？
Zhang, are you there?
喂，你好，听得到吗？
Hello?
你听得到我说话吗？
你是叶真琛吗？
对的。
对啊，是。
你好，叶真琛对不对？我。
Zhang, can you hear us?
真琛能听得到我说话吗？
Okay, why don't we move to the next panelist?
Okay, so the next panelist will be Li Long Yu, and we will return to Zhang Chengye if we can. Li Long Yu.
Time starts now.
喂，李荣友。
你好。
你好，我是你的翻译。你现在可以说话，有4分15秒的时间，包括翻译的时间都在里面，4分15秒，好吧？你现在可以开始了，好吗
Okay.
请说。
So I actually can speak English. I'm an Asian American.
Okay.
So my name is Li Long Yu. I'm 23 years old. I'm currently living in Flushing, Queens. My address is 147-42 27th Avenue. I've been living in Flushing for about 10 years. And today I actually want to show my support for the waterfall project. And I'm very happy to hear that it is taking place. Currently, I've heard that people in other boroughs are opposing the project, and I don't really understand why. My parents and I moved to America for over 30 years already, and currently I'm in the construction field, and I feel like the waterfall project will actually be very beneficial to the Flushing area. Yeah, that's about it. And currently, due to COVID, the Asian population is facing a hard time, and I believe if the waterfall project were to take place, it will actually bring more jobs and opportunity to the community, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
The next speaker is Yo-Yo Zhang. And Mr. Ye, I understand they need interpretation as well.
Right, okay. 郑友友对吗？郑友友。
Hello。
喂，你好。
你好。
我是你的翻译，我们总共有4。
没声音了。Hello。
好吗？听得到吗？
好，I think I can speak in English.
OK， 好，那好，请说英语。
Thank you. You may begin when you're ready.
Okay. My name is Yo-Yo Zhang. I was born and raised in China and have been living and working in China, Seoul, South Korea, and came to New York City 3 years ago. I have been working at an international trade company for the past 10 years. When I lived in Seoul, I have been to a lot of mixed-use projects over there, which include a shopping mall, movie theater, hotel, and restaurants. People can easily go to one spot to do all kinds of things. However, this kind of mixed-use development is rare in New York City. So when I read about the plan for the Flushing waterfront development, I'm actually very excited about it. From a customer's perspective, we would like to visit those kinds of modern, convenient, and fun places. Also, I saw there will be an open-air public waterfront park in the plan. I'm also looking forward to that. I've been living in Flushing since I came to New York as a local resident. I hope Flushing can be better and better. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. You gotta unmute our council. Thank you.
Sorry. The next speaker is Eric Zen, who I believe Mr. Ye may need interpretation, but we'll double check.
OK。你好 ，Eric 真是你吗？
对。
你好。我是你的翻译。
I can speak in English. It's fine.
OK。
Eric, whenever you're ready.
All right. So my name is Eric, and right now I'm currently 31, and I've been living in Flushing for about 21 years. And I think the special waterfall project is a very good opportunity for the Flushing area. It actually helps. I believe it actually helps the area to get more diversified, as well as get more job opportunity for more people, because as you guys know, due to COVID, a lot of people lost a job. By doing this, they'll have a stable job for the many years that's to come. So I just believe that this is a very good opportunity for the district in Flushing.
Thank you, Eric.
Yep. All right.
The next speaker on this panel is Yizong Ye.
喂，你好，李川爷是吗？
Yizong Ye, are you there?
喂，听到我说话吗
Hello，
啊，你好，您是于中爷是吗？
Hello，
啊，听得到吗？
听得到。
啊 ，OK， 我是你的翻译啊，我们总共有4分15秒的时间，包括
你现在
翻译的时间。
是找哪一个名字？你是
于中玉是你吗？于中业，
李宗义，Yeah，
是你是吧？
啊，是我，你好。
啊，你好，我是你
你好，
的翻译。
大家好。啊，
我是你的翻译，我们总共只有
我叫岳一中。我1965年出生。
Okay. My name is Yue Yuzheng. I was born 1965.
我从室内装修，目前是一个建筑商的经理。
I am involved in interior construction work.
我从95年开始住在法拉盛，我和我太太还有4个小孩。
I have been living in Flushing since 1995. Me, along with my wife and 4 children.
我的小孩已经差不多成年了，都开始工作了。我们家呢
My children are grown up and already start working.
我们家投票有6票，加上我的工作团队，我这里大概有几百票投票。如果这个呢，对于你们议员们的关心是一个重点。
My family, we have 6 votes, including all my employees. We have several hundreds of votes. So, for the local representatives, this is a very big, decent amount of votes.
我个人也是那个皮特顾的支持者。
I personally, I was a supporter of Peter Koo.
Yeah, 我也很感谢皮特顾这几年在法拉盛社区做出了努力，经济和福利。我支持法拉盛这个水岸开发区。我认为这个项目呢，可以创造生机，改善社区环境，更可以提升法拉盛在纽约市的地位。
你等一下。I really appreciate Peter Koo, who have been making a great effort to help Flushing economically and also community benefits. And I personally support the Flushing waterfront project because I think this is a project going to improve the community and also will be strengthen the Flushing position in the city of New York.
因为呢，我在法拉盛工作有10几年来，因此在费用豪华开始凯悦大酒店，以及那些天馆那些新天地，以及法拉盛那些超市，我都有做过工程，我也带来那个我感觉到法拉盛这几年的发展很不错。
I have been involved in many projects, the construction project in Flushing area, including the hotels, the restaurant, and the market. And I think in the last several years, Flushing has been developed a very good the situation and pace.
实际上呢，我也发现。今天呢，很多呢公听会上的发言人呢，听起来呢好像不是法拉盛的居民，他也不懂我们住在法拉盛的需求。
Today I heard many people express their opinions, and it feel like that they are now living in Flushing area and they do not understand the local residents' needs.
我相信法拉盛很多人都跟我一样， 热爱这个社区，希望更多的建设，因为我们这
Time
个
expired.
时间到了I hope everyone just like me to hope the love this community and also hope this community getting better.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your
谢谢
time.
你。
因为这是生活中公主家庭是法拉盛一定要更好向前进，大家生活更好。
Well, because you're living in Flushing, so you definitely want the Flushing community getting better and better.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you.
谢谢你说完了。
谢谢大家。
Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Move on to the next panelist.
Yes, Mr. Ye, can we check on Zhang Chung Ye, who was our first panelist, to see if they're there, please?
你好，曾春，你在吗？喂，曾春在吗？
喂，你好。
你好。Yeah, he's on.
Okay.
喂，你好。
你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，就是说包括翻译时间都在里面，只有4分钟15秒时间，所以你现在可以开始了，好吗？
好的，我的名字叫叶真春。
Yes, my name is 叶真春。
我95年就住在华达盛。
Since 1995, I've been living in Flushing.
请听一下我们华达盛居民的真实的想法。
Please listen to our Flushing residents' true thought.
我非常支持华达盛河岸区的开发案。
I strongly support the Flushing Waterfront project.
我来美国之前去过欧洲的其他国家。
Before I came to America, I was in other countries in Europe.
对大城市的这些开发项目，我也曾注意过。
I pay attention to those development projects in a big city.
我从事建筑行业相关的行业超过30年。
I've been involved in construction and construction-related business for over 30 years.
我现在是建筑装潢的包商。
I am the contractor of construction and decoration.
当我看到华达盛河岸开发案报道以后，
after I learned the report regarding Flushing Waterfront project,
我觉得这项的建案规划的非常完整。
I feel that this waterfront project planning was very comprehensive.
尤其河边公园这一部分，
especially waterfront park.
华达盛目前缺少的就是这样一个公共的空间。
In Flushing, what we lack is such a public space.
像我这样年纪大以后，我就很希望有这样的公园可以运动休闲。
People like me, when I getting aged, we really needed to have such a space that you can spend leisure time and do exercise. Such a space.
我有3个女儿都已经结婚了。
I have 3 daughters, and they all married.
如果这个计划能够真的实现
，if this plan indeed being accomplished,
以后我的子孙都有地方可以去玩乐。
And then my children, grandchildren, they have a space to play.
对华达盛来说，这个是非常好的一个项目规划。
To Flushing, this is a very good project planning.
对我而言，这个项目开发以后
，To me personally, after this project developed,
相信会非常多的工作机会给我的员工。
I believe will have a lot of opportunities or provided for my employees.
大家都知道，因为新冠病毒的关系，很多工地都停摆了。
Well, as many people know that because coronavirus pandemic, that many construction sites stopped.
我的员工也少了很多的工作机会。
My employee also lost many job opportunities.
在这种情况下，
in such a situation,
能够创造更多的开发案，对我的员工和对我和我的员工都非常重要。
我们时间到了so
好，谢谢。
Such a project definitely will provide me and also my employee very good opportunity. Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we will move on to the next panel, which I will announce. And while we admit the panel, we'll switch councils once again. So the next panel is Sarah Ann, Brian Mong Serrano, Jonathan Lam, and Yuriko Sang.
Before we begin, just thank you, Angelina, for your great work today and stepping in as we go back to my co-pilot, Arthur, who's back. And we may begin with the first panelist. Thank you.
Thank you.
First speaker will be Sarah An, who will be followed by Brian Mong Serrano.
Time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah An. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Flushing Workers Center. Thank you, City Council, for giving us this opportunity. We are wholeheartedly against the rezoning and urge the City Council to vote against it. Our members comprise of mostly low-wage, mostly immigrant workers. Many of them live and or work in Flushing. For years, the lives of our members have been made harder by the rapidly rising rents in Flushing. For example, one pays $1,800 for a one-bedroom apartment, an impossible amount for a nail salon worker. So one family is in the bedroom and another is in the living room. Many seniors have come seeking assistance at our center, an increasing band of seniors searching for rooms that are under what they can receive from Social Security. They're one step away from homelessness. These experiences are shared by many in Flushing. There is no question in anyone's minds that this is connected to the influx of luxury development in Flushing or market rate development in Flushing. In the past decade, Flushing has seen more condos built, second to Williamsburg. We invite council members to come to Flushing and see the number of mega developments and condos that have been built here in the last decade. Flushing has really become a tale of two cities. We also really want to see a better Flushing and good development, but development that will benefit us, and SFWD is not it. F&T Group and other developers, and now Councilmember Koo, since he has made it very clear that he is very much in support of this project, are lying to the community and to the city about the benefits the development will bring. They say the land is empty, but in fact, there are still manufacturing businesses and jobs on that site that will be lost once it is rezoned. Not to mention the other businesses on the 29 acres of land, including Ashi Plaza, that was forced to close when the land was sold. We shouldn't allow developers to buy up land, force out the tenants, and turn around and say that the land is empty and idle. This incentivizes landlords to push out our small businesses, and it is indeed happening right now as our small businesses face unprecedented hardship as a result of COVID. They say is as of right. Yes, the land is private, but if it was truly as of right, these developers would not have wasted a second to build what they want. Yet here we are again having to testify because the developers are seeking a rezoning and for special permissions from the city to create a special district. Let's be clear, that's on all sites on all 29 acres. They say the project will bring a clean waterfront to Flushing, but the developers have not made any commitment, nor are they obligated by current situation to the water. There's a lot more to say, but it's I will send in my testimony. I also want to say that it's been very unfair that we have been having to listen to hours and hours of developers' testimonies throughout the entire process, and the community has never been given a chance to express our concerns.
Next speaker will be Brian Mong Serrano, who will be followed by Jonathan Lamb.
Time starts now.
My name is Brian Monge, and I'm a lifelong Flushing resident. I'll be direct. This project is putting a price on the welfare of my community. The challenge here is not getting the market to invest, but to make sure the investment meet the needs of the community. There is something wrong here, as these are Ku's words in 2015, yet here's his community rejecting the proposal. We can see what the community wants in a recent Queens College study. Over 20% said they want affordable housing, and over 30% see that Flushing's overtaken by luxury buildings. Apartments are no longer affordable and everyday goods are more expensive. Looking at MIH, capping it at 60 or 80% AMI is well above the median income in Flushing, which is $54,000. Tell me what my neighbors should choose as their rent increases, but wages don't. Food or a home. These are the facts. MIH is required by zoning, but that does not preclude developers from taking city subsidy. What developers can do with that subsidy is double dip. Another flaw in MIH is that its income levels are mismatched to the needs of city residents. And so the displacement effects are likely to outweigh any of the benefits of any affordable housing that MIH brings, especially for long-term residents. All this according to Chris Walters, the rezoning technical assistance coordinator for the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. So I dare these developers to say that they bring jobs as they reap rewards from our city's money. There are no legal measures to make sure that developers follow up on all their promises. Luxury apartments won't solve my community's problems and stop the mass displacement over my lifetime in Flushing. And this reminds me of the sellout of the South Bronx through my work with the Bronx Documentary Center. I'll end this on Assemblyman Ron Kim's words, who urged to stop the sellout. Adding thousands of luxury condos is simply about extracting as much value and profits as possible out of our communities. I challenge the council to go against tradition and vote to help my community, just as Council Member Menchaca says he will. You can set a new model that favors your constituents over profit. Once again, have representatives sold us out? It's on public record that Q received money from F&T Group, so he is compromised. I want to add that community board repressed our voices and physically harassed testifiers, namely Eugene Kelty, and Chuck Applin is a paid consultant for the project, yet he attended all meetings, spoke, and encouraged a yay vote. If I may, most attendees oppose community board 7's decision of an environmental impact statement has also disenfranchised the community from giving input. Artists like me at places like the Municipal Art Society of New York and the Bronx Documentary.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We can proceed to the next panelist, please.
The next panelist is Jonathan Lamb, who will be followed by Yoriko Zhang.
Hi, my name is Jonathan, and I'm currently a sophomore in high school, and I'm here to discuss the unethical waterfront Flushing rezoning project. My father works in Flushing, and I grew up with having Flushing as my home. I enjoyed going to bakeries, getting bubble tea, and overall having a great time. The hardworking immigrants and the working families is what makes Flushing so beautiful. We don't need unnecessary luxury development, nor do we care about the public access that these selfish developers constantly use in order to make a narrative that they care about us. Fun fact, they actually don't care about us. They constantly use this false narrative that they collaborated with the community, while there's lines that are stretching for blocks of people who just want access to food. By the way, one last minute donation to a food pantry before this hearing was held does not help. And by the way, the community board 7 that overwhelmingly supported this does not truly reflect the demographic of Flushing. Right now, people in Flushing could care less about what these ignorant developers want to call a rare opportunity. People in Flushing are struggling to pay off the rent, to put food on the table, and overall, people are struggling to survive during this pandemic. Through phone banking, I heard from a lot of these people who are struggling during this time. It's a shame that their own city council representative who should be supporting them and is going against them by being in favor of this greedy development that won't benefit hardworking families. While I should be studying, I'm here to represent families like mine who are unfortunately unaware that this unethical project is being discussed during a pandemic that goes against hardworking families. A vote to approve this disgusting luxury development project just displays how ignorant you are to the public. During a pandemic, we should be discussing possible ways to help the community and not go against the community, and this selfish project goes against the Flushing community. Lastly, you were all elected here because you breathe our air and you drink our water. Peter Koo is not a good example. It's time for the rest of you to represent us and go against a project that harms our wonderful Flushing community. Also, luxury development doesn't solve environmental and employment issues. There's no excuse for this. We need to put people over profit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We can get the next panelist.
The next and final panelist for this panel is Yoriko Zhang.
Time starts now.
大家好. Do I have translation?
Sure. The translation, 1 second.
You need a Cantonese or Mandarin? Mandarin. That's Mr. Ye. Are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Would you please inform the witness that she has 4 minutes and 15 seconds and can begin when the chair recognizes her to begin?
Sure. 你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，就包括翻译的时间，好吗？你现在可以开始讲了，好吗？
好，我叫张百合子，今年17岁，我在曼哈顿特殊高中高4。
Yes, I'm. My name is Yuriko Zhang. I'm 17 years old. I'm in 4th grade of high school, Manhattan Special High School.
从我的经验和社区组织做的研究，我能坚强地说，我反对这个计划。
According to my research and also the personal community experience, I strongly oppose this project.
第一，反对这个计划的人是法拉盛的人，是住在法拉盛的人，不是室外的。
再说一遍。
第一，反对这个计划的人是法拉盛的人，不是室外的。
First of all, the people who oppose this project.
支持这个。
First of all, the people who support this project as a living Flushing.
支持不是，我说错了，支持反对这个计划的，对，对不起。
I'm sorry. The first of all, the people who oppose the project is living in Flushing.
我从法拉盛出生的，从一个非常努力的工人阶级移民家庭出生的。
I was born in Flushing. I'm from born to the family who living in Flushing.
我认识很多叔叔阿姨和小生意，像大家爱的陈豆花叔叔和北方大道的韩国饺子阿姨，我都认识的。
I know many uncles, aunts who are living here and also were small business owners, such as owns a dumpling house in Northern Boulevard.
大家都了解，是我们希望可以给父亲孩子们创造一个更美好的未来。
Everyone hopes that we will create opportunity for better of their children.
疫情给法拉盛带来了很多困难。
However, the pandemic brought many difficulties for the community of Flushing.
你看街上有好多人在卖家里的小东西，因为没工作，因为很多人失去了工作和失去了家。
You see many people on the street selling the goods from their home because they lost their income, lost their job, they even lost their houses.
有这个垃圾计划，只能更完全毁掉了我们今天认识和爱的法拉盛。
Such capture project will definitely make Flushing it's a worse place. It's a place that we used to know as a Flushing.
你说，虽然这个计划能带来一些装修的工作，你有可能会几个月有一个稳定的工作，但我们以后不会有一个稳定的家。
Even though this project will bring stable construction job for several months, however, you will not. This project will not bring the stable house or stable family.
这个计划只能把现在稳定的工作灭掉，然后也把现在小生意灭掉，然后带来低薪零售和服务工作。
This project will eliminate the stable jobs and also eliminate stable small business, even though it will bring some low tech or low income job opportunities.
如果你想帮助法拉盛流浪汉的人，不应该把他们踢出去，不应该把他们赶走。
我们时间到了。If you want to help the homeless people in Flushing, you should not just kick those people out or move them out.
Okay, even though I speak English, I wanted to speak in Chinese because there's a lot of lies being fed to the Chinese immigrant community about this development. A lot of the Chinese people who are trying to testify on behalf of this project, they all have connections to Peter Koo or TNT who are going to benefit from this project. Overall,
Chair Moya, that was the last speaker of this panel.
We don't hear you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Do we have any council members who wish to ask these panelists any questions?
I see no members with hands for questions.
Okay, there being no more questions for the panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Tina Lund, Linda Mazzola, Peter Wu, and Marlis Aguarda. First speaker will be Tina Lund.
Time begin. Hello, can you hear me?
Tina, whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Moya and subcommittee members for this opportunity to testify. My name is Tina Lund, AICP, Principal of Urbanomics. For 36 years, Urbanomics has provided economic and fiscal analyses to a broad range of public and private sector clients throughout the New York metropolitan area. I'm here today to speak in support of the Special Flushing Waterfront District. Urbanomics was retained by FWRA LLC to determine the economic and fiscal impacts of redevelopment of the sites, of the 4 project sites. We used the InPlan Pro input-output model to determine the impacts of construction, operations, and occupancy of these sites in terms of jobs created, wages paid, the ripple effects of business and household expenditures in Queens and Flushing, as well as state and local taxes. Development of the sites will entail $1.3 billion in hard construction costs over a 5-year period, creating an average of 1,235 construction jobs per year. 58.5% of these jobs, with a total of $287 million in wages, will go to Flushing residents. The ripple effects of the activity will provide an additional $648 million in revenues for Queens businesses supporting the construction and workers. Flushing's share of this will be $379 million. Once occupied, the sites will directly contribute $509 million to the local economy each year, creating 3,700 on-site permanent jobs. In addition, the expenditures of these on-site businesses and workers, along with the household expenditures of new residents, will contribute another $588 million to Queens' economy. Flushing's share will be $64 million, supporting 421 jobs. These sites alone will provide $179 million in taxes to the city and state each year. This includes $116 million in property taxes, $35 million in household income taxes, and $28 million in business taxes. In economic and fiscal terms, the Special Flushing Waterfront District would be a benefit to Flushing and Queens. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Linda Mazzola, who will be followed by Peter Wu.
Time starts now.
Good afternoon, council members and committee members. My name is Linda Mazzola, and I am the Vice President of Unity Construction Services. I am speaking in support of this project, and specifically in support of one of the developers, F&T. Unity Construction provides both general contracting and construction management services to corporate clients, real estate developers, brokers, architects, and building and property management firms. We are a longstanding member of the Eastern Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters. by self-performing all the carpentry work on many of our projects with an in-house staff of over 50 carpenters, tapers, and laborers. Unity became acquainted with F&T and its outstanding management and staff while completing projects for Regal Cinemas in Lynbrook, New York, and the Market Line at Essex Crossing. Since that time, Unity is working with them to complete Regal Tangram, which includes the build-out of a 7-screen state-of-the-art movie theater in Flushing, New York. The project consists of a 38,000 square feet multiplex and is part of a new 1.2 million square foot mixed-use development. Regal will be the first theater to open in downtown Flushing in 30 years. Since our arrival on site 2 years ago, we have worked alongside the fantastic group of professionals at F&T Group by providing tremendous due diligence for this Tangram project. F&T has proven to be a true partner and supporter of the Flushing community by setting standards for the engagement of local and minority and women-owned businesses on each project they manage.
Time expired.
By establishing these standards, they ensure diversity and opportunity for local companies. I just want to say one more thing.
No, thank you so much. We really
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Peter Wu, who will be followed by Marlis Aguarda.
Time begins now.
Hello, my name is Peter Wu. I am for approval of the Waterfront District. I have been actively involved in the Flushing business community for over 20 years. We have been trying to clean up the polluted Flushing Creek and provide public access to the waterfront for at least that long. Approval of the Waterfront District will accomplish that and much, much more. It will create thousands of much needed jobs for the Flushing community, especially now after the devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. There will be over $2 billion in private investment, generating about $180 million in annual tax revenue for the city. There will be better pedestrian and vehicular circulation with new roads leading to the new waterfront walkway and shopping. And there will be more affordable housing units near the waterfront. The Flushing Creek project is overwhelmingly supported by the Flushing business community and residents of Flushing. Please do not let this project fall victim to politics like Industry City and Amazon in Long Island City. I encourage the City Council to approve the Special Flushing Waterfront District. We've been waiting for this project for a very long time. It's clearly a no-brainer. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks for your testimony today. We'll move on to the next panelist.
Final panelist will be Marlis Aguarda.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear
Time
you.
starts now.
So I'm speaking on behalf of Gloria Marina, and the letter is in Spanish. So can you translate?
Do we have a?
So,
hold on one second. Do we have a Spanish translator?
Is Amparo Builder here still with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. So, me gustaría expresar todo mi apoyo para el Special Flushing Waterfront District project.
He wants to say his voice to yes, the approval of the waterfront project.
Me llamo Gloria María Zometa Guerra y soy natural de El Salvador. Llevo en Estados Unidos 32 años.
¿Se llama cómo? ¿Flori?
Gloria Marina Zometa Guerra.
Gloria Marina Zometa Guerra.
From El Salvador.
And I am from El Salvador.
Y lleva viviendo en Estados Unidos 32 años.
And I've been living in the U.S. for 32 years.
Trabajo como Home Health Aide en Queens desde hace 6 años.
I work as a home health aide for 8 years.
Llevo viviendo en Flushing con mi hijo desde hace 7 años.
And I've been living in Flushing with my son for the last 7 years.
Desde que me enteré por mi vecino que hay un proyecto en el condado de Flushing, estoy muy contenta.
And since I learned from my son about the project, I am very happy.
Creo que el proyecto traería a Flushing muchos empleos, oportunidades para socializar.
And I think that project will bring Flushing improvement for socializing.
Nuevos trabajos.
New jobs.
Y traería comercio para diferentes culturas.
And it will bring commerce to the different cultures.
Yo estoy encantada con Flushing, su gente, sus calles y su diversidad cultural.
And I am very happy living in Flushing and the cultural diversion.
Para personas de mi edad se beneficiarían del waterfront porque nos daría la oportunidad de pasear con nuestras familias y amigos.
And people living at the waterfront will be very happy because it will bring happiness and socialization with our friends.
En el waterfront.
At the waterfront.
Nuestros familiares están ilusionados con que se lleve el plan en Flushing.
Our friends are very happy for this project to go forward in Flushing.
Por favor, apoyen el proyecto de Flushing para nosotros y nuestras familias.
And please opt for this project for us and our families.
That's it. Thank you so much.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Gracias.
Chair, that was the last speaker for this panel.
Okay. If there are any council members who have any questions for this panel.
I see no members with questions at this time.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused, and the council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Darren Chen, Zhu Xu, Yiming Huang, Mabel Chan, and Wen Yi. First speaker in this panel will be Darren Chan, followed by Zhu Xu.
Time starts now.
Hello， 你好，请问有没有翻译？
Am I understanding?
I think he needs an interpreter.
Okay, Mr. Yeah, I would ask before you begin and advise him of the 4 minute 15 seconds that you would just once again move your microphone a little bit closer so that we can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Thank you.
你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分15秒的时间，就包括翻译的时间，所以你现在可以开始讲了，好吗
？OK， 好的。你好，我叫 Darren， 然后我的中文名字叫陈达群。那我是
Good afternoon. My name is Darren. My Chinese name is Chen Da Qing.
Yeah， 我是Queens 的一个 business owner。那我觉得这个
I am a business owner in Queens. 然后呢？
我觉得这个项目除了提供更多的机会以外
，my feeling is this project provide the job opportunities.
还会提供很多就是一个安全的一个因素在。
And also provide the security, safety.
因为主要的是这个项目是开发在一块荒地上。
The main reason is this project developed on a wasted land.
那如果现在就算没有开发的话，也不会有人往那一块走。
If this land is not developed, then no one really go there anyway.
我以前是住在这一块的附近。
I used to live in the neighborhood.
那里过了7点以后的话，是一个很危险的地方。
That place after 7 p.m. That was a very dangerous place.
除此以外，那我觉得这个会提供很多的一些人的一些工作的一个机会。
Besides that, this project will provide many job opportunities.
还会提供很多的一些 business owner 的一个机会，尤其是现在的这个时间，这么困难 ，COVID-19。
And also provide many business opportunities for many business owners, especially during this pandemic hard time.
所以我是支持这个项目。
So I supported this project.
谢谢，这就是全部。
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
谢谢你提供的证词。
谢谢。
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Zhu Xu, followed by Yiming Huang.
Time starts now.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, council members. My name is Joe. As someone coming from an urban design background and who works in Flushing, I testify for the rezoning approval. The significance and necessity of public waterfront has been widely acknowledged and accepted, especially in this pandemic. Being close to open space and nature has never been more important. But we have to realize that a pleasant, functional public waterfront does not just happen. For example, infrastructure should be provided to ensure accessibility and safety. The waterfront should be diligently activated by ground floor programming, be it retail, community share space. Moreover, waterfront should be populated enough to reach a critical mass to prevent, waterfront from turning into a big empty openness. In other words, only projects of certain volume and scale can make these financially feasible to produce the level of impact needed. I think the idea of large scale has long been, wrongfully associated with the project led by Robert Moses in late 20th century, but scale and volume in itself is not evil if executed properly. Thank you. Thank you all, that's all.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next speaker will be Yiming Huang, followed by Mabel Chan.
Time begins now.
Hello.
How are you? We can hear you, so whenever you're ready, you can begin.
Hello. Yeah, my name is Yiming Huang. Can you give me language change? Hello.
Yep. 1 second while we get
Thanks.
When we get an interpreter for you.
Thanks.
You need a Cantonese interpreter or a Mandarin interpreter?
Yeah, I need a Mandarin. Thanks.
Okay, I'm ready. Let me give him instruction. 你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分15秒的时间，包括翻译的时间都在里面。所以你现在可以开始了，好吗？
好，谢谢。我叫王一鸣。
Yes. My name is Huang Yiming.
Yes. 我非常支持法拉盛特别河岸区这个项目。
I strongly support the Flushing waterfront project.
我从05年移民到美国以后，一直居住和工作在法拉盛。
Since I immigrated to America in year 2005, I have been living and working in Flushing.
至今15年。
It's been 15 years.
我是一名大楼管理员，我持有消防安全执照。
I was official in China, and I do have a license of fire safety license.
我专门负责大楼的那个冷暖通风系统的工作。
I being in charge of the big building, those heating and air conditioning and the ventilation work.
Yes, 确保那个住户以及人员的安全。
And also to secure those people living in the building, the security.
我非常热爱我的工作。
I love my job.
我的女儿也是在法拉盛健康成长的。
My daughter also was grown up in Flushing.
她已完成了常青藤大学的学业。
She already finished her Ivy League university curriculum.
她现在有一份很好的工作。
She already got a very good job.
我们全家都非常喜欢法拉盛。
My whole family like Flushing very much.
因为这边生活便利，而且有比较纯正的美食。
Because living here is very convenient, and also they have very diversified, delicious foods.
我真心的希望法拉盛可以变为更加繁荣昌盛。谢谢。
I really want Flushing to be a more prosperous and advanced community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
谢谢你提供证词。
谢谢。
We can call up the next panelist.
The next panelist will be Mabel Chan, followed by Wen Yi.
Okay. Do we have the next panelist up?
Mabel Chan is the next speaker. Mabel Chan, can you hear us?
All right. Why don't we skip to the next panelist?
Pick Wen Yi and come back. Wen Yi will be the next speaker, who will be followed by Mabel Chan.
Time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You can begin.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Wen Ye, and I'm an investment analysis work at Flushing, and I support the project Flushing waterfront. And the reason is that I believe the project will improve our living environment for our community. As I know, the developer will upgrade the existing sewer and drainage systems. So I think a good project for a city is not only building beautiful things we can see, such as buildings, park, road, but also take care of the parts we can't see. And moreover, for me, a good living environment is not only for human, but also for all of the lives, animals. So very happy to heard about this project. Will do some job to help clean the Flushing Creek. So that's all. I finished. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
And now we will hear from Mabel Chan. Mabel Chan will be the next speaker. See that Mabel Chan is now unmuted.
Time starts now.
Mabel, are you there?
Mr. Yep, perhaps you could inquire whether Mabel Chan needs assistance with an interpreter.
OK， Mabel Chan 是你听到我说话吗？ I did not hear any response back yet.
Okay.
All right.
I do see her in the list, Mabel Chan, but evidently we're having some technical issues with the audio.
So let's move on, and if we get her back, we'll bring her back up.
That was accepting Mabel Chan. That was the last speaker of this panel. And I do not see any members with questions for this panel.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
Next panel will include Elizabeth O, Christopher Barone, Todd Leong, Calvin Wong, and King Mao Wong. First speaker of the panel will be Elizabeth O, followed by Christopher Barone.
Time starts now.
Thank you, Councilmember Moya and the Land Use Committee for your time. My name is Elizabeth O, and I work at the Legal Aid Society, and I've been organizing with the Flushing Anti-Displacement Alliance. For months, we've been organizing and doing research to fight against this rezoning.
It's okay.
Huh? Doesn't
Hello?
matter?
Yep. You can continue.
How do I change this?
When you turn your camera on.
Hello? May I ask that I get a few more seconds? Okay. So for months, we've been doing research to fight against this rezoning, and we urge the City Council to vote no. What we know for a fact is that developers have spent $1 million of taxpayer money to lobby City Council to develop this part of Queens. We know that for a fact that the average Flushing resident is severely rent burdened, spending more than 60% of their income on rent. And we know downtown Flushing is one of the most, if not the most congested area in Queens. Flushing does not need 1,725 luxury condos. It already has seen the most luxury condos built in the past decade after Williamsburg. And we know what that looks like. What the long lines in the food pantry La Jornada have shown is that Flushing residents need rent relief in the short term and affordable housing in the long term. And the special waterfront district does none of that. The process of gentrification looks like this. They'll build these condos, provide jobs, and then people will be displaced. And then people will have nowhere else to go because Flushing is the last stop on the 7 train. An extraordinary number of small businesses have already shuttered their doors because of COVID. There are residents who, are disgusted with the rate of homelessness, but that is a direct correlation to the displacement and high rents that have occurred in the past decade. The people who will be most impacted by displacement cannot join us on this call because 41% of Flushing residents don't have broadband access and Zoom public hearings aren't accessible in the first place. But we know that this luxury development is an insult to the vibrant community that already immigrants and first-generation Americans have built. And how many of the longtime residents do you think can actually afford to live in one of these condos? Job creation should not depend on displacement and developers' use of our taxpayer money to build their investment portfolios. We need real solidarity from the City Council to reject this proposal like they rejected Industry City, and a commitment to build affordable housing in this city and at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Christopher Barone, followed by Todd Leong.
Time begins now.
Yes, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to first thank you guys for calling on me today and allowing me to be part of this discussion. I did want to make sure to take the time today to speak to you all because I really do believe that the Flushing Waterfront Project would benefit the Flushing community tremendously. I personally have been working in Flushing on various construction sites for a little over 6 years now. And luckily over those 6 years, construction in Flushing has stayed very busy and I've been able to stay working within this community. And in those years that I've spent here, I've really grown to love and appreciate the town and everything that it has to offer. I've had the opportunity to eat at so many of these great restaurants, some of them even famous restaurants. I've gotten to know some of the small business owners and the residents, and I've really been able to I guess see what this community has to offer, and on each of the different construction sites that I've worked on, I've been able to see its completion and see how those sites do bring the community together. So that is something that I'm looking forward to seeing hopefully on the waterfront project. Not only would this waterfront project be beneficial to the construction industry by keeping men and women like me working, but it will also open up more opportunities for small businesses to open, for already thriving local businesses to expand. And if this new project is approved, who knows, the next new great restaurant in Flushing might be able to open it, or someone might be able to open the business of their dreams, or whatever the case may be. But people will have the opportunity to add to the already great neighborhood and community that Flushing is. And to me, that's what this project is all about. It's
I'm
about adding to the
expired.
community. Sorry, it's about adding to the community and allowing people to grow together within the community, to make Flushing an even more special and amazing place than it is now.
Thank you, Crystal, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Todd Leong, who will be followed by King Miao Wang.
Time starts now.
Hi, my name is Todd Leong. I'm a small business owner living in Flushing. I fully support this project. I'm trying to get this camera going. I own and operate a bar in downtown Flushing at 1 Fulton Square. We are lucky in this community to have such an influx of investment and to have a community that can support many small businesses. I'm not sure if you can see my background image, but that is an image of the site. I took it today from my apartment. It's on the edge of Flushing, along the filthy Flushing Creek, adjacent to the 7 train tracks and the Van Wyck. No one lives there now. No one will be displaced. This unused piece of land represents economic potential, not just for Flushing, but for all of Queens. Private developers have pledged to spend millions and millions of dollars to clean up this private land, which is contaminated with legacy industrial pollution and sewage runoff. So let's be real though. This project is going to get built one way or another since it's privately owned. Without rezoning, there will be 0 affordable units built. It's not the developer's responsibility to build affordable housing, but rezoning will make it their responsibility. I opened a business in 1 Fulton Square. 1 Fulton Square. It employs 20 people. They earn a solid wage, allows them to put themselves through college, support their families. All of my young employees live in Flushing. They work very hard to support themselves and their families. They're not out there protesting economic development. They're participating in the flourishing Flushing economy. They work hard and they're prospering. For example, my chef, an immigrant from Jamaica, who after working many hard hours over many years, attained permanent residency. He now supports himself and his 2 little girls growing up in America by working hard. Without economic activity, there can be no jobs created, no tax base, and without a tax base, the city government can do little to help the community. This is not about class struggle. This is about enabling economic progress for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be King Miao Wang, followed by Calvin Wang.
Time starts now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. So first of all, I stand the point of view that I strongly support the project, and I moved to Flushing a few years ago, and I feel like I grew up with Flushing, so I have a very deep affection with that city. Since the day one I heard about the project, I feel very glad that we're gonna have that, and it's gonna be a very good process for the infrastructure for the Flushing city, and the people will have more space, more choice to spend with family or with friends. And the second one, I think, especially when the COVID-19 hits, the unemployment rate increased crazily, and it's a good opportunity to stimulate the job, especially for the local small business, and people will have the chance to open their store to do business with local people. And the thirdly is the environment and the neighborhood. It's good to have the community, better than nothing, and also it's good for the neighborhood that it's more
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Call up the next panelist.
The next and last panelist speaker on this panel will be Calvin Wong.
Time starts now.
Calvin, can you hear us?
Calvin is joining by phone, just needed an extra second to bring him in.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Do we have Calvin Wong?
Calvin?
There he is. I see him now. Calvin Wong will be the next and final speaker of this panel.
Calvin, can you hear us? Okay. Let's give it a few more seconds. If not, we'll have Calvin come back on later. Calvin?
Hi.
Hi, how are you? Are you ready?
Hi, how are you? Are you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. As soon as you're ready.
Okay. Can I start now?
Yep, you can start now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Calvin Wong, and I live in Flushing over 13 years. I work for a property manager company in Flushing. As a real estate professional, I am here to explain why you should support the special Flushing waterfront the project. As we know, the Flushing waterfront has been sitting idea for over 20 years, and I believe now is a great opportunity to redevelop this area. First of all, the developer are bringing a comprehensive environment cleanup plan that will change this area significant from a polluted, unusable area to be a public accessible and active waterfront open space. Secondly, all the developers will be financed privately, even for the construction and maintenance of the greatly need new public road network. I believe that the new road network will greatly reduce traffic congestion in downtown Flushing. I strongly support the special Flushing waterfront district and encounter you to support the project because of the community benefits, including the significant environment cleanup, large waterfront open space, large number of the permanent job will be created, and the public accessible new road network. Thank you.
Thank you, Calvin. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, do we have any questions from?
Here I see no members with questions for the panel.
Okay, there being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused, and if the council can please call up the next panel.
Next panel will include Eric Bename, Peter Byrne, Eric Byrne, and Victor Chow. First speaker will be Eric Bename.
Hello?
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Hi, my name is Eric Benime. I'm the CEO of Modern Spaces. We're a real estate brokerage based in Queens. I'm here to speak in support of the waterfront Flushing development and also in support of United Construction. I'd like to say a couple things. Obviously, New York City is experiencing a very tragic time right now with COVID and a lot of other things. There's a lot of opposition over the last few years with that. It started with Amazon and several other projects after that, denying job creation. We cannot deny any more job creation. This specific project is going to be creating thousands and thousands of jobs in a time where we need jobs the most. It's also going to be generating tens and tens of millions of dollars a year in a time where the city is absolutely broke and needs all that money. My experience in Flushing is my firm represented a project right across the street, Skyview Park. I'm not working on this project at all. The Skyview Park, I heard one person saying it's completely empty. That's completely false. It's completely full. We actually sold almost every single project in that unit, in that project was sold to small business owners or other local people like Ron Kim, who spent $1 million in an apartment himself. And I'd like to just say that in a time where the city really needs money and is in financial distress, we need to support as many projects that create jobs as possible. I know a lot of people talking about homelessness, but we can't give people jobs and people are going to continue being homeless without jobs. So again, I'm in support of this project and please approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Next speaker will be Peter Byrne, followed by Eric Byrne.
Time starts now.
Hello, good evening, and can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hello, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. I am calling in support of the project. My name is Peter Byrne. I've been in Flushing for over 10 years now. I'm a United States military veteran. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. In fact, the only time I've ever not been living in New York was when I was in Korea, 38th parallel, excuse me, on the DMZ. And I witnessed firsthand, unfortunately, what poor economic and development plan does to a nation. And I did see that firsthand, no stories told to me for sure. I hope everybody can appreciate what goes on elsewhere outside of this country. We want to make our country as good as possible for everybody. Moving forward on this, I hear people complaining, as I was sitting down listening for some substantial period of time, that there's, all these people that are going to be displaced. I'm looking outside of a window right now and have been for over an hour at the actual site where all of this development is going to take place. I see no sign of human life whatsoever. In fact, what I do see is a parcel of land that's on the shores of a polluted body of water that's infested with rats, wild raccoons, feral cats, and a danger to, quite frankly, I see it as a danger to the community itself with absolutely no good coming from it. All of these problems are going to be rectified with this development moving forward. You guys have a substantial burden on your shoulders to keep the economy moving, and I'm not envious of you for that, but it is something that's absolutely necessary. Winston Churchill said, "Those that don't remember history are doomed to repeat it." That's paraphrasing. And by that, I mean in 2008 in the city of New York.
I'm expired.
Lehman Brothers went under and there was tremendous difficulty in the city, and the need to continue with construction and development is paramount. It's the life's bloodstream to New York. I thank you for your time and I appreciate it.
The next speaker will be Eric Byrne, who will be followed by Victor Chow.
Time starts now.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. I would first like to thank the committee for this opportunity to speak in support of this upcoming project. My name is Eric Byrne, and I've been in Flushing for the last 6 years. I've had the opportunity to see it grow from a place that few people aspire to visit into a place that attracts foodies, entertainment seekers, and shoppers for local businesses. It is becoming an area where few would visit, to a modern high energy destination for groups of families, friends, and couples to visit and enjoy. With that also comes huge money that is spent on local commerce and taxes collected by our local government. Flushing is a neighborhood that is clearly on the upswing, and this beautiful project has the potential to be an integral part of that. The objective of any development anywhere is to improve the environment, the living conditions, and the general quality of life. I believe that this project beautifies the neighborhood physically by taking an eyesore of property and turns it into a gorgeous modern development. It brings jobs and opportunities to hundreds of families, both in the short term and the long term, and it brings massive tax dollars into an entire community that will allow this community to continue to revitalize. So basically, in summation, I implore this committee to please approve this magnificent project for the benefit of all. It is a win-win. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next and last speaker on this panel will be Victor Chow.
Time begins now.
大家好，我叫 Victor 赵，我呢在法拉盛已经居住了超过12年。
Victor,
Yes.
you need a translator?
Yes, please.
Okay, 1 second.
Do you need a Cantonese or a Mandarin interpreter?
Mandarin.
Mr. Ye, are you here?
Let me instruct him first. 喂，你好，陈先生。
我是，你好。
你好，我是你的翻译，我们只有4分钟15秒的时间，包括
那我很快，谢谢，好，我表达。
你现在开始讲好吗？
好，我叫 Victor 赵。
Yes, my name is Victor Chow.
我在法拉盛居住了12年。
I've been living in Flushing for 12 years.
我已经有家庭，也结婚了啊。
I already have a family and I married.
很高兴呢，有机会在这里表达一下我对这一次法拉盛水岸开发案的一些我个人的意见的想法。
Very happy that have given opportunity to express my opinion regarding Flushing waterfront project.
在这里大家都知道法拉盛呢，我们有很多的中小型的生意跟企业在这边。
Here in Flushing, everyone knows that we have many medium-sized or small-size of business enterprises.
同样呢，也有很多的新移民来这边努力的工作，也希望追求他们的美国梦。
Also, there are many new immigrants who came here pursuing American dreams.
我们都希望这个城市能够持续的发展跟成长。
We all hope that this community will continue to grow and continue to prosper.
而在成长的时候，我们更多的商业活动，我也能够增加更多的税收。
During this process of growth, that there are more, we're all hoping that we're more commercial activities and also generate more tax income.
有更多的税收，也就能够完善更多的公共的服务。
More tax income, that means will create more, complete more public facilities.
所以呢，我很赞成这个计划，也希望看到这个计划的成功。
So I am very supportive regarding this project and also hoping this project will be successful.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you for your testimony.
谢谢你提供的证实。
Okay.
Well, that was the last speaker for this panel, and I do not see any members with hands raised for questions.
Okay, there being no questions for this panel, the The witness panel is now excused. Council, if you can call up the next panel.
The next panel will include David Chung, Bill George, Jenny Lay, and Betsy Mack. First speaker, David Chung, to be followed by Bill George.
Time starts now.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I would like to express my gratitude to the council chair and council members for giving me this opportunity. My name is David Chung, and I want to express my perspective of a user and resident of the immediate Flushing area for over 40 years. Hold on. Okay. Do you see the virtual background behind me?
We do not.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You see, there are three aspects of this project that are, oops, okay, hold on. Okay, you see it now. There are three aspects of this project which are crucial to us as residents in the area. One is, you see right behind me this image of a very typical setting behind next to the river. Is what we strive to have in Flushing, but we haven't got it for years because it is just so dilapidated. And the reality is that image doesn't look like that. It actually looks like this. Can you see that? That's the reality we are facing every single day for the last 40 years. And everybody here is begging to have it changed. It's dilapidated, it's an eyesore, it's a horrible smell for 6 months in the year. So it's very crucial that we get rid of this horrible situation because it's just unacceptable. And you would know it if you are here and working here and living here, and you would understand. Yeah. So that's one. And second point is that New York City, and especially Flushing, is in a dire financial situation due to the COVID. And
David,
we
David,
need.
you have to wrap it. Time has expired.
I'm sorry?
Time has expired. Your time has expired.
Yeah, okay, I'm almost finished. That with this capital investment, and it will tremendously increase employment. So that would greatly better the community. So I express that, strongly encouraging the committee to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you for your testimony.
Next speaker will be Bill George, who will be followed by Jenny Lay.
Time begins now.
Hello all. I'll be reading the testimony of my 99-year-old great aunt, a downtown Flushing resident. Now, in her words, thank you for letting me speak today. I have lived in downtown Flushing on Parsons Boulevard for nearly 60 years, raising 2 children and 2 grandchildren here. After my husband passed 9 years ago, I had the option to move to San Diego and live with one of my daughters, but I stayed in downtown Flushing, my home. So as long as I am here, the future of downtown Flushing is very important to me. Over the last 10 years, I've witnessed the transformation of Flushing, with my walks through the neighborhood, to Macy's, to the grocery store, to my hairdresser. I began to appreciate what the developers have done because the quality of my life has improved. My only wish is that it would happen sooner. I listened to the previous hearings and I asked, why are people from Brooklyn testifying and telling me what is better for my home when they don't even live here? I want this project. I have been following this development since the community board meeting held in February, and there's one thing from that meeting that I will never forget. the late Claire Schulman attended. I firsthand know how hard it is to travel in your 90s, and that type of effort shows how dedicated Claire was to Flushing. She was always an advocate for the betterment of our community, and I think about that night, she was booed, taunted, and laughed at by our opposition, all while she was ill. Claire was an amazing woman, and for everything she has done for Queens, we owe it to her to approve this project. I hope that the people who treated Claire so badly that day are listening right now, and they know how shameful that was. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. We'll proceed with the next.
The next speaker will be Jenny Lay.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Jenny. My family immigrated from China to America when I was a little kid. I grew up in Flushing, and currently I am a final year student in Queens College, majoring in finance. As a long-term resident of Flushing, it is my honor to express my full support for the Special Flushing Waterfront District today. For over 10 years, I have surprisingly seen many great changes, such as modern buildings, gorgeous hotels, nice restaurants, better amenities in our neighborhood. I sincerely believe Flushing has been transformed to a global destination. As a food lover, I really love trying different types of authentic cuisines around Flushing. Flushing is my home, and I constantly follow the public news about Flushing. When I heard the next potential of Flushing is to transform the waterfront last week, I decided to pass by College Point Boulevard. As of now, there is absolutely nothing there. So now with private investment by developers, we finally have an opportunity to achieve the goals that my friends and I have always hoped for. That include a waterfront public park, more jobs for fresh grads, less traffic congestion, and much needed amenities. So this project is needed now more than ever, as many of my classmates are having difficulty to find jobs during the economic recession due to COVID-19. So today, I strongly support the Flushing Waterfront Development Project, and I hope you will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for your testimony today. If we can proceed to the next panelist.
The next and last speaker on this panel will be Betsy Mack.
Hi, Betsy.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Betsy Mack. I'm an executive board members of Flushing Bid. I'm also a board member of CB7. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of my own self. In the previous PowerPoints from the ownership, there's one page that I thought it was the most critical, which they proposed the development property tax will increase annually from 116 million to from 1.3 million, I'm sorry, property tax to 116 million annually. And also it will bring in the city additional corporate and income taxes of 62 million annually. But I believe that they also missing certain tax revenue that we can, from the city can benefit, which is the real estate taxes transfer tax. In New York City, there's a transfer tax of 1.425%. New York State has transfer tax of 0.4%. New York City mansion tax of 1%. New York City mortgage tax for homeowner is 1.925%, and New York City mortgage tax 0.25%, and the New York State has a mortgage tax of 0.4%. Out of the 1,725 residential units, if they all sold out, our city will have additional $90 million of tax revenue, and the state will have 15 million. And the office spaces, it has about 383,000 square feet. That's equivalent to the New York transfer tax 2.625%, New York State transfer tax 0.65%, New York City mortgage tax 2.8%, New York City mortgage tax 0.25% to the lender, New York State mortgage tax 0.625. That's equivalent, and Just the residential and the office component, it's already 110 million extra revenue dollars to the city.
I'm expired.
So this comes in a very critical time of a lifeline. This project is like a lifeline to New York City for all these additional tax revenue. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Betsy. Thank you for your testimony today. Council, do we have any council members that wish to ask the panel any questions?
Chair, I see no members with questions for the panel at this time.
Great. There being no questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, if you can call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Ting Liu and Bo Miao, who I understand may need to testify with the assistance of a Mandarin interpreter. Ting Liu and Bo Miao. Mr. Ye, if you are available and just standing by, we may need to.
Okay.
Mr. Ye, perhaps you could ask whether the witness needs translation.
喂，你好，刘婷对吗？
是的。
你好，我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，就是包括这个翻译的时间都在里面。你现在
OK， 好的。
你现在可以开始了。
我是法拉盛中心1392海星音乐创吧的负责人。
等一下，你慢慢讲，再说一遍。
我是法拉盛中心1392海星音乐创吧的负责人，我叫刘婷。
Yes, my name is Liu Ting. I'm the person in charge of Flushing 139 Seafood Bar. 然后
我想在此表达的是，我支持法拉盛河岸特区的开发。
I just like one more time express my support of the Flushing Waterfront project.
此外，有关反对团体的意见，我有些不同的看法。
Regarding the opinion opposed to this project, I have a different view.
法拉盛很多私人企业都像我们一样，自从1月中国武汉疫情开始，我们法拉盛的生意便受到很大的影响。
In Flushing, many private-owned business being affected by since mid of January of this year because Wuhan virus started.
比纽约州政府限制谈吃的那个命令还要早很多。
A lot earlier than New York City imposed the limitation of indoor dining.
我们做生意最期待的就是能留。这个开发案改造到现在的荒地，带来20亿美元的私人投资，这个是创业的机会。
As a businessman, that the most important concern is the customer flow, and then this Flushing Waterfront project would generate about $2 billion.
我觉得这个对于法拉盛社区有很大的利益，未来可以让皇后区成为一个同时可以生活、工作和娱乐的地方。
So I think it's very tremendous beneficial to Flushing community, especially a place can create a Flushing as a place to work, to live, and to leisure.
我非常支持这个开发，我们相信可以帮到我们的公司重新获得业务。
I really supported this project, and I believe that this will be helpful to my company's business as well.
我希望说不要再推迟这个开发案的计划下去了。
I hope not to delay this project.
谢谢。
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony today.
谢谢你提供的证词，今天谢谢。
谢谢，拜拜。
Thank you, bye bye.
We can call the next panelist now.
Second and last speaker for this panel will be Bo Miao. Mr. Ye, I think we may need you again.
Okay. 喂。
Hi, this is Bo. Hi. I have been working for the city. I'm city employee for the Parks and Recreation. I have been working in the Almacy Center. It's just nearby the US Open in Flushing. And the thing, I've been working for there for 10 years, so I have been seeing the Flushing developing very well. And for me, for this project, I fully support this project because it's like Brooklyn. They have Barclays Center. They have this kind of like new landmark, and they run all the business running very well. The people like getting more place for the entertainment and more residential area. And I think Flushing is gonna be the same thing like the Brooklyn downtown, like. We have the City Field, we have the US Open, we have the big Fresh Meadow Park. It was like used for the water fair. So this place need this kind of project to support all this landmark. So it's gonna be create more job and more opportunity for everyone. Even gonna be the new metro center for the Queensboro. So I think that's all my opinion. So I fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you for your testimony today. Council, do we have any questions for this panel?
Here, I see no hands from members for questions for the panel.
Great. There being no questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And Council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Jeffrey Wong, Dean Yep, Dion Yu, and Alice Chang. First speaker will be Jeffrey Wong, followed by Dean Yep. The first speaker for this panel will be Jeffrey Wong, followed by Dean Yep.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Wong. I am a lifelong Flushing resident. Born and raised, I grew up near Casino Park. I went to Francis Lewis High School. My family, when we emigrated to Flushing, when my parents emigrated to Flushing, they had nothing. They came from China. They've worked in Flushing. I've worked in Flushing my entire life. And, we wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for development. I've known New York my entire life as well, and I've seen areas like Williamsburg, Long Island City, and I've seen what large developments do to the neighborhood. Yeah, there's a lot of small issues that need to be ironed out and resolved, but long term, I think the results, the positive results, are undeniable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for your testimony today.
Next speaker will be Dean Yep, followed by Dion Yu.
Time starts now.
Hello, Chairperson and council members. Thanks for having me.
Dean?
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely. Can you get closer to the mic? It'd be much better, or?
Yes, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah. You're coming in a little muffled, but go ahead, let's try it.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, Dean, you sound very far away. It's hard to hear you.
Actually, I'm right next to my mic.
Can't make out what you're saying here. Why don't we move to the next panelist, and then Dean will come back to you. Maybe you can try to fix your microphone. Okay.
We'll hear from Dion Yu next, followed by Alice Chang, and we'll come back to Dean Yep. Dion Yu.
Good afternoon.
Time starts now.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Dian Yu, and I'm the executive director of the Flushing Bid. So the Flushing Bid is a non-for-profit organization, and we serve over 2,000 small businesses in downtown Flushing. And as a bid, we are very focused on community growth and our business development. And with that said, as was previously mentioned, the bid and the developer has executed a MOU for $2 million. So what we're going to do is that we will use that $2 million to support a small business by doing community beautification and district marketing and workplace making to support all the small business in downtown Flushing. And we were formed in 2003, and I'm proud to say that one of the developer FNT is a founding members, and they have been supporting the Flushing business community for the past over around 20 years. And as a bid, we also focus on short-term growth and long-term growth. So the short-term growth, I think this project will bring thousands of construction workers. And I think that's a boost for our local business because all those construction workers and what they're going to eat and shop in downtown Flushing, that's tremendous for our small business who are struggling with consumers. And for long-term growth, I think it's great that, as you know, the Flushing, we're close to JFK and LaGuardia. And it would be great that, if we can capture a portion of those 50+ million tourists, let them visit downtown Flushing first. And also, last but not least, we're also close to two international sports, the Mets and the US Open every year. So
you can just wrap it up.
Yes, I just want to wrap up, say that, the Flushing West is a great opportunity for us to connect the rest of the world with downtown Flushing through this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
The next speaker will be Alice Chang.
Time starts now.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. I'm working in Flushing. After working in this environment, I do think this project will create more benefits than it used to in this area. With permanent affordable housing and better living, working, shopping condition, people are more willing to come to Flushing. The jobs and local workforce opportunities are created after the project. Over 3,000 permanent jobs with minimum of 40% aimed at local residents. Over 6,000 construction jobs are created during the pandemic period. The project also provide job training and placements for Flushing residents. Local shop revenue will definitely increase in this area, and the environment will also be cleaned up due to this project. That is why I think it's a great opportunity for Flushing to have this project, and I respectfully ask you to agree with the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
We will now attempt to hear again from Dean Yep. Dean Yep would be the last speaker on this panel.
Time starts now.
Dean, can you hear us?
I see that Dean Yep is in here. I think we're just waiting for him to be unmuted.
Hi, Dean. Let's try it one more time.
Now, can you hear me?
You're a little muffled, but let's try it again.
Hello, can you hear me now?
It's very low, Dean, but go ahead.
Well, I'm hearing you now. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you, Dean.
Okay, thanks so much. Chairperson, Councilman, thanks for having me to speak. I'm a senior citizen and I live in a couple blocks away from the waterfront. I definitely want to support.
Hold on one second. Let me stop you one second. Sergeant at Arms, can we just start it over at 2 minutes again? Just because of the technical difficulties. Dean, please, you can begin.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for having me to speak. I'm a senior citizen and living in Flushing. I live 2 blocks away from the waterfront. And I definitely want to support the Special Flushing Waterfront District. In the past 20 years, I can see the Flushing Creek, is sitting waste for many years. This is a good opportunity to change this piece of wasteland to a little bit better place and a safer place for the public. And also, the second point is that if this type of developments approved, it will generate a lot of taxes, which will be able to support further for the Flushing area. If you don't have this kind of development, where the revenue is going to come from? So this is a one-time opportunity with all these developers come together and to create thousands of jobs. So definitely I support this project, and I hope the council support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, that was the last speaker for this panel. And at this moment, I'm not seeing any members with raised hands for questions.
Okay, good. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. And council, if you can please call up the next panel.
The next panel will include Michael May, Timmy Mai, Angela An, and Wenliang Zhang. First speaker will be Michael May, who will be followed by Timmy Mai.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Michael,
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Michael.
Hello?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can start whenever.
Hello?
Michael.
Hello?
Michael,
Hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you,
We hear
Michael.
you, we hear you. Hello?
You can begin, Michael.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear, Michael.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. What we'll do is, why don't we go back to, we'll come back to Michael while we sort out some of the technical difficulties that he may be having.
We'll hear from Timmy Mai.
Your time will begin now.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you, Timmy.
All right, thank you so much for having me. And I know it's getting a long hour and getting late. I try to, make it short and make it easy for you guys.
No worries.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so yes, I'm a mortgage consultant working in a bank for over 15 years. Getting people become a homeowner, helping them achieving the home ownership is my long time passion and my goal every day. Actually, the bank worked very closely with the local community and the government to help move a lot of current renter to become homeowner. And happened to be this waterfront community area is considered a low to moderate income area, which is allow the bank work with the government to provide very minimum down payments with very easy financing option to help a lot of people to become homeowner, such as little as 5%, and some lender able to give up to 3% for a home buy grant and up to $15,000 of closing costs. Make home ownership very much easier. With this project being sitting in the low to moderate income area, I'm sure that it would create a lot of more affordable unit, and with the easy financing option, we can help a lot of more homeowners. Instead of renting, they can actually just own affordable property in this beautiful area. So we totally support the great benefit of building this waterfront project.
Thank you, Timmy. Thank you for that, your testimony today.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Wenliang William Zhang, and then we will try to get Michael May again. Wenliang Zhang.
你好，我需要翻译。我需要一个翻译。
Mr. Ye or Mr. Lau, I'm going to ask if either of you could assist the witness.
Yes. Let me check what language he speaks.
我讲国语。
Okay. Yeah. I will be the one.
Thank you.
你好，我跟你讲讲，我是你的翻译，但是我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，就包括翻译的时间，好吧？你现在可以开始了，你现在可以开始了。
好，我名字叫郑文亮，谢谢大家给我一个表达我想法的机会。
Yes, my name is Zheng Wenliang. Thank you very much for giving me such opportunity to express myself.
我是支持河岸开发方案的。
I am the one who support this waterfront project.
我是一名来自中国的移民，我在纽约大学毕业。
I am an immigrant from China. I graduated from New York University.
我在法拉盛工作了超过10年，我的工作跟电脑行业相关。
I have been working in Flushing for 10 years. My job is related to computer field.
我见证了法拉盛最近10年的发展。10年前，法拉盛很脏、路很差，还有旧。
Yes, I personally witnessed in the past 10 years the development of Flushing area. 10 years ago, Flushing is a place where dirty, disorganized, and backwards.
对，有些街道还有强烈的臭味，你不得不捂着鼻子走过。
你再说一遍，我听不清楚。
有一些街道还有强烈的异味，你不得不捂着鼻子走过。Has expired. 我讲快点，有4分钟了吗？已经。
There were some streets that the very smelly. I have to close my nose to pacify the area.
我讲快一点，我觉得这个河岸改造区域呢，会带来超过很多的工作岗位，而且会让这个整个法拉盛的变得更干净，市容市貌都会变得更好。
I support this project. I feel that this project will bring many more job opportunities and also would make Flushing cleaner, and also the totality of a city appearance will be better.
我讲话就是这样，谢谢大家。
That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
谢谢你今天讲话。Thank you.
The next speaker will be Angela An. And then we will try to get Michael. Angela An.
The time will begin.
Just need to give Angela An another couple of seconds to come in.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, Angela, we can hear you.
Oh, hey, hi. My name is Angela. I'm the owner of a small business in Flushing, Queens. I fully support this new development. Flushing small business owners are suffering from the economic fallout of coronavirus. Economy recovery from the coronavirus is likely to be long and painful. It is hurting our community, particularly business like mine. We temporarily closed our business due to lack of visitors. Continuous investment in Flushing is the best way to keep the local business community vibrant and encourage visitors to come back to Flushing. Approval of this project will provide what the community needs, and it also provides many other benefits to this community, such as waterfront access, affordable housing, and good local jobs opportunities for residents. Please support the special Flushing Waterfront District. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
We will now try once again to hear from Michael May. Michael May. He will be the last speaker on this panel.
Your time will begin.
Okay, Michael, you can unmute yourself. Michael?
Yes. Hello.
Yep. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, can I start?
You can start.
Can I start?
You can start.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, my name is Michael May. I'm a senior realtor that have been working in Flushing area for over 20 years. I fully support this project. When I talk to my customer or clients about this project, they all say good. It's good for Flushing. This project is good for people who live there. It is good for business I've been there. And it's also good for the city. With a $2 billion investment in the unused land, this project could create thousands of jobs and will create a lot amount of revenue for the city. Flushing needs more remarkable features to attract tourists in order to become more prosperous. I think this project will become a star attraction that will draw people to this area. Also, Flushing needs more public open space. This project will build a new waterfront promenade to provide a public outdoor space for people to rest and relax when they come to Flushing for shopping, among other things. In terms of housing, I feel currently that more and more people in real estate market are buying condos. Condos in this project could be the preferred residence of buyers looking in this area. I believe with more people living in downtown area, more business opportunity will be created, and that is what this more local business are looking for. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your testimony today. Council, any questions for this panel?
Chair Moya, I see no members with questions for the panel.
Great. There being no more questions for this panel, the witness panel is now excused. Council, can you please call up the next panel?
The next panel will include Kenley Liu, Andy Liang, Frida Sui, Yang Cao, and Benjamin Lee. The first speaker will be Kenley Liu, followed by Andy Liang.
Your time will begin now.
Okay, perhaps we'll come back to Kenley Liu and move to Andy Liang. Andy Liang will be the next. Oh, Andy Liang will be the speaker, followed by Kenley Liu.
Hello?
Hi, Andy.
Yes, we'll begin now.
Hello?
Hi, Andy. Can you hear us?
Oh, hi. Yeah, I can hear you. All right, hi. So my name is Andy. I was born and raised in Queens, New York. I'm a recent graduate from Stony Brook University. I've been working as an IT technician in Flushing for the past year. So back in like high school, middle school, I would always hang out with my friends in like Queens Crossing and all over Flushing. And so recently I read about the Special Waterfront District, and I think it's a great idea. I would like to express my support for the development. So I read about the potential to transform the area into a beautiful waterfront. Currently, it's pretty dirty and it's eyesore, like many people said. Every time you take the train to Flushing, you can see that there's nothing there, it's just water. So yeah, I'm just like how it is in the city. I think this could be like a great potential for something like the South Street Seaport, where it attracts a lot of tourists and a lot of locals. Yeah. And sorry, give me a second. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely this place can allow us to spend more our leisure time, more places to hang out, and it would also allow more opportunities for public places. So yeah, I listened to this presentation, and I understand the differences, the points from both sides, and I don't think it would make any sense to why we would not do the special district, this project, and we get so many more community benefits. Yeah, so yeah, for all these reasons, I strongly support the project, and I hope you guys do too.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for your testimony. We'll proceed to the next panelist.
Next speaker will be Kenley Liu, to be followed by Frida Sui.
Your time will begin.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Ken. I'm currently a Flushing resident, and I am a graduate student at NYU. Well, I just want to start out by saying that I heard some friends from Sunset Park say that they don't want Flushing to be developed, but instead they want Sunset Park to be developed. But however, I personally think that this project for the waterfront is good for the community. Therefore, I am in favor of the project. I believe through this project, it will help revitalize Flushing's economy by creating more jobs for everyone, and it will create more jobs for us students as well by attracting more businesses into the area. And it will also provide more affordable housing through the MIH for the community's low-income residents. And I just want to end things off by saying, I suggest everyone to vote for this project and make this community a better place to live. And that's it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you for your testimony. Proceed to the next panelist.
Next speaker will be Frida Sui, to be followed by Yang Cao.
Your time will begin.
Hi, hello. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, hi, hello. This is Frida. I'm a current resident at Flushing Community, and I've been living here for almost 5 years with my family. A very sad story for me was the beginning of this year. A lot of my family members and friends lost their jobs. So because there's a lot of new construction project paused because of the COVID-19, and most of them works in the real estate industry. So what got me most excited is this project can create 1,000 jobs, and they prefer hiring locally, and that's a really good news for us because I want my family members to get the job and pay for the family. And also this project is a very integrated plan and really helpful to upgrade our whole Flushing community. So I'm highly supportive with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Frida.
Next speaker will be Yang Cao, to be followed by Benjamin Lee.
Your time will begin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Yang Cao. I'm a resident of Flushing, and I've been working in Flushing for 3 years. I moved to Flushing 1 year ago, and I live on Maple Avenue. It's about like 10 minutes of walk from the waterfront. I will support this master plan, as there's going to be more job opportunities in Flushing, and also the polluted water will be treated soon. The public waterfront park is also a piece of good news for all the Flushing residents. So I'm looking forward to the changes. Please vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Next and last speaker on this panel will be Benjamin Lee.
Your time will begin.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Benjamin Lee, and I was born and raised in Flushing. I've been a resident here for 33 years. I have seen the drastic changes in Flushing throughout my life. The first job I ever worked was when I was 16 years old in a new development at the time, Flushing Mall, which is now Tangram. The company that I worked for was one of the first businesses to occupy the mall. I was a DJ for an audiovisual company that hosted many events in the local area. My parents were immigrants from Taiwan who came here in the 1980s. They started a wholesale restaurant supply company that I now own. We cater to many of the local restaurants in Flushing. The influx of restaurants has been good for my business, and I think that this project would be great for the future of Flushing. I'm incredibly supportive of the Flushing Waterfront project. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Benjamin. Thank you for your testimony.
Chairman, I see no members with questions for this panel.
Okay. Do we have any council members who wish to ask the panel any questions?
See no raised hands from members for the panel.
Okay. Seeing none, we will now dismiss the panel. And council, do we have any other panelists?
The next panel will include Denny Tang. Denny Tang.
Your time will begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. My name is Denny Tang. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this hearing and for this Flushing Waterfront project. I am absolutely in favor for this project. I'm born and raised here in Flushing. Flushing has always been very, very close to my heart and to all my family. Anyone that knows the area knows that that area is completely swampland. It serves no purpose for the community. I mean, even when you drive by it, the area it has an odor. This development will be great for the community, for jobs, development, for the progress of Flushing, and for all of us to move forward in the community. So I'm in favor for the project, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Chair Moya, that was a panel of one speaker only. I see no members with questions at this time.
Okay. There being no members seeking to ask questions, the panelist is now excused. And we'll proceed to the next panel.
We will now hear from Shi Peng. Shi Peng will be the next person to testify.
Your time will begin.
Hi. Hello.
Yes.
Hi. 你好。我叫彭石。
One second. One second. Let's just see if we can get a translator.
Mr. Ye or Mr. Lau, I'm not sure which of you we may or may not need for this witness. Mr. Ye, perhaps you could ask the witness if he needs translation.
您需要翻译吗？
是。
Yes, he needs interpretation. Yes, let me making instruction for him first. 你好我是你的翻译。我们总共有4分钟15秒的时间，就是包括翻译的时间都在里面。你现在可以开始说了，好吗？
好的，那我尽快说哈。我的名字叫彭石，我是法拉盛居民。
Yes, my name is Pan Shud. I am a resident of Flushing.
我在电视上看到了法拉盛滨海区这个项目，我就是进来表示支持。
I learned from TV program that there's the Flushing waterfront project, so I came to this hearing to voice my.
对，我现在住的地方呢，离建设的这个区域很近，就是我想反映一下这个区域呢，对我们来说，现在感觉的话就是不是很安全，因为这个地方晚上的时候没有照明的地方就走到，可能感觉很不安全的样子，然后感觉污染也比较严重。
Yes, I am living not far away from this project site. The one thing I like to mention is the project site area is not quite safe area. At night, there's not much lighting, and also there's no people there, so you feel not very safe.
所以我听到这个项目，我就觉得感到很高兴，所以要来支持一下。
So when I heard this news about this project, I was very happy. So I just want to voice my support.
因为我很喜欢法拉盛这个地方，我前几年才移民过来，然后法拉盛这个地方是有5年价美的美食，然后还有可以负担的房租，然后我觉得这个项目呢，然后也可以带来更多商业，然后也有更多的工作机会。
Yes, I immigrate here. I've been living here for several years. The reason I like this area because there's many delicious foods, and also there's affordable rent, and also many. So I feel like this project will provide commercial activities and also many job opportunities.
That's all. 所以感谢。
That's all, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
好，谢谢。
Chair Moya, you could ask if there are any questions for this speaker.
Is there any questions for this panelist?
I see no raised hands for questions.
Okay. There being no questions for this panelist, the panelist is now excused. And council, do we have any other panelists?
The next speaker will be the caller with the number ending 0634. The unnamed caller with the number ending 0634.
Your time will begin now.
Chair Moya, it appears that caller 0634 has left the hearing. There is another unnamed caller with the number ending 7442. The unnamed caller with the number ending 7442 will be the next speaker.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, this is the caller with the phone number ending in 7442.
How are you? You can just identify yourself.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
You could just state your name.
My name is Ping Young.
Okay, Ping. You can begin.
Hi.
Hold on one second.
I'm sorry.
Can we just put the clock back at two minutes? Ping.
Okay.
You may begin.
Can I start now?
You can start. Yep.
My name is Ping Yang, and I am here to voice my support for the Flushing Waterfront District project. My family has run a food distribution business in Queens for more than 30 years, and we have a lot of customers in the Flushing area. From what I understand about this project, it takes a currently unused, uninhabited plot of land by a polluted stream, and it will turn this unused land into housing, office and real estate, retail space, playgrounds, and usable and attractive space that's accessible to the public. The polluted stream will be cleared up. The new homes being built will add to the housing supply. I have been listening on this call for quite a while, and I've read a lot of the arguments for and against both sides, and I don't see any rationale why this project is so objectionable and why it would be a better alternative to leave this plot unused and polluted. New York City, and especially Flushing, has been hit very hard this year because of the COVID crisis. My business was affected by it, all of my customers. And right now what we need is to build our city back and bring back economic prosperity for everybody. All of the problems that we have in society, they're not going to be resolved unless we have economic prosperity. And that's why I'm here to voice my support for this project, and I would ask everyone to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Council, do we have any questions for this panelist?
Chair Moya, I see no members with questions for this panelist.
Okay, seeing none, the panelist is now excused.
If there are any other members of the public who wish to testify on the pre-considered LEU items for the special Flushing waterfront rezoning proposal and have not already done so, please press the raise hand button now. The meeting will stand at ease for a moment while we check for members of the public. Chair Moya, I see no other members of the public who wish to testify for this item.
Okay. Before we close, I just want to turn it over to Councilmember Koo for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair Moya. Thank you for all who come to testify today. I want to say a special thank you to Chair Moyers and Salamanca and all the Land Use Council members who participated. Thank you to our land use staff, the translators, and everyone who signed up to testify. We had over 105 people testify today. So thank you all for your advocacy and participation. This is what democracy is about. So enjoy the evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Moya.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your closing remarks. There being no other members of the public who wish to testify on the pre-considered LEU items for the special Flushing Waterfront District, the public hearing is now closed and the application is laid over. I would also like to remind anyone who didn't have the opportunity to testify, you can always submit your testimony to landusetestimony@council.nyc.gov, and you can email your testimony to us there. That concludes today's business. And of course, I would like to thank the members of the public, my colleagues, the committee, council, the land use staff, our council staff, the Sergeant at Arms for participating in today's meeting. In particular, I want to thank my co-pilot here, Arthur, who's done a tremendous job. Thank you so much. And Angelina as well, who stepped in. Thank you to the Sergeant at Arms, to all the land use staff, and to my staff member, Megan Taddeo. Thank you. With that, this meeting is hereby adjourned.